Go kind of slow.
Oh, don't worry, man. I've already knocked out like 3.
Yeah.
Oh, shit. I think we're live. Hey, what's going on, you fucking peeping Tom motherfuckers? I got Rex Sterling on the fucking show tonight. This guy's a madman. He streamed for like 8 days straight. Shit was insane. He was like, he was waiting for that new Silent Hill game to get announced, and we didn't get shit at the end. My boy pulled out the clown makeup at the end of the shit. He didn't have to do all that. It was off the hook, but it was one of the most memorable moments. Not only that, this motherfucker used to be a wrestler too. So don't just be like, "Oh, you're getting everybody on this motherfucker." But we are getting everybody on this motherfucker. Welcome to Deathmatches and Death Metal, brought to you by Night Shift Merchandise. The Black Dahlia Murder t-shirt. Go buy it at nightshiftmerch.com. We're going to drink some beers, and with no further ado, I bring to you Mr. Motherfucking Rex Sterling, baby.
Yo, thank you so much for having me, man. It means a lot, man. I think this is only like the shit, man. Like third podcast I've done, man. So I'm happy to be here. It's still new to me, man. I appreciate it.
Oh, right on, man. Yeah, I heard that interview you did on Nerd Night podcast. Now, viewers, you want to check this, you want to hear the backstory of this guy, how he came to be, the man who he is today. There's a lot of really good content in that podcast. He fucking went off the rails, man, and said some like really cool shit on there. I'm not going to start with the basic questions, like you would get in like an interview. I really want to know, do you believe in aliens?
Makes sense, you know. It feels kind of weird to think we got this whole universe and it's just us, you know. We already know there's only certain spectrums of light that we can see, right? Certain sounds that we can hear but we can't hear, that animals can and all this and that. How do we know they're not here but we just can't perceive them, maybe sometimes when people think they're encountering a ghost, maybe it is an alien, I don't know. But makes sense to me that that there would have to be, I mean, I heard this quote one time and it stuck with me for a long time, man. And I wish that I could give the source for the quote, but somebody will Google it. Um, this guy said there's, when it comes to alien life in the universe, there's only two possibilities and they're both equally terrifying. One is that there is none and we're all alone here, and the other is that there is. And both are fucking scary because you don't know. So yeah, I've thought about that ever since I was a little kid. I've thought about aliens. When I was little, I used to get freaked out by that show, The X-Files. Used to
Bruh.
watch used to watch it all the time. That fucking, you remember that intro music? How creepy that was,
Do,
man.
do, 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 do,
100%. So I've always been fascinated with like supernatural stuff and aliens, but I've never had like any real experiences. Like I've been close to some real experiences, but never had any. I think the closest I ever got to having any kind of supernatural experience was when I was a pro wrestler. I started under a mask, and I had several different masks made for me, custom masks, and I used to have mannequin heads in my kitchen, hung up on the wall, and my masks were on the different mannequin heads. And I was dating a girl at the time who was also a professional wrestler. We got into an argument in my kitchen. I ended up walking out, and she came to follow me, and all of a sudden I heard this like loud like noise, like, and she started screaming and crying, and I turned around. I was only like one step out of the kitchen, and I turned around and went back in there, and one of the mannequin heads was rolling around on the floor, and she told me that as she got up from my kitchen table to follow me, it flew off the wall and hit her. And the thing about it was, like, it seems hard to believe, but like I know for a fact that she was the only one in the kitchen and she was too far away from that mannequin head to have made it happen, itself. And it was rolling around at her feet, and she was like a good 8 feet away from where it was on a nail on the wall. So, really strange. I did have one other really interesting experience with her where we wanted to see if we could communicate telepathically. Kind of strange. And so we sat down, and she told me that what she wanted to do was look in her eye maintain eye contact and focus on just a random word, any word I pick, and see if she would receive it. And so I wanted to pick a word that was sort of common but sort of random. So I picked the word horse, right? Because kind of random, but still, realistic. So we maintained eye contact, man, and I just kept thinking horse over and over and over again, and maybe a whole minute went by where she was just looking like into my eyes, and I was just thinking horse, horse, and then fucking she said horse. And it freaked me the fuck out. What are the chances, like mathematically, what are the chances that she would say that word to me in that situation? Like, there was nothing in the room. Like, I don't have a thing for horses. I don't like horses. Like, it was so random, but that was the word that she said. So I don't know. I've had a lot of experiences that have shown me that there's like more to this reality than what I can perceive or understand. So aliens, yeah, I can see that.
That's fucking crazy, dude.
Hmm.
What the fuck? Yeah, man. That quote you said was by Stephen Hawking. Fucking, he said
Was it?
he's a smart motherfucker. I think. Fucking, I remember reading that when I was a kid, and I was like, holy shit. I was like, I think like in 8th grade or some shit. I was like 13. That shit blew my mind. I used to stay up reading about aliens all the time, the Nordics and the
Mhm.
Greys and all the different kinds of aliens used to scare the fucking shit out of me, dude. I used to have nightmares about that shit. The motherfuckers coming, seeing shit. I've seen UFOs. You ever seen any UFOs?
Never. I've always wanted to, my dude, but never. Just I'm like the guy that like always knows the friend that saw it, but never got to see it himself. But yeah, I would love to have like some crazy like if for some reason everybody around me is scared of Ouija boards, but I would love to fucking get a Ouija board and just see what the fuck happens. Like
Yeah.
I'm interested in that kind of stuff. Like so
I don't believe
you
in the
know,
Ouija. I think it's what's it called? I think it's fucking kind of like
like
subconscious yeah, like your motor skills are like going and shit, cuz when people fuck with it alone, it doesn't move. You get multiple people on it, it's like you're kind of moving it a little bit, and I think that like, I think it's muscle action that people don't realize it. It's kind of like you get two people to hold like a fucking a stick or some shit. Like there's tiny motions that are happening, while they both got their hand on it. And even, I mean, shit, but maybe it's because I'm an alcoholic. Well, I'm not an alcoholic. I take that back. I'm not an alcoholic. I take that back. Yeah, fuck. I gotta, someone's gonna take that shit out of context. They're gonna be like, this guy needs fucking help. But like, like sometimes you
internet
get
gonna
that
do
little,
its thing.
yeah. When I'm very cruda, when I have the cruda, very hungover, I fucking get that little that shaky, sometimes. But that like Las Vegas was the last time that happened to me. I was going hard in Vegas. Who doesn't go hard in Vegas? You,
I think that's what you're supposed to do.
so I know they say what happens in Vegas stays in Vegas, but as a wrestler, you've seen some crazy shit going on in the locker rooms, in the hotels. You ever wrestle in Vegas? You ever have some wrestling experiences out there and party?
Sadly, no, man. I always wanted to go out there back when Pro Wrestling Guerrilla was like really popping out there on the West Coast, but the farthest I ever made it was Chicago.
Okay.
So I made it out there to Shimmer, when Ring of Honor had their like female promotion Shimmer out there. I made it out there for that and IWA Mid South, and that was the farthest that I got in that direction.
Okay. Okay. So fucking when you were wrestling, you were a heel. Were you like did you try out hella different gimmicks? Because you said you started with a mask, and I seen you one time with like a band-aid on your nipple. Like, why was it? All right,
Yeah.
fuck. All right, I gotta jump into that real quick. Why'd you have a band-aid on your nipple? Were you doing like a Nelly thing, or was it like,
I got picked on a lot for that, but it was actually a very practical reason. So, when I started getting looked at as a prospect for Ring of Honor, I went and wrestled for Ring of Honor first, and then they decided to put me in their developmental, which was in Full Impact Pro in Florida. So I was driving down to Florida, and I was going down with a guy named Damian Wayne, who's still wrestling. I think he's been the NWA like world champion before. Like he's done a lot, and that motherfucker chops like a son of a bitch. Like Roderick Strong, like fucking just fucking lays it in there. And
Yeah.
when me and I'm so pale that like when he would chop me, even if it was like a fucking bad chop, like it just shows up like that. I'm so pale, and the crowd would always be like, "Fuck," you know. Anyway, we were down in Florida and we were wrestling each other, and he was chopping the shit out of me, and he one of his chops he hit me right on the nipple and split my nipple open. And so I was wearing a band-aid on my nipple because that shit was so sensitive. I couldn't even put on a shirt and it would touch that and it would just be like searing pain, dude. So I had to go around like that for a while, dude. Yeah. So that's why I had the band-aid on the nipple for a while. I didn't know what else to do for it, man. It
Yeah.
fucking hurts so bad, dude. So bad.
That's crazy, man. Fuck chops. You guys are crazy for taking those, man. It's funny because every time I talk to like, wrestlers after events and shit, because I try to shoot the shit with them, their chests are always red as fuck from all the chops they take. Like, you guys take some crazy ass, like, fucking bumps too. Like, you ever take any, like, major bumps that, like, well, that's a fucked up question to ask. But, I mean, shit. Is there, all right. Here's a question I do like to ask, though. That's a fucked up question. Here's a good question.
I mean, I can tell you about some good bumps, but go ahead.
Well, shit. I mean, have you ever taken a bump and had like a couple bookings back to back and then had to wrestle through a fucking injury after?
Yeah, I have a real good story about that. So, I'm in North Carolina and I went to a promotion in North Carolina. I had two bookings that day. So I had a booking in North Carolina for a tag team match. I was teaming up with Damian Wayne at that show against a tag team called the Geordie Bulldogs, which is a tag team from England, and we had all worked together before. I knew them all really well. I had that booking, and then later that night, I had to go up to Virginia for a show where I was wrestling with I think Damien again, and we were teaming up against C.W. Anderson and a guy that had trained a lot of really good wrestlers, including Damian Wayne. I think his name is Phil Brown. So I went to my first show, that first tag team match, and there was a botched spot, like in the first like third of the match. They went to do a tag team move on me. They were working me over, got me into the corner, tagged, and what they called to me in the ring was they were gonna whip me and do a double leg scissor takedown. So what I'm thinking is they're gonna shoot me to the ropes, and when I'm coming back, they're both gonna do a double leg takedown. I'm gonna take a face bump, and then maybe they'll do something else to me while I'm down on my face.
Yeah.
One of them thought the same thing. They're brothers, by the way. And then the other one was going to do the leg scissor takedown off of the whip. So one shot me for the ropes. The other one goes for the takedown, and it threw me forward, falling legitimately with like no preparation. And I extended my right arm, and I came down on my right arm, and it came like all the way up like this too far and tore my labrum in my shoulder. And then immediately afterwards, shout out to Sean Denny, you piece of shit. Immediately afterwards, I say that with love. He put me in the Steiner recliner, with my fucking camel
Yeah.
clutch with my
So
shoulders back, like so. It's just ripping even more, dude. And I'm trying so fucking hard to pull my arm off of it, and he grabs it and puts it. He has no idea I'm hurt, and pulls it back, and I'm like, fuck! I couldn't say nothing. I was in so much pain. As soon as I got a chance, I rolled and I tagged out, and I think I was out of that match until close to the finish when I came back in. And honestly, I still have a great degree of pain in my right shoulder, going from like my neck all the way down my arm sometimes from that because I was never able to get it treated. So we finished that, and then I had to go up to Virginia to fucking work C.W. Anderson from like ECW, who's like, if you don't know, this man has a reputation on the indies for like being very old school to the point where like if you fuck up in a match with him, and I had never worked him before,
Yeah.
but he has a very strong style reputation. Like if you fuck up in the ring with him, he'll hurt you.
Yeah.
So a lot of people were scared to work him, and I had never worked him before. And I went up there and then we had to do that match. My labrum was torn. I needed help getting my gear on. I needed help getting my gear off. I was so fucked up I could barely move my arm. And then we were talking in the back, and he's like, "Kid, how bad is that arm?" And I was like, "It's pretty. That shoulder's pretty bad." But then me and him started talking, and it ended up when we put the match together that um, Wayne would be working with Phil, and I would be working with C Dub. I was
Yeah.
like, great, no
Yeah.
pressure. So, but once we got out there, and you're out in front of that crowd, and then I was in the ring with him face to face, like it kind of faded away, and me and him actually ended up having great chemistry and beat the shit out of each other, and it was absolutely great. But before it was torture, after it was torture, but during with the adrenaline rush in the ring, I was able to get through it, but it was pretty fucking bad, and
Yeah.
has been bad since.
Dude, that's fucking crazy, man. What the fuck? Yeah, I don't
Mhm.
know. You guys are fucking built different. Wrestlers legit are built different. Like, do you still have that? Because I know you've been out of the ring for a minute. Like, do you still have that desire to ever return?
Yeah, I never had like a retirement match. I've got one more really good match in me that I think I've got one more really good one, but it's gonna have to be something really important to pull me back because I mean I broke bones. I had multiple concussions, back injuries, neck injuries, and things like that. So to go back and put myself through that again for what, $30
Yeah.
and a hot dog, you know, um, I can't justify it. It's gonna have to be something really, really meaningful. And I still get offers for matches, still get offers for bookings, but just it's gonna have to be something that really means a lot to me. So maybe, I think to myself, if I ever do really blow on YouTube or with my stream or something, maybe one day, you look at what Jake Paul's doing with his boxing and stuff like that. I don't think I'll ever do anything on that level, but if I ever, blow enough, maybe if there's another streamer, maybe we could do something, or maybe, one last match with Damien or something like that. But right now I'm just focused on the streaming. Maybe if I make enough money doing that, I can actually afford to get some of these injuries treated, and then I'll be healthier for that match. But I've got time, and I've got one more left in me. I still love wrestling. It's one of the reasons why I don't watch it anymore. It's one of the reasons why I'm so out of the loop. It's like I watched a comedian say this one time, and it sums up perfectly how I feel about watching pro wrestling now. Um, they said that they didn't like watching other comedians on stage because it was like watching somebody else fuck your girl.
Yeah.
It's like, you watch them and you're like, yeah, whatever. Like I should be up there with the mic. I should be, the one performing for this crowd right now. It's hard to watch, and with pro wrestling, I feel the same way when I watch, any kind of pro wrestling, and I still love it, but like when I watch it, it just drives me crazy because I want to be in there so bad, so I just don't watch it anymore.
I feel that, man. That's why I don't fucking make no music anymore. I just like interviewing people that do that shit now. I had my chance. I had my chance. I almost got signed. I fucking did a whole bunch of shit. I always rant about this shit on here too. But fucking yeah, like fuck. 2015, that was my year, man. And I pissed it away. Ugh. Cuz I didn't have the work ethic, but you know what? It's all good cuz we're still here, baby. And we're still doing it live. It's okay. But yeah, fucking so yeah, you're streaming, your shit's been taking the fuck off, man. Like I noticed like you cater to a community that's really like it's pretty inclusive, but I talked to one of the mods and it's some of the you must encounter some weird ass shit by having like a community that, some people jump in, some people jump out. And like one of the mods told me, he was like telling me he had to like break up a fight where people were arguing about like PlayStation and Xbox. It's like, fuck, dude, what a trip. Like, fucking, that kind of shit still goes on. I was bringing it up to Jaffe the other day, and I was like, dude, I have both. Like, I'll just, or even if I didn't have both, it's like, I'd be acceptable of the other platform. You got any words to people that want to argue about consoles?
I have mixed feelings when it comes to like the console wars because like I love the console wars, but there is a line, you know? So like to me it's like the Super Bowl, you know? People want to put on their jersey and represent their team. They want to put on that blue for Sony, or they want to put on that red for Nintendo, or that green for Xbox, and they want to, rep their team and root for their team, and they start jabbing back and forth over, what's better, and like, E3, remember when we had all three at E3, and
Yeah.
we'd all be like who had the better show. And
Every year.
I I love that shit, you know. But it's like, you go on Twitter now, or you see some of the stuff in YouTube comments, and it's just like fucking borderline pathetic, man. It's like some of the ways that they try to flex on each other. It's like Digital Foundry will put out a video and they'll be like, yeah, the PS5 is locked to 60 frames and the Series X is pretty much locked except for this one cutscene. And like people will be like, ha, your fucking version of the game fucking sucks, trash. Xbox is trash. And it's like, dude, it's a frame drop
Yeah.
for like 4 seconds, so it's like, there's people, it's the internet. There's people that have fun with it, and then there's people that just take it too fucking far, and
Yeah.
they invest in it so much that it's kind of like, it's kind of ridiculous, and so, you just got to learn to draw that line, it's like if you get into a disagreement with somebody online, like you ever been reading comments and you see like somebody will say something and then somebody will at them and they'll be like, well, that's fucking stupid because of this, and then the next thing you know it's like 40 comments of them going back and forth,
Yeah.
and then you think to yourself like, no, like after like the second back and forth I'm done with it, like because I don't have time to keep, this could be a 10-year-old kid, I'm not going to keep arguing. So it's like you got to draw that line for yourself of like how fucking far you're gonna go with it. But I don't like the idea that like the whole like console wars should just be shut down, because I love seeing people like root for their team, and I don't think that that is inherently toxic, but there is a very toxic part of the community, but I just don't know how you regulate something like that. I just think that, I think that the biggest problem is that when somebody says something super toxic and dumb, just gives like an intentionally bad take on PlayStation, Nintendo, or Xbox just to take a shot at them, everybody wants to retweet it and comment on them. You give them all that fucking attention and all that engagement, and then other people see that and they're like, well, if I want to get likes and if I want attention, I guess I gotta fucking be a toxic piece of shit too, because
Yeah.
that's what gets shared. So I think it's like what we give attention to, like we reward certain behaviors. So that's how I am with my chat. Like when I see people in my chat, start to get toxic, I don't address it. I have my mods handle it. I only try to reply and give discourse to things that are, positive. I'm careful about what behaviors I reward by interacting with in my chat.
Yeah, that makes sense. You don't want to award no fucking toxic behavior and shit. And it's like drawing that certain crowd in where it's like, they're I remember you said some shit one time like fuck, you said something about bands, and you're really good about like not being like, rude about anything like that. You're very practical when you explain like, yo, like I can't have you in here saying that kind of shit, or we don't want like that kind of crowd coming in here, like, and I think that's hella respectable, man. Like it's a trip because fuck, I don't like, I got so many questions I want to ask, but it's like, I guess yeah, I'll jump off topic a little bit. So when you found who you are, when you came to be Rex Sterling now, is it because I seen the shit you were doing before? You did a couple gimmicks. I could totally tell you were like a wrestler before you were a streamer, because I seen like the Dress to Kill. I seen the
Hmm.
different like, things you were doing, and making your show like fun to watch, just trying to like find different things that would draw people in. And it's like when the thing that finally clicked, because I feel like you're just you now, like you're just Rex Sterling. How did it feel to realize, fuck, it's just me? I'm what draws people in. Like,
It's one of those things where you know you feel like it does go back to pro wrestling a lot, where you feel like, fuck, I need a gimmick, you know And so you're trying to find it. Because I've said this a million times, like, dude plays video games. How many? Fuck, I'm drowning in a sea of dudes that play video games if I'm streaming, and that's all I'm doing. So I did experiment with a lot of different gimmicks and stuff like that, and I think that the reason why what I do works now is because the internet has become a place that's very disingenuine and very insincere. And I think that what happens is, just like in wrestling, when you have like the PG era in WWE going on for so fucking long, people are dying for like that old, like, give me DX, give me Stone Cold, give me fucking, get the curse again, give me, more adult content, like you create a need for like this like counterculture or whatever when you push one thing so much. So, um, with the internet like being so insincere and being so disingenuine, and there's just so much fake shit all over YouTube and TikTok and Instagram, and people are trying to put on this mask of always trying to flex and this and that. Like, I think it creates um this need and this demand for people that are just like fucking really genuine and really fucking real, because you don't see that as much because people perceive that as boring. So, I just got really lucky that, naturally I am very extroverted. And I really, really enjoy talking to people a lot. It's one of the reasons why I converted over from making videos to streaming, is because when I made videos, I always disliked my own content because I don't like talking to people in a way where they can't respond to me in the moment. They can just leave their shitty comment and I can reply to that maybe, but it's just not the same. It's not a real back and forth. It's not, there's no intimacy to it, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And I think people want that. So like I started kind of leaning more and more into that. I still like the gimmick stuff, but after Abandoned, like the reason why I haven't brought things back like Dress to Kill, because I mean, I got the wig right over here, the makeup and all that shit. Like, it's still in here in my studio. Could do it anytime I want to, but it's just like, I think that my audience is more thirsty for genuine like human interaction and connection and being able to relate to somebody than they are for a gimmick. So that's why I've leaned away from that. It's not that I haven't privated or unlisted those videos, Dress to Kill, or any previous gimmicks I've done, my pimp stream and all this other stuff I've tried. That stuff was fun, but I just think people are just really, especially with the lockdowns going on around the world and stuff like that. I think people are just reaching out for like genuine human connection, and I feel like that's probably the number one draw of my entire stream. Like, if you ever look at my streams, like I can see my analytics live as I perform and as I interact and as I stream, and like when I start playing video games, my viewership tends to drop, donations tend to drop, interaction and engagement tends to drop. Uh, but that is still a necessary part of my content. But in, that first hour that I'm live and I don't turn on the game and I'm just talking to my audience, that last hour that I'm live where the game is over and we're just shooting the shit, that is when my engagement, my donations, like everything, all of my analytics shoot way up. So that just tells me that that's what people want more than anything, is to just feel acknowledged and to feel, connection with the people that they're looking at online. And it's hard to feel that kind of connection when they're either doing a gimmick or they're too busy trying to flex. So I'm in this position now where, I'm still really relatable. I don't know how that will, I don't know if I'll still, you know, I don't know. You look at someone like Asmongold, who's got like 1 million subscribers on his YouTube and got like, thousands and thousands and thousands of people watching him stream, and he still maintains that relatability. And I hope that I still am able to maintain that when my audience grows as well.
Yeah, that shit's gotta be fucking stressful, man, when you're streaming for hours and you gotta read fucking, like, I mean, you want to because you're engaging with people, but like when the comments start flying at you, I don't know how some of these big dudes manage it and still are able to connect, because that's why I kind of like gravitate. Like I told you, I only watch you and like David Jaffe and like fucking, people with like lower, like we're looking at 50 to like 300 max viewers. You know what I mean? Like
Mm-hmm.
that's what I'm generally going at, because when I go in there, I'm like, all right, I'm chilling and shooting the shit with this person. You know what I mean? It's like,
Right.
fuck. There were questions I wanted to ask in here that I've already asked you on the ship before, just on the stream, because it's that cool. Like they said it on what's it called, on Nerd Night when you did your interview. Dude was like, we made a friend during that abandoned stream, and that's really how it felt, man. That's like that's got to be fucking, that's some real genuine shit. And I think that, you stay consistent, keep doing your shit, overcome whatever, stress or struggles you do have along the way. But you stay consistent with it, and you're gonna fucking take off, bro, because it's fun to watch. It's good to watch. Like I could put the shit on, anybody in my house sees that shit, they're gonna get captivated by it for a minute. And you're right, when you're just talking, like that's like the best parts of the stream, because it's like
Mm-hmm.
when you're playing the game, it's like we don't want to distract you too much. People don't want to distract you. They don't want to fucking, interrupt like what's going on. Or some people are just watching. The people that are there for the game are there for the game. But, bruh, people were really just there to hear what you got to say and engage with you. So that's something special, man. And do you think working the crowd, shit that you've learned, has transitioned into streaming? Or do you feel like it's a whole different like realm of fucking interacting with the fans?
No, 100%, 100%. Like my pro wrestling career, like prepped me for this so much. Like, and if you listen to Nerd Night, I don't know if did you listen to the whole thing?
Yeah.
So I said this there, and I don't want to fucking repeat myself too much. Like, but, um, you know, uh. one of the things that a lot of people asked me, not just Nerd Night when I was talking to them, but one thing that a lot of people asked me is like, you've been streaming prior to Abandoned. I would have anywhere from, on a bad day, 4 or 5 people, good day maybe 15. Um, how did you handle going from that to fucking 800 and then up to peaking around 4,000? And pro wrestling 100%, like understanding that chat interaction has to come first. And I think that's the reason why I was able to retain so many viewers, and why like so many people that subscribed during that stayed subscribed, is because I let them know, that they were the most important thing to me. And I just think that really meant a lot to a lot of people in that chat, because I had a lot of people, like, I don't watch other streamers, but when I do, like, when I do check out another streamer, like, I checked out another streamer recently, and I won't say their name, but I checked out another streamer recently, and I remember watching them, and they've got their channels, like, you know, 10 or 20 times the size of mine, and they were streaming to, probably an audience that's about, 6 or 7 times bigger than my average viewing audience. Um, and, barely interacting with their chat.
Yeah.
And I was just like, you know, I was watching it, and I was just, not everybody's like me. Not everybody cares about or prioritizes things the way that I do. But when I saw that, I was like, if this person has this many subs and is able to keep this like number of concurrent viewers, and they're like treating their chat like, like they're like the third or fourth priority, then I fucking know if I just keep grinding and if I get myself out there eventually, like I'll surpass that easily. Like, and I don't want to sound egotistical, but I just really believe in what I'm doing. I believe in what I'm doing. I know that it's working. I know that I've still got a lot to learn, and it's just like pro wrestling, I've got to get better. I've got to learn the ropes more. I'm still, like I said, Nerd Night, I'm only 13 months into my streaming career. Imagine 5 years. The only thing between me and having a million subscribers is time and hard work, and I'm not afraid of either. So I know that I'll get there. I think the biggest problem with me and growth is that I spend so much time streaming in September, from September 1st to October 2nd. I streamed 150.5 hours. That's just on camera. That's not setting up. That's not social media. That's not the after stuff. That's not any of the other stuff that comes with my job. The Twitter, the whatever, blah, blah, blah. DMs, none of that. My Discord, none of that. It was just 150.5 hours live on camera streaming. And it's I'm having to figure out now where I'm at. I would be able to increase my sub count by so much if I would stream shorter streams and then put out clips, easily digestible clips that I can put on multiple, social media platforms to draw in, more viewers. But the thing about it is that I've kind of built, like with the audience that I have, I've kind of built this reputation for just going fucking hard,
Yeah.
like live, like, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 hours. When we did Silent Hill, we did it in one stream, 11 hours and 44 minutes. And at 12 hours is when YouTube cuts you off. You can keep going, but it won't save the VOD.
Yeah.
So, like that's just the kind of reputation that I've built, is for going hard and for going with these long streams. And I worry that if I were to cut down to streams that are like more manageable, 3 to 4 hours, 3 days a week, so that I can spend the other 4 days uploading clips, putting this out, putting that out, it might create a little bit of demand because I'm not there as much. People are missing me, but it also kind of takes away one of the things that I think makes my stream a little bit unique. And some of my viewership really seems to take that. And I'm sorry I'm talking so long,
No, go
but
ahead, dude. It's fucking your show, man. Keep going.
but I just think, like, from things that I've read in my own chat, is something that my audience seems to take pride in, because they'll be in the chat and they'll be like, man, I tell you this, when Rex Sterling goes live, that motherfucker goes live.
Yeah.
And he's not gonna cut that shit short. He's gonna give you a show, whether it's 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 hours. He's not afraid to fucking go. And I think that that's something that, like I said, my viewership has started to take a little bit of pride in. So I don't want to, reduce that. So it's just one of those things I'm trying to figure out how to juggle. I can keep doing what I'm doing and I'll still eventually get the subs, but at the same time, it would benefit me a lot more to grow my channel quicker because, I pay all my own bills. It is a struggle. I don't have a lot of money. Having, more people in that chat, more people that enjoy what I do, exposing myself to a wider audience would benefit me and my business so much. But at the same time, I know the connection that I have with my audience, and, I want to nurture that. So, it's something, like I said, when people ask me for advice on streaming, I'm like, ask somebody that's already made it, because I'm still, like I can give you some advice, but I'm still trying to figure out the formula for my own success. I've got parts of it down, like covering live events like Abandoned, covering live events like the Josh fight, covering, review embargoes and stuff like that. I've figured out some things that I can branch out and do that work for me, but there's still a long way to go, and there's levels to this shit, and I'm still down here. If this is a ladder and there's 10 rungs to that ladder, and at the very top is XQC and all these motherfuckers, I'm still at like fucking 3 or 4, But also, I mean, we are doing good. Like when I look at the numbers for like streaming, like I went on somebody brought a Reddit post to my attention that talked about like the top like numbers for like the top like 2% of streamers.
Yeah.
And it's like if you hold over 20 concurrent viewers every stream, that like puts you in the top 2 or 3% in Twitch. I can't verify it. That's what people were talking about in that subreddit, and streamers on that subreddit agreed with it, but I haven't verified it for myself, so if I'm wrong, I apologize. But we're easily already doing that.
Yeah.
So, you know what I mean? Like, so I'm trying to not rush myself but I'm also like trying to figure out like ways that I can, get myself, because I think the only thing between me and having, 1,000 people in there regularly is that most people still don't really know about me. And if I could get myself out there a little bit more, I think people would gravitate towards me. It's just how can I do that without neglecting the relationship that I already have with my viewers? And I think that's where maybe finding somebody to help me manage my YouTube channel, find someone that's willing to help me by, uploading clips for me and things like that. I've been on Fiverr the last couple of days looking for somebody that maybe can do that for me for a reasonable price. So, hey, if anybody
Yeah.
sees this and you're interested, want to help me out, I definitely don't expect it to be for free, but feel free to reach out to me because I think that, I'm at that point now where, if I had somebody to help me clip and upload, people think like, oh, it's just easy, dude. Like when you're done streaming, just go back and find the best
No.
parts and clip that, but when it's a fucking 9 hour stream,
Pain in the
that's a lot
ass.
of footage. It's a pain in the ass. And then when you clip things on YouTube, if you don't do videos on YouTube, you don't know this, but when you're trying to clip individual portions, it takes forever for YouTube to do that and create that clip for you. Or I can screen record, but then I gotta, back up to a point, just start screen recording, basically leave the room for however many minutes or whatever, come back, stop it. And, after I streamed for 8, 9, dude, I'm so burnt out. My eyes hurt from fucking, reading the chat so much and gaming, and my back hurts because I've injured it so many times wrestling, and so
Sitting
it's
in the
just,
chair. Fuck.
yeah, dude,
Yeah, I
being here
feel
for
you.
so long. Yeah, so it's like, it's still something that I'm trying to figure out, but I think I have a good thing going. I just don't want to, I don't want to get too comfortable because I think when people get comfortable and they start to stagnate, you start to kind of slowly over time
Steam.
lose that audience. You know what I mean? So,
Yeah. Oh yeah, dude.
still trying to figure it out.
Right now on Instagram, when I'm promoting the show, I notice their fucking algorithm is so fucked. Like, I will take 2 days off. I'll go from, if I post consistently every single day on my Instagram promoting the show, I'll get, 20 views, 40 views, 60 views. It'll go up as long as I'm consistently posting. And then as the one day I miss content, I jump back and it's back to 20. And I know people just aren't seeing it. It's not like putting it on their fucking shit. So it's like, I'm fucked because as the show has gotten better, the interviews have gotten longer. I've gone like 4 hours with people on here before. Like, we just go, and it's like fucking trying to find those clips, trying to find those juicy, perfect clips. It's a pain in the ass. I totally feel you on that. And then I got to download the video, which is like 4 gigs, at that point, because it's so big. You got to go on Premiere and I got to listen. I'm like, well, fuck, I don't want to make my guests look bad, so I got to find something really good. So I basically listened to the whole fucking thing over again. And I'm behind. I'm behind like 3 guests on fucking posting their shit because I have, I'm working too. I do this. I work. I was going to school. I'm fucking withdrawing out of school just because I have to have time. It's fucked not having time. And I got a question from somebody in the chat. Just got to ask. They said, why did Mr. X do BJ before Because who the fuck is that? What the fuck? Mr. NXT? Is that one of your viewers? Mr. NXT?
Mr. NXT?
Yeah. Mr. Next.
NXT is this a wrestler?
I don't know who the fuck this is. He said, why did Mr. X do BJ before Because the lube bottle said shake it well before use.
I'm be honest with you,
yeah, I don't know who the fuck that is.
I don't know, like that question feels like algebra. Like
yeah.
like,
I think they're talking about Mr. X from Resident Evil 2, maybe? I don't fucking know, man. Yeah, I don't know what I was saying. But yeah, I was saying some shit that was important. And yeah, no, I feel you, man. It's stressful. That's why I don't do the game streams no more. I get on here, I do a game stream for like an hour and a half. I gotta take a fucking nap, especially when I don't have viewers on the shit. And like, I feel like the viewers give me energy. You feel like that? That's why you keep going these like so fucking long. Cause like, you got people just constantly Rex this, Rex that, what's up, Rex, da da da. And do you feel like you could just go as long as they can go, and then you go, oh fuck, I need to get off. I've been on for this long.
Yeah, I mean, people ask me sometimes, like, how do you decide how long you're going to stream? Because when I put up my schedule, a lot of times I'm not even able to say when the stream is going to start because, I mean, life is life. I just try to post, I schedule my streams on YouTube as early as I can, 3, 4 hours, maybe the day before if I can. But people will ask me, like, how do you decide when you're going to end a stream or how long you're going to go? And when I first started, I was kind of following advice that I was seeing on like subreddits and things like that, which was go at least 3 hours, but you don't really need to go too much longer than that to get enough content to clip up, and then you put out your clips in between your 3 to 5 hour streams and the clips that you're putting out, you should grow nicely. And that's what I was doing. And it wasn't fucking working.
Yeah.
So for me, the way that I do it is I judge it off of the interaction and the engagement I'm getting in the chat. Now, eventually, I'll get so much interaction that I gotta call it. You know what I mean? Because I'll be doing a stream and I'll start with maybe 20 viewers. And then we'll get up to around 40, and we'll hold between 35 and 40 for a while, and that's in the first hour. And then by hour 9, there'll be people coming in the chat saying, dude, I went to bed and just woke up and you're still live. And I'm like, fuck, like, this isn't going to end unless I end it. You know what I mean? But I try to go either, like if the stream dies for any reason, then I call it. If my viewership drops below, or my viewership or my engagement drops below a certain number where it's like unusually low and hangs there for too long, then I cut my losses.
Yeah.
And then if that doesn't happen, I just go till I tap out, pretty much.
Damn.
But at the same time, like it's hard for me to do it any other way, because right now, like, I know people say, like, streamers shouldn't talk about their money. I won't go into like too much like personal stuff with that, but it's like, fuck, dude, like, I'm making enough money right now to survive and then some, to start getting some debt off of me and things like that. And I'm doing that with those like 30, 40, 50 people that are in there, and with my little, 2.7K sub channel. Why do I need 1 million subs just to have even more excess? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like, I was, I left my job and I'm doing this full time.
You quit?
I'm paying all my, yeah. Yeah, I worked for
Damn.
GameStop. And yeah, I mean, they just treated me like dog shit, and then eventually they were like, it's cool that you're streaming, but like, we need you here or just don't come back. And I was like, we need a set schedule we can work around or something. And I was like, the thing is, the way that I stream is I cover these live events and these embargoes, and I don't necessarily know when I'm gonna be available. And I just said fuck it, because honestly, like I said, they treated me like dog shit. They treat all their employees like dog shit. And it was $8 an hour. I had already taken a demotion just to keep the job during the pandemic. They only gave me 2 shifts in a year and a half. And when they wanted me to come back, I was just like, I was already kind of making my own way. I was like, fuck that. Like, why would I want to get back into the rat race? Like, even if they were like, yeah, we'll just, 1 day a week, just 1 day a week, and you can keep your job here, I would have still said no. Because it's like, nah, dude, like, everything I got goes into this. Like, I am in it to fucking win it, or, it's sink or swim, like, and those are the circumstances that I thrive in the best. Like, when it's like all or nothing.
Yeah.
Because when it's half-assed, it just ends up being fucking mundane and uninteresting. And so this is all I do. And right now, streaming is unreliable when it comes to donations and stuff. You can have a really good month and then a dog shit month. You don't really know. You can't really depend on, just donations to get you through. But right now, my community has been so supportive. My Patreon is doing well. It's doing well enough to where I'm easily paying my bills, and, things are going well. I know I need to grow more, but it's working so well for me right now that to change up the formula just seems like not a really good idea for me right now. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I
The
think.
community's got my back, and and I'm and I'm surviving. I This is the first time in my life that I've ever been financially independent off of my own work. When I was wrestling, the only thing that got me through my wrestling career was my family. At the time, I still lived with my dad and my grandmother, and they helped me out with gas money because wrestling doesn't pay.
Yeah.
And this is the first time in my life I've ever been financially independent, paying my bills with money I made my own way, doing my own thing with these donations. And um, so I just refuse to walk away from that. Like this is the best I've ever felt, as far as what I'm doing and as far as, if I have the same passion for this that I had for pro wrestling, nothing could make me quit.
Damn. So you'd be like fucking Brock Lesnar.
Yeah, I mean, I'm here till that sub count says a million or I die, whichever
Damn.
comes first.
You're gonna do a fucking moonsault, fucking 400-pound moonsault on the stream.
Yeah, bro. I mean, shit, man. If I've done crazier things already, it feels like so shit. I mean, but yeah, man. It's like when I just believe in my community, and that's kind of dangerous, because people donate to me. They donate well. Yeah, I'm paying all my bills. I'm doing good. I'm like a month ahead on some of my bills right now, which is the first time in my life I've ever been able to say that. And but anything can happen. These are other people that have their own lives. They might find another streamer. They might come across a hard time and stop donating. Like, I totally understand that. So it's like you can't get too comfortable, relying on, 20 to 30 viewers to like just, keep you going.
Yeah.
But right now I think what I'm doing is working, and I'm just trying to be patient with it. I think one thing that happens is you start to get a little bit of success, and then you get really thirsty for more success, and you start chasing more success so hard that in a way you kind of start to alienate the people that are holding you down now.
Yeah.
So that's something I just try to be mindful of.
Gotta remember those day ones. That shit's mad important, man. Especially,
Absolutely.
that's the rock. That's your foundation, and fucking. I think, yeah, man. Like, I don't know what your stream would look like once you got hella people in there. What Jaffe started doing was doing members only streams. Like, once he
You got
fucking
to.
hit that point where there's so much chat flooding in, because like 90%, of the chat is probably, if without that, are probably just trolls or people fucking coming in, or genuine people that want to be viewers and shit. But I seen him get subs as a result of that too. So who knows? Maybe that could be the next. The next level.
That's another thing, like talking about how like people rush to try and get like 100,000 subs, or try to get like 500 people watching the stream at one time. Like, yeah, that's great, and I'm sure you make a shitload of money. I saw the Twitch leaks, but I tell my audience all the time, my viewers, I said, soak this in. Enjoy this moment where we're at right now, where I'm under 3K subs, and I can give everyone in my chat pretty much individual attention. I can answer all their questions. I can talk to each and every one of them, get to know them, really well in some cases. Enjoy that, because that is something that I will lose as we grow. And when I had 30 subs, I was saying that. I was telling people, like, there's things that you can do when you're smaller that you can't do when you're bigger, and vice versa,
Yeah.
And so, like, don't take it for granted when you've got only 5 people watching, because you can really nurture that. You can get to know them on damn near a first name basis.
Yeah.
And the relationship that you can build with them. And the next thing you know, you've got so many people in the stream that you're only able to do that with people on your Patreon or your OnlyFans or whatever you
Yeah.
got. And then eventually you've got so many people in there that you just, you can only react to the chats that, like, catch your eye, and you're like, oh, that's something I want to talk about. And you can't even catch the person's name that asked the fucking question, or you get to the point where you can only reply to super chats, and then people that can't donate, they feel kind of left out a little bit because you can barely acknowledge them. So I tell my audience, like, try to enjoy where we're at right now. I'm trying to enjoy where I'm at right now because I know that if I continue to be successful and if I continue to grow the way that I want to, eventually, I will lose some of that. And I'm not looking forward to that, but it just comes with the territory. It comes with the success. And so, right now, I tell people, enjoy where we're at. And I would tell that to other streamers, you might be in such a rush to get big or to get more viewers than that, but man, just whatever you have, nurture it as much as you can because you lose the ability to do that as you grow.
Hell yeah. And speaking of nurturing chat and your viewers, Corn Jenna in the chat just asked, do you watch AEW?
No. I've seen some of it. My favorite wrestler of all time is Jericho. I've kept up with him a little bit, what he did, going over there. And I was a big fan of New Japan. So seeing people like Kenny Omega over there, catches my interest. But it just falls back on it's so hard to watch because those are people that if I would have not had so many injuries, I would be in the ring with them eventually. I wasn't the best pro wrestler, but I had a lot of natural talent. I needed more training. I needed more work. But if I wouldn't have got hurt, I would still be out there myself. I would be, at the very least, I'd be like, yo, get me in a dark match on AEW, and I'd get that shit eventually. Like, so, it's hard to watch because I want to be in that fucking ring so bad doing my thing in front of that audience. And, so that's the main reason why I don't watch. But I'm aware of the success that they've been having, and I'm really, really happy for them. And I'm happy for all the wrestlers that have, left WWE because maybe creative wasn't using them right and gone to AEW and been able to be themselves a little bit more and have maybe a little bit more say in how they perform and their character and not necessarily have everything completely scripted out for them so that they're able to kind of enjoy what they do more. And I think when the workers are enjoying what they do more, they perform better. So I'm very happy for AEW and excited for what's happening there, but I don't get to watch. I really don't get to do much of anything outside of, streaming and then recovering for the next stream.
I feel that, man. I still kind of watch wrestling like here and there.
And thank you for the question, by the way.
Yeah, Corn Jenna, you're fantastic. Thank you for tuning into the stream. This is Rex Sterling, baby, the motherfucking god of abandon. The fucking, this guy is the fucking, he put Hassan wouldn't be nothing without Rex Sterling. You put him on the map, and you kind of put him on blast too, on his bullshit. But yeah, I watch wrestling still sometimes. I feel I was telling Dark Sheik about it when I had Dark Sheik on. I feel offended every time I start watching WWE, like personally insulted. And it's funny because Sheik said that, like, you don't want to insult the audience with anything you do as a performer. And like, I'll always like watch some shit that like is, they'll bring like a badass character on or like a good wrestler with a great gimmick, and then they'll fucking push them all the way to the top just to fucking bury them in a fucked up way. And it's like, why would you bury them for someone like, all right, when your heels are like cringe, I don't like that. I like a heel that's an asshole, and a heel that, like, there's a dude named Tony Vargas that wrestles at this local thing I go to called UGWA, Underground Wrestling Alliance, and this guy like beats the shit out of the faces, like, brutally. He does death matches and shit, and like he literally took the air out of the room with his last match. Like, there's this face called Big Baby Powder. Guy's like a pimp. He used to wrestle in JCW, like, death match wrestler. He came in there, threw the baby powder out. He's a pimp, got chicks coming with him. Everybody loves him. They're like, BBP, BBP. And Tony Vargas brutalized this dude in his match. Like, they fucking, I mean, it was a beautiful match. I really thought he fucked him up. They threw up the fucking that and it was just, the room was silent. And then Vargas fucking gets his title, flips everybody off, and is like, fuck you guys, and everybody leaves. Everybody was offended. They were pissed. That is a heel that I think is killer. Like that's the kind of heel I'm looking for. But when you got a heel like, and I'm not talking like Bailey is a great wrestler in WWE, but that's not not the kind of heel that I'm into. That's like a cringe heel. It's like if she got the Karen haircut, God, I'm fucking, people are gonna give me shit for this, but you know I really got to speak my mind. They should have. You ever seen that dude Otis on WWE? Yeah, you're out of the loop. You're lucky to be out of the loop, man, because you just probably be pissed if you fucking got into this. Otis is this big ass dude. He's like got to be like 350 or something, and he does the worm. Like his special is a fucking worm. He does that shit and does like an elbow drop. He's a big ass dude, but he's like comes from a gypsy family that has been wrestling for generations, and like, you know, they pushed him all the way to the fucking top, and then they gave him this shitty angle and just killed his whole character. Like, you know, they gave him like the pretty girl. They're like, oh, the ugly guy with the pretty girl. And it's like, what the fuck? I'm not 5 years old. But those are the ones that are consuming and buying all the shit. So I don't blame them. But fuck.
I got a good behind the scenes private story about that kind of thing if you're interested. I don't know how many people even know this. So, I had on the Indies, I had a feud with Shannon Moore for a little while. And we became kind of friends for a little while. And I remember after we wrestled each other in a match, do you remember when he was doing that Prince of Punk gimmick?
No.
He did that in TNA, and okay, well, this is going back like 10, 12 years. So Shannon Moore wrestled with the Hardy Boys. He came up in North Carolina here. He came up with the Hardy Boys and all that. Did 3 count in WCW. Went over to WWE, and he was doing Shannon Moore there. He went to TNA. He was doing this Prince of Punk gimmick where he had like this big mohawk and all this, and he was a cruiserweight wrestler. And I liked his gimmick. I liked his look, and I liked his gimmick a lot. You know, I don't know that his matches ever really got to that like, you know, top shelf level or anything like that, but his gimmick was great and I loved watching it. And when WWE first brought in CM Punk and they brought him into ECW, they had Shannon Moore under contract for a minute, which was weird because he had been doing TNA and all of a sudden he was back on WWE and he was in ECW for a second. And they did this backstage segment where, you know, I think Shannon was cutting a promo about being the Prince of Punk or whatever, and then CM Punk walks up to him and looks at him, and he's just like, you are fucking cringe and pathetic, and just slapped the dog shit out of him, and then just walked away. And it just completely buried him, squashed any momentum he would have ever had, completely buried him, and then you didn't really see him again.
Yeah.
So we're sitting at a Waffle House after wrestling each other at a show, and you know, we're sitting there just, you know, getting our food and stuff, and you know, he's there with his girl, and I'm there with some people that brought me to the show. We're next to each other, and I'm like, bro, I gotta ask you a question. He was like, what's up, bro? And I was like, I brought that up, and I was like, why the fuck did that happen? 'Cause I loved that gimmick so much. Like, why? Like, why did they put you in that backstage segment just to get the shit slapped out of you and then like bury you like that?
Yeah.
And he told me the reason why, and it makes total business sense, but it was so fucking dirty. And he took responsibility for it. He said, you know what, it's really my own fault that this happened. So he's doing his Punk gimmick in TNA. He's over in TNA. Maybe he's a little out of the loop. He doesn't even know about CM Punk over in OVW about to be brought up and all this and that, right? So, you know, and he was formerly with WWE. So he's doing this gimmick over in TNA, and maybe the pay is not what he wants it to be, or he feels like it's got more appeal. Maybe WWE would be interested. So he calls Vince, and he says, hey, man, you know, he got his voicemail, but he said, hey, Vince, listen, I'm doing this gimmick over here in TNA, and I think you guys might be interested in it. I'm going to send a tape of it over to you guys. All I ask is just, you know, have creative have a look at it. See if they're interested. So he does that, sends the tape over. You know, fast forward a couple days or maybe a couple weeks, he gets called back from creative at WWE. And they're like, hey, you know, Vince saw your gimmick, saw what you're doing over there in TNA. We're interested. we want to bring you in, and we're gonna pay you twice as much money as we've ever paid you for anything in your life. And Shannon's like, hell yeah, all right, cool, let's do it.
Yeah.
So they bring him in. They brought him in specifically to do that with Punk because they were like, we can't have CM Punk and then TNA have their own Punk character to rival us. So they brought him in and then had their CM Punk bury him and then kicked him out so that, if TNA did try to bring him back, he would already be completely buried and would be no competition to CM Punk. And I was like, oh my fucking God, the business is dirty, bro.
Yeah.
Dirty.
Vince McMahon playing 4D chess over there. That's
Yeah, he did.
fucked up, dude. That's fucked. That's a
Fucking
person's
killed him.
career, man. Like,
Yeah.
I remember seeing, I don't know if it was fucking Fabe or if it was fucking like just a real documentary, but I remember they showed like, this is how WWF works, and it was like hella long ago. And they like brought some guy in, and they're like, "We're gonna give you your gimmick, and you're gonna be Barf Bag, and you're gonna come out and puke." And the guy was like, "What the fuck? Like, I've worked my whole life to do this, and like, this is what you're gonna have me do." And like Vince is like, "Yeah, that's fucking what we're gonna do." He was like young Vince back then. And like,
It was Darren Drozdov, wasn't it?
I think that's what it was. Yeah, and
They called him Puke.
yeah,
They named him Puke.
fuck. Draws ended up getting he ended up fucking his shit up, right? With the running power bomb fucking from
D'Lo.
Motherfucker.
He's wrestling D'Lo Brown, and he took his finisher, and he just landed wrong, and fucking, he didn't even break anything, and like they thought he would be able to walk again, but I guess he got some kind of like really severe nerve damage in his spine or something. There was no break, but Darren Drozdov, man, he was never able to walk again after that match with D'Lo. Fucking D'Lo took that shit really, really hard too, man. It was just a freak accident, man. It was a goddamn shame.
Yeah, that shit's sad. It was crazy because I was watching last night. I just got, or Friday I got Peacock, so I could watch that Halloween Kills, fucking, and they got all the wrestling shit on there too. So I was rewatching 2000 Royal Rumble, and every time D'Lo goes for that running power bomb, I'm like, oh, just because I think about that, and fucking he was doing it to Grandmaster Sexay, and like Grandmaster Sexay fucking he reverses that shit. So I was like, oh shit. I was like, that's even crazier. Like, what the fuck?
Not
like,
today, motherfucker.
Yeah, I know. It's fucking, yeah, it's crazy, man. Corn Jenna commented a little bit more. Said a good example of a heel you could like could be the character Stephen Emile is playing on Heels. Oh, that's like a show, I think. Heels, right?
Talking about that guy that plays the Arrow.
I haven't seen that show. That's like a TV show.
Stephen Amell.
Stephen Amell.
Yeah, he's doing that thing on Netflix, right?
Yeah,
he plays the Arrow.
I'll check that out. And then
Jenna, just so you know, that guy's a fucking asshole.
You met him?
Scenes. Nah, but a guy, I don't want to say his name, but a guy that I've wrestled with for years was in that Netflix show with him.
Yeah.
And Stephen Amell, he almost actually got beat up by CM Punk backstage because he was so disrespectful to Punk when they were talking in a private conversation. He was a total fucking dick to everyone on set. Dude is like way up his own fucking ass. So just so you know, that guy's a fucking prick.
Yeah, fuck that guy. Fuck Stephen Amell. You heard it here first, everybody.
Might be a great actor, but
yeah,
fucking total dick.
Fucking asshole. That's why I never watched Arrow past fucking the first 3 episodes, because I don't like that kind of shit. But I'll check out Heels, Corn Jenna. And Corn Jenna also said Otis has changed his character now. He's a heel now. Fucking not surprised, but I guarantee that he works so fucking hard. That motherfucker deserves a shot. Like, they talk about like good workers are the only people they want to reward fucking real titles with, and it's like that motherfucker. I think that's bullshit. They gave him a shot and he threw it away. I think he literally, like, in his title match, he got a title match at like WrestleMania or some shit. It's like after Money in the Bank, they gave him a shot at it, and he like said, no, I don't want the belt, I just want this chick instead. And then I bet you he split up with her, and that's why they made him a heel. I already know the story. I ain't even got to watch it. And then Jenna said, Rex, suggest me some good matches you had that I can watch on YouTube.
If most of my matches on YouTube are fucking garbage. I would do anything for them to take that cringe down. But if you see any match that I had with Damian Wayne or Chris Escobar, usually in a company called VCW. Those were really good matches that I think might still be up. Although VCW had an issue with sexual misconduct with their previous owner, and I spoke out on it, so they may have removed all my matches. I'm not sure.
Damn.
But if you see anything with me and a wrestler named Damian Wayne or a wrestler named Chris Escobar, they're typically good matches. It just depends on if it was a match early in my career when I still didn't know what the fuck I was doing, or if it's a little bit later. But yeah, or you can reach out to me if you really want a recommendation. You can always reach out to me on any of my social media, and I'll send you a link to something that's decent.
You heard it here first. Rex Sterling got the fucking archives. How many brews you in, man?
Uh, I think this is like my sixth or seventh.
I'm on number 5 right now, so fuck, you're a little ahead of me. I told my cousin today, I said I'm interviewing a wrestler today. We're going beer for beer. He said that guy's going to drink you under the table. I said, we'll see about that. So let's see. As long as I fucking don't shit myself, I'll probably keep drinking.
Yeah, I disrespect my liver on a daily basis, bro. So we're good.
Yeah. Fuck, dude. I did one show where I pulled out the peppermint schnapps, and was it? Yeah, it was. You ever seen that movie, The Stoned Age?
I think I may have.
It's
I don't
about
really remember it well.
two dudes going out on like a Friday night trying to get some chicks, and they hear about these two chicks down by the Frankie Avalon place. They're like in Southern California. They both got they drive this car called the Blue Torpedo, and the movie opens up with like Paranoid by Black Sabbath and shit. It was made in like the
Nice.
90s. Classic. I had one of the guys from there on here, and we were like, I was knocking out hella peppermint schnapps and fucking tall cans. God, I got so fucking shitty that night. It was crazy, man. But yeah, dude, fucking I'd be getting wild on here. This is the crazy show. I want to be like Eric Andre one day and just start breaking shit like on the stream.
Yeah, that dude is wild.
He's fucking nuts.
Wild. He don't give a fuck. Yeah.
So
I respect artists like that, like people that just do whatever the fuck they want to do, and they're not worried about whether or not you like it or don't like it. Like, it seems like people with that mentality always find a way to succeed, man.
yeah, it's like fucking like Nicolas Cage. That motherfucker is crazy. And he don't care about taking big roles. He don't care about doing like small roles. He basically he said like I only take small roles so that way I could do whatever the fuck I want to do. Like,
Yeah.
what's your favorite Nick Cage movie?
Uh, Jesus Christ, man. I'll be honest with you. Nick Cage's acting is pretty rough, but you know what? But this is the flip side of that. I loved that motherfucker in Face Off.
Face Off. Yep.
Like, his performance was so fucking good in Face Off. And that I go back and I try to watch that movie now. I'm like, what the fuck? But it's just like you know what I'm saying? Like, Nick is, I think he did good in National Treasure, but it's been so long since I saw it, the first one.
Yeah.
And he's had some other films that I thought he did a really good job in, but it's been so long since I watched a Nick Cage film, I probably couldn't remember the name of it.
Yeah, he's in some weird shit, man. There's
Edward Norton is another one that is fantastic and does a lot of random stuff.
he did fucking Hulk. I was like, what the fuck? After seeing him in American History X and then
Yeah.
seeing him as the Hulk, because I probably had seen those movies within like 2 years. I remember like I was like probably 13 like at the time Hulk came out, and I had just seen, I was like 11 when I saw American History X. That movie blew my mind. I couldn't see him as not the dude from that movie, and I'm like,
Yeah.
now he's the Hulk, like, and then I
Yeah.
made it up in my head like, what if it was like that's the next step in his life, like his little brother died and now he's the fucking Hulk.
Oh, you gotta make it work somehow. Ryan Gosling, another fucking actor that's doesn't get talked about as much anymore, but did a lot of really big roles, Notebook and all that shit. But also did like a lot of smaller roles that he just fucking killed, man. Like when I originally graduated high school, I went to a university here in North Carolina to be an actor. That was originally what I was going to do, is be an actor. I
Damn.
went on a theater scholarship. So yeah, I would still absolutely love to either be in or write or direct a movie. But you just end up, you know,
Would you be
I write and
down?
direct my streams.
Would you be in a horror movie?
Yeah, I'd be totally down for it. I had I had an opportunity not too long ago to actually be in a horror film, and it fell through for like the dumbest fucking reason. Like it fell through for the dumbest fucking reason. There's a at the time there was a big age gap between me and the girl I was dating, and the guy that was that wanted to bring me on for the horror film, we were just chatting, having the best conversation. And we were talking about relationships. He's talking about his wife and stuff. I was talking about the girl that I was dating and stuff like that. And I brought up her age, and like he was just immediately like disinterested. Started treating me. He basically just felt like I was a pedophile
The fuck?
because yeah, because I'm like, at the time I was like 32, 33 years old, and
Yeah.
she was like 20, you know.
What the fuck?
And I mean, like,
Come
it's
on.
legal, like, you know what I mean? Like,
Yeah.
we met at our job, but like that just he thought that was so fucking gross, and so I lost that opportunity.
Yeah, when I
And
met my
whatever.
wife, she was like 18 and I was like 25. Like that ain't, that's I guess some people might think that's weird, but it's like I don't know, man, like you're all
It's the
adults at that
chemistry,
point.
man.
Yeah, it's
It's the
you
chemistry.
click
Like
with somebody, you click with them.
yeah, you click or you don't, man. And we just clicked. Like I wasn't interested in her because of her age. Like, I know that there's guys that's like, "Ooh, I want me a young girl.
Yeah.
Let me get that 18, 19." You know
Yeah.
what I mean?
Barely
That's not
legal.
me, dude. I was like, nah, like fucking young girls are like, it's too much. Like they're not mature enough. But
Exactly.
we did click, man, and just so for me it was in spite of the age, because I was like, man, it's not gonna work because of the age gap. But we just clicked so fucking well. And so I was like, well, fuck it, I'm gonna give it a try. If she wants to, we'll see what happens.
Yeah.
But that's just like I said, that's a big part of our culture that I can't stand, is that there's nobody gives a shit about the context. Nobody wants to hear the full story. Nobody wants to hear, the behind the scenes. They're just like, this number and that number, pedophile, or this number and that, gross, or it's just so quick to rush to judgment. And I tried to tell, because his reaction was like so obvious and immediate. I knew, how he felt, because he didn't really hold back. But I was like, bro, like, like you need to meet us, see us together. Like
Yeah.
it's like we have a beautiful relationship, but nobody gave a fuck about facts. They just cared about how it might be perceived or looked, and I hate that part of our culture.
Yeah. Well, I'm going to say it because I don't know how, what you want to say, but I'm going to say it. Fuck that guy. You want Rex Sterling in your movie. You got to have that motherfucker in the movie, man. This guy right here belongs in your movie. It don't matter fucking his taste in women. He's not doing anything wrong. He's not doing any first and foremost, he's not doing anything wrong because like my fuck, I was about to say some weird shit. Yo, I got some AEW motherfucker in here. I had Mr. NXT. I had Corn Jenna. Yo, I have the greatest viewer fucking names. Like, I swear to God, you guys are the like, yo, thank you. Holy shit. AEW Mark said, "What is your opinion on Bray Wyatt, The Fiend, and the Firefly Funhouse stuff?" Have you seen that?
So I'm familiar with Bray Wyatt's character. I saw. I was a huge fan of his character. I loved what Bray Wyatt was doing. But I tuned out around the time that the Funhouse stuff started. So I really can't comment on it. When I kind of saw the Funhouse thing, I was like, okay, so my opinion of it without having like really watched it, let me preface with that, is that I thought like that kind of looks stupid to me, but I could see how Bray could make that work. So I don't know if he did. I don't know if it was cringy or if he like really fed into like this wholesome thing versus his really like kind of demented character in the ring. I don't know like what they ended up really doing with that. But Bray Wyatt was incredibly talented and he worked his gimmick so fucking well. And I hope that he was treated by creative in WWE the way that he deserved because I felt like what he was doing was so interesting and so different. It was, like when you think of like the creepy entrance in the ring going dark, you think of like the Undertaker or something like that. Like Bray was doing something that was along those lines, but it to me came across so original. I loved what he was doing with the Wyatt family and all that. I thought it was so interesting, and I thought it was really captivating, as far as the gimmick and the way that he worked. But I haven't seen much of the Funhouse stuff. It was like Blue's Clues with fucking Bray Wyatt or something. Is what it
Yeah.
looked like. Is what it looked like to me. I don't know. I didn't watch it, so I can't really comment on that part. But I was a fan of Bray Wyatt and what he was doing. I thought he worked his gimmick incredibly well, and I feel like the crowd was so fucking behind him. But I didn't get the feeling that creative was as behind him as the crowd was because sometimes they would book him to lose in situations where like I could just tell that crowd wanted that motherfucker to win.
Yeah.
And so I don't know what happened with that, but I was there for when he started. I was there for the first like 6 months of his run, keeping an eye on what he was doing, and I was captivated. I thought it was really interesting. I thought he was doing something original. If even if it wasn't original, he was doing it so fucking well. So I hope that I hope that his story went well, that he was treated well, that he was given good storylines and given good opponents, and that they took advantage of his gimmick. But I wouldn't be surprised if they didn't.
So with me and Bray Wyatt, I fucking during the pandemic was when I got back into WWE. I decided to give him another chance, and it was because WrestleMania was gonna be on their streaming service, and I was like, well, if I'll give it a go. They had a match with him and John Cena, which was a Firefly Funhouse match. That was the first time I was introduced to him as a character. I thought he was fucking sick because it reminded me of kind of like House of a Thousand Corpses type dude, like, but
100%.
on like a kid's show, you know what I mean? So it was sick. And I don't mean like the kid's show, like him doing the puppets. I mean like WWE's a fucking kid show. So seeing some shit like that, like on there was hella cool to see. But and I thought they were gonna bury the fuck out of him because I talked to my cousin who like watches all of it, and he told me immediately, he's like, oh yeah, they're gonna fucking shit on him all over during this WrestleMania. And they did a match where it was like pre-recorded. Everything was like kind of like how they did Taker's match with AJ Styles. I don't know if you've seen any of that, but it was like fucking pretty much just a pre-recorded match where he was putting Cena through all these different like scenarios and putting him in different outfits, and like Cena's like, what the fuck am I doing here? And then like Bray Wyatt beat him at the end. I thought he was gonna get beat by Cena, but yeah, they show like a flashback to where Cena did beat him at one point, and then he like gets his fucking revenge as the Fiend. He like turns into the Fiend and he gets him, and it was pretty cool. I was like, oh shit, they just pushed the shit out of Bray Wyatt. He's about to be huge, and then they fucking buried him. They gave I don't even know, what's that big ass dude's name? The one that was in his family, who used to wear the mask, and his like shtick when his gimmick when he first came out
I know
was
who you're talking about.
he would just tear every setup, and he was like a big monster, like giant type dude. Yeah, with the WWE,
Hey,
yeah.
I'm sorry to cut you off. I just wanted to. I don't know if this is happening for you or your viewers or just on my end, but it's breaking up really bad. I'm starting to get a lot of lag, like it's going in and out. Is that happening for anybody else, or is that just on my end? If it's just on my end, I don't give a shit, but I just wanted to check for your viewers.
Let me double check. If you see anything, chat, let me know.
Yeah, if it's clear and not
Let me
getting muddy
double
for them,
check.
then I don't give a shit how it looks for me. But I just wanted to point it out because it started going in and out really bad. Ended up really doing with that, but Bray Wyatt was incredible.
Outfits, and like Cena's like, what the fuck am I doing here? And then like, so yeah, we're good on the stream. Yeah, streams 100. Braun Strowman, that's who it is.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Strawman. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I loved it. Like I loved what that whole like family was doing. Their whole look like Duck Dynasty meets House of the Thousand Corpses type shit. Like it was so
Yeah.
wild, man. And I just loved it. So I haven't kept up with it as much as probably you have in your audience. So all I can say is I hope that WWE really took advantage of the gimmick with them and really used them well because there was so much potential with them. It was kind of like a new take on like Undertaker and Kane with a little bit of Mankind thrown in there, and I just felt like, yeah, that was something to really run with. I hope they did.
Yeah. I mean, I tuned out after fucking they buried him with Braun Strowman. Like, they tried.
What?
The Fiend literally just, like, stopped showing up, like, after a while. Yeah. Like, it was fucked up, man. They had a lot of potential with that to make it a captivating show. Hey, we cool to take a quick piss break? Fucking
Yeah,
with all these
absolutely.
beers.
Yeah,
All
absolutely,
right.
man. We can do that
All
as
right.
long as your audience is cool with it. I'll be right back.
All right, cool. Check this out. I got this for the.
All right, I'll be right back.
Damn. You take a quick piss too, man.
Necessary.
I know. I was like, I don't know. Did you? You had to go too, or you just had to get more beer? That's crazy.
Both.
Yeah, I know. I fucking sometimes I hold it out with motherfuckers. There'll be like 2 hours go by, and then someone's like, "All right, I got it." It's like who taps out first, like type thing. But I remember the other week it was so bad when I was interviewing Bradford Tatum because we were going for like 4 hours, bro. I fucking was like listening to like what he was saying, and I was like so into it because he was telling me about some crazy shit in Hollywood, and I was like, all right, man, let's take 1 second. I gotta go. And I was like, all right, I gotta make the piss screen. I gotta make the fucking. We gotta take a piss. So yeah, we just took pisses. We're feeling fresh. We're about to restart. We got some
Shit,
water.
we gave the chat a chance to go take a fucking piss too, man.
I
I'm sure
know.
they had something to do by now.
Yeah, the chat's popping tonight, man. We got some great people in here. Thank you so much,
I wish
everybody.
I could see him, tell him I love him, and I appreciate him being here.
Oh, you just told them.
Mm.
Hell yeah, man.
I fucking love you, bitch.
But yeah, so we haven't talked. We're talking about wrestling. We're talking about streaming, but we haven't talked about gaming, like actual games. I wanted to ask you, and so you've been playing a lot of shit as of late. Do you feel like you've been playing everything that you want to play, or are you playing shit because it's like fresh releasing? Because I noticed like some games you play and you don't come back to, like Far Cry 6, for example. Like,
Mm-hmm.
do you feel like you're just trying to? Were you just trying to hit those new releases for a second?
We when getting back into gimmicks a little bit. One of the things that one of the you got to figure out what is the thing with your channel. Are you a Call of Duty streamer that's dropping 30 kills? Are you, somebody that does just chatting? Are you doing ASMR with a microphone up your asshole? You got to figure out who you
Yeah.
are. And for me, um, you know, trying to cover these live events and trying to cover when new games drop has kind of become my thing. And it's hard for that to be your thing because you end up having to buy all these fucking games, bro. It's expensive. But, my chat understands and they've been super fucking supportive and they've been paying for a lot of the games that I play.
Yeah.
So yeah, I have been, sticking to a lot of newer releases. I think that recently, in the past, like 3 weeks, we've reintroduced the level up system to my stream. I don't know if you've seen that or not, but it's actually an old donation goal system that was in my stream before Abandoned. I cut it off during Abandoned, and I never brought it back because I was worried about looking thirsty for donations. Because I don't like that,
Yeah.
and I don't want to appear that way to, even though I need that shit.
Yeah.
I don't want to appear that way to my audience. You know what I'm saying? There's nothing more unappealing than somebody that's just like begging for your money. So I took it off, but during one stream a couple of weeks ago, you know, it came up somehow in the chat, and I explained to all the new, people, all the new viewers that I have, what that system was, and basically the way that system came about was, I was getting a lot of donations, and it felt good. And I know that I'm not necessarily selling anything. I'm not selling a service. I'm not selling anything. They are donations. But I wanted to be able to thank my community for their donations in a more substantial way than just saying, thanks, guys. So, what I came up with was this system called the Level Up system. And I'm a huge RPG fan. So, what I decided is that every dollar donated to my stream would be like an experience point that the stream gained, right? So every dollar is an XP point, and when we get to $100, which is 100 XP points, the stream would level up. So we would go from level 0 to level 1, 2, 3, and when we leveled up, I would give, what do you get in a video game? You get a skill point that you can distribute to your character, right? So I would give that to my chat in my Discord, and I would say, look, you guys hit 100. Here's a skill point, and this is how you spend it. I'm gonna create a poll, and I'm gonna fill the poll with suggestions from the community of what kind of streams, what kind of games, whatever you want to see. And then you guys can vote on how you want to spend your skill point, and then whatever wins that poll, I will do that stream. And people fucking loved it.
Yeah.
It was a massive success, and that's how Dress to Kill was born. Because it started off with this girl that used to come to every stream. She was like, "I want you to dress like an e-girl and do a stream that way." And I was like, "Fuck!" And then it won, and I was like, "Oh,
Ah.
fuck!" In fact, I think it was the first one that won
Yeah.
actually. So I was like, that's where the makeup and all that shit in the wig. So I started doing that, and but I stopped it, after Abandoned because I was like, well, I feel self-conscious again about looking like I'm trying to overly encourage donations. I want them. I don't want to, I It's weird. So, but me and my chat ended up talking about it, and they were like, "Dude, that's fucking dope. You need to
Yeah.
bring that back." So I did, and I was like, "Look, guys, we can't set this at 100 because we'll meet it in like 2 days, and then we'll meet it in 2 more days, and then like I fucking won't be able to. Every stream will just be a level up, so we got to set it at something realistic. So we set it at 300, and then we met. We set it at 300, and then they donated 550,
Yeah.
and I was like, "Well, fucking, we gotta raise it now, you motherfuckers! Like, what are you doing? You know?" So we bumped it up. They wanted to bump it up to 420. We did that. We met that within the next 3 streams. So now it's at 1,000, and we've already met that now. So, um, and what happens is, I put out the vote, and so they chose Silent Hill, a Silent Hill playthrough. That won the first one, and that's what we did before I went on break. And everybody loved it. It was great. And then Silent Hill 2 won the 420. Silent Hill 2 won that poll, and then Silent Hill 3 has won the poll on the $1,000 donation. So I'm gonna be playing a
Damn.
lot of Silent Hill. Hey, it is what it is. They've paid for it, so fuck it. I'll play the game they want to see. Shit,
Hell
you
yeah.
know. So I think that like after seeing how this has been going, assuming that it will kind of continue in that direction, I think that I will, when I do level ups, I think that that is probably the only time, unless it's a really short game, that I will do full playthroughs. And then in between those level ups is when we'll be talking about new games, chatting, review embargoes, scores, and community game nights and things like that. And I think that that's going to be kind of the rhythm that I experiment with for now. But no, to answer your question, I do not get to play the games I want to play most of the time.
Yeah.
And that's not a complaint, but that's just in recognition of this is a job now. This is, it's a job, it's a career. I love it, but there has to be a compromise between me and the community. I might want to play this obscure JRPG that 4 people out of 1,000 really want to watch. They might want me to play Far Cry, and I like Far Cry, and like 100 of them are interested in that. So we try to meet in the middle. But I don't always get to come back to games because, like for instance, they wanted to see Life is Strange, that new one that dropped like last month, right after Deathloop, I think. And I thought that would be so easy, bro. It's already broken up into 5 episodes. Each episode is like hour and a half to 2.5 hours long. Of course, you're streaming and you're chatting, so might as well go ahead and drag that out to 3.5 hours. So I was like, easy. That's a Monday through Friday thing, right? Fucking got 3 episodes in before another game dropped, and then Tokyo Game Show started, and I haven't been able to go back to do episode 4. And I really want to. I really want to see what happens.
Yeah.
And I stream so much, and I play games so much that when my stream ends, sometimes I take my PS5 over here in the studio. I'll take it and hook it up in the living room, and I'll get in like a nice, comfortable recliner, and I'll be like, and I'll play for like 30 seconds, and
Yeah.
like I'm just burnt out, So I don't get to play games for like just the fun and recreation the way I want to. But that is a sacrifice that I am making now early in my career to cover these new games, to play the games that my community votes for, the games that they donate for. They absolutely deserve it. I mean, it doesn't bother me at all, but I am aware that at one point, at some point I'll get big enough to where I'm making enough money streaming that when you've got 30 people in the chat and you're like, man, I just really want to play Final Fantasy 6. And you boot that shit up and it goes from 20 to 7. That is a big deal.
Yeah.
That's rough. But when you've got 400, 500 people in there and you boot up Final Fantasy 6 and it drops down to 150, who gives a shit,
Yeah.
So, I just have the understanding that right now it's this back and forth with me and my community where I do things I want to do, but I also make sure that I'm there for them, doing the things, giving them the content they want to see, and knowing that at some point I'll be big enough to where it doesn't really matter what I play because, the more people you get in your community, the more people you have in your chat, they start becoming friends in the chat.
Yeah.
And I'll notice that like I'll Death Stranding. I'll start playing Death Stranding and I'll be like really into it and I'll look over at my chat because it's like I'll just see it like chats. And I'll look and I'll be like, fuck, I need to respond to some of this. And I'll look and dude, they're not even talking about
We're
me
talking to each
or
other.
my game. They're just talking to each other and it's fucking beautiful, man.
Yeah.
Like that's community, you
I
know? And
fucking Ray, man, your mod Ray, fucking I
mhm,
me and that fool chopped it up like just randomly in your Discord one night
he's
for
cool as
like
fuck.
for hours. Me and him were just shooting the shit. Like he's cool ass dude. I was like, man, I need to get you on the fucking show with your stories you fucking got about the music industry and shit. You know, it's a total trip. The people that you meet in chat. Like I feel that on David Jaffe's stream, like I probably 30% of my comments are directed to other people, and it's a trip, man.
Uh-huh.
Like I've this shit didn't make sense to me. Like streaming when I first was watching it, I'm like, who the fuck wants to watch people play games? You know, when you could just play them, and then like now, like when I started streaming, I told my mom, yeah, I'm like people are watching me play games, they're talking to me. She's like, what the fuck? Like she thinks I'm like doing some like weird shit. I'm like, no, I'm not. I'm
Selling
not like,
feet pics.
yeah, I'm not naked fucking playing these games, mom. Like I'm fucking like check out the stream. You know, my mom watched for like 5 minutes. I saw it. What do you think about it? She didn't respond. I was like, I was
I
like,
feel you. I fucking feel you.
yeah. But then once they saw the interviews, my parents were like, oh, that's badass. Because my dad loves that movie, The Stoned Age. So when I had the guy from The Stoned Age, Bradford Tatum, on, my dad was like, what the fuck? You're talking to Hubs from that movie? I'm like, yeah, dude. Like,
Fucking
I
awesome.
think I'm doing something right. Like, fuck,
Yeah.
man. It's a total trip.
100%.
But
Yeah, 100%. And it kind of goes back to again, you know, something I said earlier is like there's levels to this and like you know, you got to enjoy where you're at on each level and like right now, you know, there's like this kind of give and take and I have to kind of make these concessions on what I play. I would love to boot up Saga Frontier or Trials of Mana remake or Outer Wilds, Outer Worlds, Fallout 4, Skyrim just to fucking play old shit, you know, break out the the fucking the SNES Mini, bro, and
yeah,
fucking go some Street Fighter 2 Turbo, bro. But you know we're not there yet. Right now, you know, it's like this back and forth and you know, it just comes with time. Like right now, you know, there's certain sacrifices that I'm making at the level that I'm at that when I get bigger, I won't have to make those sacrifices, but I won't have to, but I'll have to remember that like I still need to, even though no matter what I do, there'll still be a certain number of people in there. There'll still be a certain number of donations, and I'll be fine no matter what. I think the difference between streamers that are really successful and that you know have really meaningful streams versus those that are experiencing success, but like you look at their shit and you're like, meh, is like people that still, no matter how big they get, you know, remember their chat and and give back to their community and that you know what I know you guys really want to see Back for Blood. I'm not really that interested in it, but fuck it, let's boot it up. We're gonna play that shit all night, and if you guys want to jump in, let's do it. Like shit like that means so much to your audience, and you don't have to do it every stream, but like
yeah.
you know that's a balance that I made a promise to myself I wouldn't forget no matter how big I got, you know.
That's fucking cool, man. Like some motherfuckers get too big. Like, you know, video game Donkey.
I know
Like,
Donkey, yeah.
yeah, like that motherfucker is a trip. Like the way he switched everything up. Because remember, he just made content for years, and then he like kind of like. You have you seen like the shift that he's done in the last year or so on YouTube?
Is he still doing that?
He's
I saw the video he put out where he was like, let me just paint a picture for you.
yeah,
And he's like, look at I put out this content and I'm like here for you guys. These are the views that I get every month. This is where I am on YouTube, right? He was like, now let me show you a YouTuber. Let
yeah,
me show you Markiplier or PewDiePie. And it was just like crushing. And he was
yeah,
like, I don't want to do this kind of content, but it feels like this is what you got to do to be successful. And I didn't know, it kind of came off like satire, right? Like a troll, where he was like, I'm just going to start doing that bullshit. And he was doing it and doing it almost like in a mocking kind of way. But I didn't know, like, you know, the whole community for Donkey was like, I wonder how long he's going to do this. Is he still doing it?
yeah. He's
Like
a streamer now.
Drama Mondays and stuff like that? Is he still doing shit like that?
Occasionally he puts those out, but he went back to making like videos, but it's funny because his content now is his streams. Like he gets, you know, compilation of shit from his streams. I think he has someone putting it all together and then making like
Mm-hmm.
dunky videos, but it's mostly just his streams now, and he just streams all the fucking time. Doesn't read the chat. He'll read like one or two like hella funny chats that pop up, you know, in his shit. But yeah, Donkey, he doesn't make videos like he used to. But the shit he puts out there, he's still Donkey, so he's still funny. But yeah, the Drama Mondays and shit. Let me see. Does he still do that though? That's something I was wondering too, because I like watch his videos. I don't watch him like I used to after he started doing that. But
Yeah.
yeah, it's
I wonder
mostly.
how it affected his sub count. Like, I wonder if he like really did. I mean, I'm assuming if he's still doing it, it couldn't have hurt him.
He's killing it on Twitch now. I know he's just, it's constant fucking bits for this guy. When I see him, like he's definitely making more money, I think, than he made off YouTube, and his videos still have multiple millions of views.
He
But
got married like a couple of years ago, didn't he? Like 3, 4 years ago.
yeah, and he's probably, I think he's gonna have a kid too. I don't know if like he announced that yet, but he basically said like in that video, I got a wife now and potentially a kid in the future. I want to make sure I can provide for them, so it makes sense for him to
Yeah.
do that.
I
You
was
know.
gonna say, he might just be like, putting the family first. I mean, hey man, like, for me, I might not enjoy the content anymore, but I just hope that he's enjoying himself,
Oh yeah.
making it, and that, if he's made that decision, like I've been putting my content first for so long, but I'm gonna put, growth and money and financial stuff first now because I'm thinking about my family. Bro, I get it. I get it. I get it. I totally get it, and I got nothing negative to say about it. I'm not watching it,
Oh
but
yeah. No,
I fucking get it. You
he
know what I mean?
he made a fucking video still like a month ago, like a Tekken. He did a video on Tekken that was fucking hilarious. It's
Did
like
he?
a, yeah, it's like a review, a dunk view. So he still
Yeah.
drops some like good content, like some shit like that. And
Uh,
I've peeped the stream
the
too, and
classics.
it's good too because he's like trolling what popular YouTubers do. He's like reacting to like Beaver videos or like stupid ass
Uh-huh.
shit, and he's just like, "What the fuck is this? Like, you guys really want me to watch this?" Like,
It's
it's
it's kind of fucked up because it's like you care so much about your content and you want to do something that's true to yourself and something that's you want to do something original, something different. You want to it's not just standing out for the flex. Like you want to feel like you bring something to the platform, that you're not just another blah blah blah. Like you want to be original. You want to provide something different for the audience. And then you look at these fucking TikToks and shit and you're just like, "Man, I could just do the dumbest, most like mindless, boring, preconceived, completely staged shit that's so obvious it's staged and people still will eat it up. And I could probably make a lot more money." It's just like, man, I don't know. I don't consider what Donkey's doing selling out. Because he's done his time, and if he wants to fucking make that bag and fucking take care of his family, he's got a kid and all that. I don't criticize that at all, but it makes it hard. It's like, I mean, imagine a woman, like imagine a girl that's on Twitch right now that's streaming and just loves video games and just wants to stream, and every single day she's seeing bitches with their cleavage out getting more views than her, and she's like, I know I could do it, but it's like I wanna like I want to do my own thing and be successful, but like fuck, all I got to do is like just show a little bit of something. Or I could just like fuck, I've got a job making good money, but I could just do OnlyFans. It's like that temptation is already there and is always there. And it's like it's not, I don't think it speaks to like whether or not you're a good or bad person if you do it. I think it's just about like being true to yourself, because I think that ultimately, if you hop onto a trend or if you hop onto easy money, just for that, but you're not happy with what you're doing and it's not you, there's like this underlying unhappiness and depression that can set in over time. And you see that. And then like, you wonder like, what, this YouTuber's got like 4 million subs and he's up here crying about how unhappy he is. Why? And a lot of times that's what it is. It's they did what they needed to do to get those views and get that audience
Yeah,
up, but they weren't happy doing it, and
that's
it's rough. It's rough.
Bradford Tatum was telling me, and because he was in the movie Powder, and he did a lot of
Uh-huh.
shit with. He was in a
Loved
lot of
that movie.
he was in a lot of big movies, and he told me that whenever he like talked to a producer, like a big producer and shit, it was a trend that they all would casually mention they made some sort of deal with the devil. And he said, he was like, I don't know if that's like literal what they meant or if it was just something along the lines of like they sold out, you know?
Shout out to Isaac Cappy.
Who's that?
Oh man, I can't talk about that, but you can Google it.
Oh man. Oh, that's crazy, man. Hey, oh, come on, Rex. You said you fuck with the Ouija. You fuck with the
He was he
huh?
was an actor and a celebrity in Hollywood that outed a bunch of pedophiles and then committed suicide. But
Oh, he got
people that
Epstein.
people that want to look it up, like you know what I'm saying, like. Well, this is yeah,
Damn.
it's yeah. He talked about the same kind of stuff though. Is there's too many people in Hollywood. There's too many celebrities that have nothing to gain from talking about that shit that bring it up. So there's something there, something there.
Yeah, that's kind of what he was telling me about it. He was like, and he said there's like the big industry, which is like it's all plastic, like in Hollywood, like big Hollywood, and it's
Hmm.
really weird like how big they can make people. But he said then there's indie world where like people really just make projects for a passion and they just want to make things
Hmm.
from love, and like there's really good shit that comes out of there that doesn't necessarily have to be a blockbuster but has more content, has more fucking substance to it than these things, which are like really nice to see. But I kind of
Hmm.
got a little off the rails. Ray just jumped in here. RU46 and 2, baby. What's up, Ray? He said, "What's up, y'all?" Was just watching the Far Cry 6 stream. That's what I'm talking about.
Hell yeah.
Fucking love that guy, man. Ray,
Hey, do you have a link that I can share out where people can tune into this that you can give me, or is it on your Twitter or something?
yeah, I'll shoot it over to you right now. My bad. I fucking.
I
Uh, uh,
mean, I'm
uh,
stupid. I should have fucking asked about this like a million years ago.
Nah, it's all good, bro. I fucking like I
Oh,
said, people usually tune in afterwards anyway, so I'll send it to you right meow. Let's go. Here, I'll put it in the self-promotion channel on your thing.
on the Discord? Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
But yeah, man, fucking that shit's oh, what the
Hold on
fuck?
one second.
Oh, I fucked up on Discord.
I don't. It might take me out for a second to go in here and get this.
Oh, go for it.
I just want to, because I know some of my audience will want to see this. Let me go back to this. Let me put this on.
Yeah, man, I fucking
I
love
just, yeah, I just sent that out. There we go.
for sure. But yeah, man, fucking that shit's crazy, man. The fucking industry and all that shit. Has anybody ever asked you to sell your soul? Or were you ever told to do some funny shit to like progress your wrestling career?
I mean, suck a dick,
They really
like.
did? They told you?
Yeah, I had a guy come at me, and he was like, "Man, you're so talented, and I would absolutely love to pay you more, book you up with a hotel, put a strap on you, like really advance your career, but if you'd be willing to send me some naked pictures or maybe meet me at a hotel room, and I know you're not gay, you don't have to do anything. Maybe you could just, dance on me or maybe just watch me jerk off or something, and we could work something out." So stuff like that is the most that has happened to me.
Damn.
Out, yeah, well,
Yeah, how come you
sure.
didn't meet to that motherfucker yet?
You know what I kind of did. When I had that experience with him, but I didn't know that experience was happening with a lot of other people, and then it came out later that it was. and I released a statement on it that
Oh, you did early. Oh, okay. Yeah. All right.
so
Hell yeah,
you know
brother. No, fuck
I you
yeah.
know
You gotta put
people
people on
well
blast, man. You
I
gotta.
wasn't. I didn't want to. I didn't want to, but like I had a lot of people, like pro wrestlers that I really respect, reach out to me, and they're like, you need to say something about this because we know this happened to you, and it's happening to other guys now, newer guys, and they're speaking out, and people don't want to believe them, but people would listen to you
Because you've
because
been
I had been in the
around.
business for over a decade, man.
Yeah.
So I was like, well, shit, I'll fucking, so I shared my story and he got, what was coming to him. And then I fucking, I backed off, I don't want to fucking, you know, I don't want a death sentence, but,
Yeah.
hopefully he learned from it and changed, that's what I hope.
Yeah, that's crazy, man.
I mean, he never, it's like I never felt really, violated or like he didn't try to force me. It was just,
Yeah.
it just sucked that it was like, man, all I got to do is gargle these nuts and I can fucking be the star of the show. But I just wasn't willing. I wasn't willing to do it. So, it is what it is.
Yeah. That
I just
takes
moved on.
brown nose into a whole new level.
Yeah. I
Fucking.
can only imagine what the women go through because I mean,
Oh,
if I'm a dude and I have that story, I'm telling you, the girls have been run through pretty bad, a lot
yeah.
of them, and it's a fucking shame, man. It
That
really is.
sucks,
But
dude.
I think that now, like, I really think that movement hit pro wrestling really hard, especially when it hit, Pro Wrestling Gorilla, and it hit, what's his name, Ryan something or something Ryan or whatever. I don't want to get into it, but it hit wrestling pretty hard, and hopefully that kind of behavior
Yeah.
fell back.
It's like making a safe place for the wrestlers is like a thing that a lot of, I feel like, independent organizations are trying to focus on now. Like I noticed like Dark Sheik is super about that. Like, yo, if anything that we don't tolerate goes on backstage, like that's it. We're not like, and then
It
Ugwa,
has to be that way. It
yeah.
has to be that way.
And I think it's cool because like that we're getting here now. Like we're getting better as people as time progresses, no doubt. And it's like she it's I don't know, man, like these indie organizations that really just put on like great content, like they treat their wrestlers fucking fantastic. I feel like the ones that really put on a good fucking show. And like, I don't know. Maybe it's because like they have experience wrestling and they've been booked by people. Like Sheik was on the circuit for a long ass time on the indie shit, and then kind of like knows like what the worst situations can be for wrestlers, and then like literally just wants to put people on. Man, you got to check out Hood Slam sometime. That shit is fucking crazy. Like I gotta link you some Hood Slam. Fucking, they're absolutely insane. They have a video game match where they did like, it was like a video game fighting match where they have like Ryu versus Eddie Gordo versus Sub Zero, and it was a triple threat, and they're actually doing the moves from the fucking game,
I
which
think
was
that's
like,
awesome.
yeah,
That's awesome.
it's just fun. You go there, you have some brews, you watch the shit pop off, and like they did it at like the Opera House in Oakland, which was just like off the hook. Like, and it was crazy. Like you go in there and they're playing like they have like a little TV, CRTV with CRT TV with like a fucking N64 on it, and like in a couch. Like when you go in, people are just smoking bud and like playing games. So fucking
Hell yeah.
cool. Like
Hell yeah.
it sets the vibe. Like right when you walk in, you're like, oh, this is that kind of show. Like you just let loose, And then Ugwa is the other one I was talking about, where I have a lot of people from Ugwa on here, and like, bruh, that's an organization that if you're ever in California, man, you got to come see a Ugwa show. I'll get you in there. Fucking.
No, that would be awesome to check
Yeah.
it out, man, for sure, dude. I think like with pro wrestling, like when people find out I'm a pro wrestler, you'd be surprised. Like I still like from day one till now, I still get asked all the time, like, so is pro wrestling fake? Like,
You don't say the F word. You never say the F word.
it's just so it's so weird to me because it's like when you go and watch a movie, do you ask that question? You know what I mean?
Well, here's my thing that I gotta say about wrestling too. That like, I say this all the fucking time on here too. Like, so you look at an MMA fighter, right? MMA's real,
Mm-hmm.
right? These guys are
Mm-hmm.
knocking each other out, fucking each other up. In an MMA training, like MMA training, the whole thing you're training to do is to not get hit. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Now, wrestling training, the whole fucking training is how to get hit and minimize the damage that you're fucking taking.
Mm-hmm.
So the risk is fucking there because you guys are doing shit that literally one miscalculation, one you take the wrong step, you botch some shit, it can fuck someone up. Not only like there's so many different factors that could fuck someone up. And then it's like you take intentional bumps. Look at Chris Benoit. That motherfucker gave himself a concussion. What did they say? He did 3 house shows a week for like a fucking year, and it came out to be like 80 shows or some shit a year where he was giving himself a concussion every single night doing the flying headbutt. You guys put yourselves through an insane amount of damage. In MMA, someone breaks their shit, the referee goes over and they call it right there, and that person's not cleared to go again for a year. In
Mm-hmm.
wrestling, you just told me you fucked your shit up and had to go fucking do an even tougher match the next day, and everybody's just like, all right, how are we gonna do it? Because it's for the crowd. People get concussed, they get KO'd, and fucking as long as they squeeze the ref, that ain't going up, and it's still going. It wrestling's a whole different. It's probably the realest shit that
The
you know.
thing for me is like, I just like when people like bring it up to me, I just tell them like, like take real and fake out of the equation because it's like so hard. It's such a vague, easy statement to make. Like, real versus fake. Like pro wrestling is just pro wrestling. Like when when an actor goes up and accepts an Academy Award for a performance, like say who was Joaquin Phoenix for Joker, right? When he's given his speech, nobody jumps up and says, "Hey, hey, 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 he's not really the Joker. He was just playing a fucking part. That's fake." You know how much that person would get laughed out of the fucking building? We
Yeah.
all know what it is. You know what I mean? And it's like when people like ask me if pro wrestling is fake, I'm like, well, what do you think it is? Like, do you think we're really fighting? Well, no. I mean, I think you guys probably talk it out and then go out there and then wrestle and then you fucking you know what I'm saying? You probably like maybe call it in the ring or do yeah, well then this pro wrestling is pro wrestling. You know what it is. Like it's not real or fake. It's just pro wrestling. Like what it is. When I was a kid, I watched pro wrestling and I was like, there's no way that dude got hit that many times and doesn't have a black eye. It's like we understand what it is and we like what it is. So
Yeah.
why degrade it? It's all comparative. When you say pro wrestling is fake, what you're doing, what people are doing 9 times out of 10 when they would come to me at a show or when they would come to me in an interview and ask about it is like you're asking me if pro wrestling is MMA. You already know the answer. So like the question is just condescending in nature and disingenuous. Like pro wrestling is pro wrestling. Like what we're doing. It's a performance. Like the best way that I could compare it, and this is what I said in an interview one time. I was like, what we do is essentially we are stuntmen that perform a fight scene in one take live in front of a crowd, and no matter what happens, if it goes off perfect
Damn.
or if there's fuck ups, we have to roll with it. And when you think about it that way, that's what makes it so fucking fun. You know what I mean? There's no take two, there's no redoing shit. Like you just gotta roll with it, and that's what makes it so fucking fun. Like so, don't degrade it, for the very reason that you enjoy it. Like it's just so
You
it
can't
was
take
so
away credit
yeah.
from that performance, from that shit that happens. I mean, there's some shitty wrestlers, man. There's shitty workers that do hurt people, or there are people that fucking well, and yeah. You don't want to work with some guy that hurts motherfuckers, or like people that just aren't experienced,
Yeah,
like
it's like of course it's real. Of course it's real. Pro wrestling is real. It's really pro wrestling. It's not MMA.
yeah,
Like you can't base the It's like I said, it's just like with a movie. Like if there's a kung fu fight scene, you can't base whether or not that fight scene is real or fake on UFC. It's not UFC. It's a fight scene in a movie, and it's real. They worked really hard, and it's a fight scene in a movie, and that's what you grade it on. But with I think the problem with pro wrestling is that for so long, talking about decades ago, pro wrestling tried to fool people, like because it started off in carnivals, like trying to fool people into thinking that they were real wrestling competitions, and they weren't, and they were fixed. But we've come so far since then. I just think it's such a cheap shot, and such a disingenuous uh, uh, way to criticize what they're doing in the ring, because they're not fighting, they're
Yeah.
doing pro wrestling.
It's the same way that people dismiss fucking sports too, though. In
Hmm.
general, like
Yeah.
I got a friend that I'm like, hey, you want to watch some baseball? Man, baseball's fucking boring. I'm like, it's a fucking you never know what's like. Yeah, if you're just sitting there and watching it like for 2 seconds, maybe it's fucking boring, but there's so much shit that can happen. The dude can hit it and it can go here. It could go to this guy. He can fucking get on base. He can fucking hit a home run. You never know. The anticipation is what makes it exciting. You know, what's the fucking point of all that? It's like, they're not making me money. That's what my boy used to say all the time about NBA. Why should I pay to watch a fucking basketball game when they're not making me any money? They're not doing anything for me. Yeah, you could say that about anything, man. I feel that it's fucked up though that people try to discredit wrestling and shit, but there is a very core fan base, and there are a lot of people that really fucking love it, and all they want to do is consume it. And like, have you seen IWTV?
Mm.
Bro, oh god, I know you don't watch it because it's like watching some shit you don't want to see, but fucking IWTV is like this app where it's like $10 a month, and it's all like the indie fucking wrestling organizations just submitting their shit to like a Netflix catalog of shit. And there are just hundreds of fucking, bro, they got like a deathmatch luchador show like down in Mexico that like you can only watch on there. And these motherfuckers are like in this, I don't even know what it's like a hangar. It ain't even like a fucking like arena or a fucking warehouse. It's a hangar. I don't know where the fuck they set this up. It's like a
Holy
card.
shit.
Yeah, it's like a wooden fucking ring they set up, and they're doing all the crazy shit like thumbtacks, fucking barbed wire, and they're working pretty good. They're actually like, they can do some real moves and shit. And then like motherfuckers, I don't know what the fuck they're saying in Spanish on the microphone, but look like they've cut pretty good promos too and shit. Like, it's crazy. Like, wrestling is something that is never going to go away. It's been around for a long ass time, and more people need to be exposed to it. The problem is the biggest fucking promotions aren't bringing anything, in my opinion, that entertaining to the table. Some people might watch it. Some people might get down with it. I'll tell you this, on those promotions, we're seeing the craziest fucking flips and fucking kicks and all this crazy shit, and suplexes and shit that we could never fathom maybe before. But when Stone Cold came out and filled Vince McMahon's fucking car with the fucking cement mixer, like, that was what made wrestling for me as a kid. That's why I watched it, because what is this crazy bald bastard gonna do every week? And he's just shitting on the man, and then The Rock, and like, it's funny because I was watching Royal Rumble the other day. Everybody that came in 2000 Royal Rumble, even to this day, I was like, oh, that's that guy, that's that guy, that's that guy. I know all these fucking people, and it was the best soap opera I've ever watched. It's it's not even a soap opera. It's like a fucking, the story is like what drives it. And these underground promotions I go to now, these stories they tell are fucking fantastic. Especially when Sheik goes in the ring, Sheik can run a story from one promotion to another promotion, and like literally will catch you up in the promo that she cuts when she comes out, and you're just like, what the fuck? Like, oh, okay, I know. I didn't know who the fuck these two people were or like what they were doing, but now I know what's going on because Sheik just cut the promo to like lead up the match, and you're like, what the fuck? Like, it's crazy, man. We got more people in the chat right now. Dr. Octo said, "Hey y'all, Mr. X in the house." And then Ray said, "I know showing a friend Rex now. We watching a live." Machete said, "What's up, Rex?" Machete said, "What's up with Abandon?"
Yo, we're you know the deal, man. They keep teasing that they're really close to maybe revealing something. They don't want to give a date, but when they do give that date, you know who's gonna be live for it. So we're just waiting on that right now. We're waiting on them to give us a date, give us a little bit more details on when they're dropping whatever. Then I'm guessing the playable prologue is going to be the next thing they drop, and when it does drop, you know your boy's going to be live for it, and I know y'all gonna make sure I am.
So I'm Team Real 100%. I believe that this is the best thing that Kojima, because Kojima has said in the past that, like, you know, he wants to do that big make or break, like, shit leading up to a game release where either the crowd's gonna hate him or they're gonna love him based on the final product. And he already cock teased a little bit with the Moby Dick shit, and that was like cool, but it was blatantly Metal Gear. You could, if you were really speculating and in the loop, you would tell that was Metal Gear. But his cryptic tweets on Twitter like have me like dead ass believing, because he doesn't shut the fuck up on Twitter with the cryptic shit. He keeps getting those. He keeps tweeting the fucking the Walkman, the blue, all the shit, the fucking abandoned fucking books, abandon this, abandon that, and he keeps saying it. I think he really is just fucking with us right now. We're gonna see some shit eventually. And if I am wrong, because that's one thing this guy taught me named Warflare. He's coming on the show Tuesday. He said, "I don't believe in shit." Because I asked him, I said, "Do you believe in yourself?" He said, "I don't believe in shit." He said, "Who knows if what I'm even experiencing right now is real or not? I don't fucking know. If I were to say that, I would be pretentious." And I was like, damn, I feel that too. So if I am wrong, fuck Abandoned. Because I ain't gonna play that shit if it ain't motherfucking Silent Hill. They can fuck themselves. You know, Hassan? Yeah, Hassan, I'm talking to you, motherfucker. This guy right here is fucking ridiculous. If it really is this one weird ass dude making this game that in hella failed games before, and then he's making this one game now with like turd ass assets, like,
I'm gonna grab a drink.
Oh yeah, you know what? I'm gonna go grab some too real quick. Hold on, we're going to the piss screen. We'll be back in like 10 seconds.
All right, I'm back. Did my man go to take a piss? Piss break.
Oh shit, I got my shit on backwards. But yeah, fuck. Hey, how was that? What you guys in the chat think about the piss screen? That's just pretty sick, right? Because we're always like drinking beers on here. Sometimes you gotta go take a piss. You know what I'm saying? Ah, shit. So yeah, reading the chat. Corn Jenna, thank you for the sub. I love pro wrestling too. It's something I can never take out of my life. You know, it's something I always end up coming back to ever since I was a little kid playing with the action figures and shit. I'll never give up on pro wrestling. I recently heard about the sexual misconduct Ric Flair did, and WWE tried to cover it up. More courage to you for standing up against your oppressor. That's a comment from Corn Jenna. Um, yeah, fuck, man. WWE trying to cover shit up. Shit. They've been trying to cover shit up since. Watch Dark Side of the Ring on YouTube if you want to see about cover ups and motherfucking WWE. Those motherfuckers have been doing shady shit since fucking they were conceived. Oh, you're muted, brother.
They coming for Ric Flair hard on Twitter right now.
Oh, they are? They canceled. Well, fuck, he already had his run, man. He's too old to cancel. No, not saying he shouldn't be, or or whatever for the shit, but
it's not even for that. It's because they found out that like he donated to Trump.
Oh, that too. Oh, fuck it.
It's like fucking.
Yeah, it's like, politics, man. It's whatever.
Yeah, Trump's gonna be like, yeah, that 1,000 from Rick is the reason why I won. Okay, buddy.
Yeah. Oh my God! Thank you for the donation, motherfucking Ray. I appreciate that. Oh my God, yo, Ray, that's the first donation I've ever gotten on the fucking channel, man. Oh my God, yeah, you just popped my cherry, bro. I love you, Ray.
Love it. Thank you, Ray.
Thank you. Fuck, man. But yeah, I was. Where were we at? We were talking about Hassan Kahraman and his fucking. If he's really a real dude, fuck him, man. Like, I'm just saying, like, that is, he's I'm boycotting that motherfucker. It ain't gonna be good. If it's really made by one dude, it ain't gonna be good. I think I'm probably gonna watch it. I'll probably watch you play it because you have to play Abandon. You know what I'm saying? But personally, I am not putting $1 in that motherfucker's pocket if he is a real guy making this ass game that's not Silent Hill. It has to be Silent Hill.
You picked the wrong fan base to fuck with. If it's not Silent Hill or Metal Gear related, he picked the wrong fan base to tease. I will say that 100%.
He said for the prologue, Ray said, for the prologue game, the Twitter banner says 2022 first quarter. So that'll be.
Can't wait for it to get pushed back again.
Yeah, March. They're gonna be like March and then push it to second quarter, like in the middle. How the fuck does he go to silence? And I think he is one dude because that shit came out with his sister, and they were like going, people were like, oh, don't fucking dox the guy now and do all this. It ain't funny anymore. And I don't think I think that's bullshit that people do that. I mean, it's the internet, bro.
Yeah,
people are gonna
doxing
figure
is
it
fucking
out.
bad. Yeah, some psycho will fuck. I mean, people will figure it out, but doxing somebody like
that's the
you
worst.
You might not do anything, but some psycho will get that address. Like, yeah, that's too far.
Yeah, I heard David Jaffe say one time he was like, if someone tries to dox me, because he's David fucking Jaffe, he's like, if someone tells me they're gonna come get me. Come on, motherfucker! I got a whole bunch of guns and this and that. Like, I'm fucking ready. And then he was like, "Fuck! I think I just challenged the wrong person on my stream." He had me die. He was on there like Colin Moriarty talking about that shit.
Oh
and
my God.
Colin was like, because I guess like after the Kind of Funny fallout, did you follow any of that? Colin Moriarty leaving Kind of Funny? Fuck. You know who Colin
I didn't.
is?
I know who Colin is, but I didn't know about him leaving Kind of Funny.
So yeah, he was like, him and Greg Miller were like best friends fucking when they worked at IGN, and then they both quit their jobs to start a Patreon called Kind of Funny. They were super popular, and then Colin Moriarty got pushed out by fucking some of the other guys that were in Kind of Funny because they were like, we don't need Colin, and he got pushed out, and he started a channel which was like, he tried to walk away from games and went into history, and people were like, no, talk about games. So now he has a Patreon that makes way more fucking money than Kind of Funny because he's genuinely just himself, and he's not like shilling fucking all this bullshit and being like hella disingenuine. So like yeah fucking he got a lot of hate though after that or whatever, so it was a total trip, man.
Yeah, it reminds me of the breakup between Troy Baker and Nolan North. Like, that shit crushed my soul. I hated to see it happen.
They don't fuck with each other anymore?
I think that they are on maybe on neutral terms now, but they were doing their show together on YouTube. I can't remember what it was called, but they had a falling out that was pretty rough, and I think Nolan North was trying to be cool about it, but Troy Baker was like unfollowed him on everything and was just like wanted nothing to do with him. So I don't really know the details, but to see those two not fuck with each other, two of the most prolific voice actors in gaming history, was kind of a bummer.
Yeah, that sucks, man. Troy Baker's such a fucking cool guy too. Like, I haven't seen too many interviews with Nolan North, but I see like Troy Baker fucking on every show, and he's always
Mm-hmm.
just like so insightful and always has like the coolest shit to say. Like,
Mm-hmm.
that's a dude I'd like to talk to one day, pick his
Mm-hmm.
brain and see his nipples. Fucking Jota Emmy said in the comments, Rex, my only hero in this mess. Yeah, you know what, man? I'm not gonna lie. Like I said, I wouldn't buy Abandon, but I'd watch you play it because I want to see your reaction to it too. Because you put in the work. You put in the work. I remember following your stream was like the first one I ever like fell asleep with. My girlfriend was like, "What the?" She was my girlfriend at the time. Now we're married, but she was like, "Why the fuck are you falling asleep like watching that shit?" And I was like, cause I don't know if he's gonna get off or not. I gotta see this, and I passed out, and I woke up, and you're still going, man. Like
Still going.
that's some fucking hard work, man. Like for
I'm
a band,
trying
man.
to I'm trying to fucking earn my chops out here. Like all I want, like, I'll like I said on Nerd Night, I want the money so that I can take care of people that have been there for me since day one, family members, friends that are in shit positions that I can help out. Like, but and also, I want to grow my community, but like there's another part where it's just like I would love to just have the respect of my peers in the streaming community. And, I don't know if I'll ever get that. The streaming community is a weird community. Um, but I would just love to, one day, like, just have the respect of my peers in this community. Yeah, I think that I still got to cut my teeth a lot more to get there, obviously. But, um, man, that would make me feel some type of way to have people like, Asmund or fucking Doc or Tim or Lupo or just any of the guys, like just to have like any of those top streamers like recognize, or feel like, you talking about Summit 1G and shit like that, like to be able to contribute to the streaming community in a way where I earn the respect of my peers in that community would be a huge fucking deal to me.
I think you're already doing it, man. You're like dead ass. You're fun to watch. I don't like watching big shit, and I feel like even if you did get big, I would be like, well, I was part of that fucking shit. So like, I think you're doing a great job, but I think it would be dope if like Amaranth like said Rex Sterling's name for like 2 hours while licking mics. That'd be
Hell
fucking
yeah.
hard.
Oh yeah.
Rex.
Fucking thank you.
my
Praise be to you, Amaranth. Thank you so much.
my girlfriend or my wife saw that and was like, "What the fuck is that?" Like what? It was like literally like it always comes up as my top suggested. I don't know why, but
Amaranth.
yeah, always comes up as my
What
top
was her
suggested.
what was her recent ban about? Like, what did they ban her for? Like, I heard she got banned from like everything, and I'm like, okay, but why? Like, I mean, we all know what she does. I mean, like, what happened? You know what I mean? Like, it's
Fucking
not like, one thing I want to say, I just really want to put this out there because I like to joke on like those ASMR streamers, uh, and I like to joke on the girls that are really just there to funnel people to OnlyFans and all this and that, like, but it's just a meme. Like, at the end of the day, like, it's never, I don't think it's on the girls that do that content at all. I think it's on Twitch for not really having a very clearly defined terms of service and not like they can't seem to figure out as a platform what they want to do with that content,
yeah.
what they want to allow, what they don't want to allow. And so I just want to say this, like, I see what those girls are doing, and I'm like, but at the same time, like, is Twitch allowing that and Twitch raking in that money? Like, it's not those girls, man. Like, I hate seeing all the hate that gets aimed at them because it's not them. Like, they're fucking basically getting rich off of, Twitch being greedy and Twitch wanting to like have their cake and fuck it too, as Jim Sterling would say.
Yeah.
And so like it's like I really don't have a problem with what those girls are doing with their hot tubs and their ASMR and all this other bullshit. Like, I wish that Twitch was really all about the games, but I understand what it is that those girls bring to the platform: money and viewership, and but at the same time, like, directing your hate at them is so like misguided. It's really
Yeah.
at the platform for not figuring out what to do with them, where to put them. Do you make it 18 plus area to put them in, or like what? Like, Twitch just cannot seem to make up its fucking mind, and it's really on them and not those girls. So I don't hate those girls for hustling at all. If I could play games with a low cut shirt and make $100,000 a month
You bet your ass I would.
in
Same
a
here, bro.
second,
Yeah, no,
in a
absolutely.
second.
I support the fuck out of that shit. I support the fuck
So
out of OnlyFans. I support anybody that's getting it, that's about their money. I support strip
it's all
clubs.
it's
I
all consensual.
I
You know
love the
what I
strip
mean? There's
clubs.
right, there's a supply and there's a demand. Like, it may not be for me, but I understand that there is a supply and a demand for it. And like, for those people that like really are getting something out of it, I wouldn't want to take that away from them. My only concern is just how, like, I don't think the platform handles it well, because then you have other female streamers that don't want to show their tits. And, they have all these people coming into their chat harassing them to show their tits.
Yeah.
And it would be so much easier if they could say, yo, if you go to this category right here, you can find that and
Yeah.
leave me the fuck alone to play my game. So, like, at the end of the day, it's on Twitch. And that's a big reason,
Damn.
not to talk shit, but that's a big reason why. People have asked me, why don't you stream on Twitch? I prefer YouTube gaming 100%.
Well
Like,
put.
Twitch just doesn't have their shit together. They don't have their shit together. And then I also see the double standards with how they treat their creators. I'm not saying that YouTube doesn't fuck up or that it's perfect. I'm not saying that. But I feel much more comfortable on YouTube than Twitch. The culture on YouTube, to me, is healthier than Twitch, and that's not necessarily a high bar, but like, the culture on YouTube to me is healthier than it is on Twitch. Twitch cannot make up their mind what the fuck they want to do with their creators or how they want to treat them. They can't set universal standards, and I just the culture there, I just don't want to fuck with it.
Damn, man, you're convincing me right now. Right now, I restream, so I'm fucking everywhere.
I used that for a while. Yeah.
Yeah.
I used that for a while. Yeah, I absolutely. I encourage other people to do it. Like, why not broaden your horizons and stuff like that? The only reason I quit Restream is because I used it for several streams, and I would have 99% of my chat on YouTube, and maybe one person would comment from Twitch. And in for that one viewer on Twitch, I was having to drop my quality to 720p, and I was having to make all these different concessions with DMCA's, because Twitch still hasn't figured out how to handle DMCA takedowns, whereas YouTube has.
Yeah.
I play copyrighted music on my shit on YouTube all the time. You know why? Because I don't monetize any of my shit on YouTube. I tell the community, if you like what I'm doing, if you think I deserve to be here, then I have Patreon and ways to donate. If you can't donate, then I'm just happy you're here. But if I'm not good enough to make it on donations, then fuck it, I don't belong here. And that has worked for me so far, and I am making it. Like, and so I fucking don't monetize anything, and I play like whatever kind of music I want to play for the chat, and we just fucking have a good time, and I survive off of donations completely. And I like that because I don't feel like any sort of advertiser has their hands in the cookie jar when it comes to my content. Well, Rex, we'd love to keep paying you, but you need to pull back on that. Fuck you, bro. I'm
Hell
gonna do
yeah.
what I want to do, and these people can support me, and as long as they got my back, I don't fucking need you, bro. And that's just that's the mentality that I have, and my community seems to respect it, and I'm doing okay. So fuck it.
Yeah, fuck yeah, man. Like I said from the beginning, I only want that night shift sponsorship, night shift merch. It's the only clothes I
Uh huh.
wear. But
Yeah.
other than that, I don't. I'm not getting no fucking sponsorships, man. I ain't doing no bullshit. I ain't reading no shit that people want me to read on the thing, other than my
Hmm.
what my community's telling me, because it's like those are the people that fucking matter. You know, your fans are the
Hmm.
most important fucking people. The people that are there for you, that support you, that see you going through life. Those are the
100%.
motherfuckers.
Yeah, and I just got my first sponsorship. I haven't even announced it on my channel yet, so anybody that's watching you right now, this will be like the first time I've ever announced it. But I just got my first sponsorship, and it is with Nerd Night Podcast.
Hell yeah.
And and the reason why is because I made up my mind that if I ever did cross promotion or sponsorship deals, I would only do it with other creators, because with other creators, we don't tell each other what to do. It's like, hey man, if you're just willing to mention me or play a quick promo video while you take a piss, then that's all I want, bro. And like, and I just, the freedom, you know what I mean? And it's not much. Like it's not a big deal. I don't make a lot of money off of it or anything like that. I haven't made any money off of it yet. We're still kind of like figuring it out, but I already know that's my first sponsorship, and it's like, that's all I want to fuck with is other creators. I don't want to deal with corporations, because when it comes to corporations, they're too worried about being, family friendly and PC and all this and that, and that's fine. I don't have a problem with that. It's just that, man, I'm 36. That's not who the fuck I am. You
Yeah.
know what I'm saying? I make adult content for adults. I don't expect your 10-year-old to be watching, although a lot of families, they watch
Yeah.
my content and they have their kid watching it. And if the parents are okay with it, then I'm okay with it. They know who I am.
Hell yeah. When I was 10 years old, I saw fucking what was it? What's that movie uh is I think fuck. Was it a Mel Gibson movie where the guy fucking gets revenge, like they kill his family? Payback. Payback. You remember that movie
Oh,
Payback?
Payback.
Was that Mel
Yes.
Gibson?
Yeah, yeah,
Yeah, it
yeah.
was Mel
Great fucking
Gibson.
movie.
That was the
Great
first
fucking
like
movie.
adult movie I ever saw as a kid.
Mhm.
And I remember like my mind was blown. And then from that point on, bro, if it had blood, gore, titties in it, I was good to go because I saw Payback.
When I was 10, I was still trying to like I was still this is so ridiculous, but it's true. I was still turning it to HBO and like trying to like see the titties through the fucking like
Oh, the
scrambled like
scramble.
signal, and I'm like, oh, I think I see a booby, like,
One of my
bro.
like most funniest memories of like being a kid, like I laugh at now. I was like 6 or 7, and I remember
Uh huh.
my mom used to watch Titanic like when it was on
Uh
HBO
huh.
like every night, and
What a fucking movie!
I
Holy shit.
knew there was a scene where
Mm.
they did it in
In the
the
car,
car. Yeah.
that hand, I'm like, oh.
And yeah, and I remember like talking to my cousin, and I was like, tonight we're gonna, and I had like a piece of paper, I was like drawing shit, and I drew like tits on it, and I was like, tonight we're gonna see some tits, we're gonna watch Titanic, my mom's gonna watch it, she's been watching it every night this week at like 10 o'clock, we gotta stay up super late, and we gotta be really quiet, and we can't let her know. And then I remember looking up, and my mom is just right there, and she heard everything I said. and, she, and she was just fucking like holding in laughter, but she was like trying to be like mad at me. And I remember like she was like, "So, what were you saying, Dave?" And
Oh,
I was like,
shit.
and my cousin, he like tried to like cover it up, and she was like, "What's on that picture?" I remember she asked like, "What was that picture you're drawing?" And he said, "It's an apple." It's like, bruh, yeah, staying up late to see the tits, man. Been doing it ever since.
Yeah.
They're gonna do
Mm-hmm.
it. That's what I didn't know what it was called, but I said they're gonna do it.
Yeah.
We're gonna watch them do
Yeah.
it. Oh my god.
Yeah.
I was
That's
dead.
what I that's that's I know this is going a little off track, and if you don't
So,
want to talk about this, then
no,
okay,
go
because I
ahead,
know,
man. Fucking this is like
but
Joe
that's
Rogan except without the intolerance.
Yeah, like I just like that's one thing about the current culture that I hate is like, pitting men against women, black versus white and everything, which I mean, honestly, it's because I spend too much time on Twitter because when I'm on the street, I don't see it that much. But
Yeah.
I hate that because it's like, like if I could say one thing like to just women in general, I'd be like, I just want you to know we fucking love you.
Yeah.
Like, you have no idea how much we love you. Like, I know some men are shit, and some women are shit. It just is what it is. But it's like, I see, like, when I'm out in public, I see, beautiful women, and I'm just like, God, I wish I could tell her, how beautiful she is without making her feel uncomfortable,
Yeah.
But it's like, we fucking love you. Like, we worship you in our minds. You just don't, like, it's not just the ass and the titties. Like we fucking love women. You know what I mean? Like, and I just wish, I hope that people, because I don't know, but I hope that people don't buy into these narratives that are getting spun on social media, like pitting us against each other, because we fucking, women, we love you.
Oh yeah.
Like we do. You
There's
know what
just a
I'm
lot of
saying?
sick.
Every man worth a shit does.
Yeah. Yeah, every man worth his shit. That's the thing. There are a lot of assholes, man.
We do.
There are a lot of shitty motherfuckers out there. I seen when I was just out in Vegas the other weekend. I seen some crazy shit going down. I seen like some guy, like I guess like one of those chicks on the strip. It was like 2 a.m. You know those chicks? You've been out to Vegas, right? Like out on the strip.
Never, but I would love to.
Bro, we
I would
gotta
love
go.
to.
When I go, I'm telling you, we're gonna go. Fucking.
Book that
But
fucking ticket.
I seen what's it called? They have these chicks out there that literally like wear thongs and like bras, and they walk around with like big peacock like wings and shit or whatever, and like they take pictures with you. They're like showgirls. And
Hmm.
I seen this dude at like 2 a.m. throw his drink at a showgirl. He's yelling all this crazy shit. He's like, I ain't fucking paying you for no picture. And he's like about to throw a chair at her. And we're like, hey, what the fuck? Like, stop. And the guy like realized people were watching. So he like, got in check and like walked the other way real quick. But it's like, fuck, man. Like some people are just shitty.
They ruin it for the rest of it. Because what happens is
Yeah.
that one douchebag you're talking about, somebody gets that like clip on their phone and posts it on social media, and then that gets shared like 100 fucking million times, it feels like. And then all of the other guys like us that are watching, that step in and be like, yo, dude, you need to chill the fuck out before we, step in, and you're not gonna like it.
Yeah.
And he's like, fine, and he storms off. We don't get in that clip.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? And it's like, I think it makes women so uncomfortable, and like in a lot of cases kind of afraid of men. And it's hard to address that because, like, I kind of understand, like,
Yeah.
like some men are fucking monsters,
Oh
but
yeah.
it's so many of us just fucking love you, and all we want to do is protect you, man. And it's just like, I don't know, man.
Yeah.
It's rough. If I ever saw a dude harassing a girl in public, and in fact I did one time. I'll tell you a story real quick. I
Yeah.
won't drag it out, but this story is crazy. So I worked at a Denny's restaurant back when I was wrestling. This is right before I got to Ring of Honor. Um, I was waiting tables at a Denny's restaurant, and there was a girl out there who was waiting tables with me. And her name, fuck, I can't remember her name. I feel like a piece of shit, but I mean, it was like fucking 16 years ago, if not longer. And I was hanging out with one of my boys, and we were driving around in within like a couple of miles of that Denny's restaurant. And we were hanging out on a day off,
Yeah.
and we pulled up at a gas station, and I see this girl that I work with, and she gets out of a car, and she's walking to the gas station, and she sees me, and it's like, oh, hey, what's up? And she comes up to the car, and she's fucking got tears coming out of her eyes, and she's like, can I get your cell phone? And I'm like, what? And she's like, can I please get your cell phone right now? And I was like, yeah, sure. Like, if you need to call somebody, I handed her my phone. She took it and then went right into the gas station. And I was like, what the fuck? Like what is going on? And then I see the guy get out of the car, and he starts to follow her into the gas
Oh
station.
hell no.
And as soon as he got in the gas station, he started beating the dog shit out of her.
Oh fuck no.
And I started to get out of the car, and my boy grabbed me. And he was like, don't fucking do it. Let's just call the cops. And I was like, bro, I can't watch her. He's like, bro, you don't know if he's got a gun. Call the cops right now. I'll call them, but don't go in there and get fucking shot. And in the moment, I was like, fine, call the cops right now. So he calls the cops. The girl comes back out. He like punched her around a little bit, and then they came out arguing. We called the cops. The cops got there before anybody left. And they separated the guy and the girl, and they're talking to the guy, and they're talking to the girl, and they're talking to the employees in the gas station. The employees in the gas station refused to give any kind of concrete statement on what they saw. And when the cops asked for the video footage from their security cameras, they said, "Oh, there is no video footage. Those cameras are fake. Like we're not actually recording anything," which I found out was a lie. And the girl, like, she was black. And when the cops looked at her, they look for visible bruises. If they can find visible bruises, they'll arrest the guy. They don't need her consent.
Yeah.
But she was black and they couldn't find bruises on her. And I guess he had been punching her in the head. And I don't know if her hair was covering it, but they couldn't find visible markings. But he's beating the shit out of her, man. And I was so upset. And then the cops, like they took him outside. They didn't even handcuff him. They just sat there and had a nice, pleasant chat with him. And he was like, yeah, man, like we were just arguing and people are just fucking blowing it out of proportion. And the cops were like, yeah, And I was so fucking mad. The cops almost arrested me because I was fucking like telling the cops, like, what are you doing? Like, he was just beating the shit out of her.
Yeah.
If you don't fucking get him out of here. And they were like, we're going to get you the fuck out of here if you don't shut the fuck up. And I was just like, what? And the cops ended up letting them just leave together, and I was just like, that shit crushed my soul, bro. And, it's just like, I don't know, man. Like, it's fucked up, you know what I'm saying? And I don't know what the point of that story was, but
No, yeah,
that shit hurt
bullshit.
that shit hurt my soul, bro. And it's just like, shit like that happens, and the girls, I know what it was. She was scared that if because I mean, if she does roll over on him, he does 48 hours and he's right back out. You know what I mean? And God knows how much worse that beating's going to be when he gets out. And she ended up being okay. I think she eventually got away from him, if anybody's concerned. But it just, I don't know. That happened like 16 years ago, and when I think about it, I still feel guilty that I didn't go in there and like fight him. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But it's rough. Like, you see shit like that, and then it's hard to tell a woman that's afraid of men that, she doesn't need to be afraid or doesn't have anything to be afraid. Like, I've seen too many things, and it's just like the bad apples, they ruin it for all of us. God damn it. They really fucking do, man.
Yeah,
they really fucking do, man.
That's some real bitch shit. Like, you gotta be this big to fucking hit a woman, man. Like, you gotta be like this big. Seriously, I always stand by that. I was in a relationship with a chick that fucking hit me, and I remember when that happened, I was like, because I know, like, what pisses me off when you see comments like of like guys fighting chicks on the internet, and like people comment and they're like, oh well, what did she think fighting a guy? And I'm like, nah, dude, like when it's very easy to remove yourself from a situation when you're a dude in a situation like that. Like I remember I got socked in the face, and like instantly I was like, okay, this relationship's over. I'm not gonna fucking retaliate. I'm gonna remove myself from this situation. Like, why the fuck would I, do that? And it's really like, yeah, that's some bitch ass shit to like hit on a woman, bro.
I've had this kind of the same thing happen to me, like in two instances, and it was with the same girl, and it was before we started dating, and then after we dated, she was a spitfire, bro. She was great though. Shout out to you, Sarah. I miss you. So before we started dating, she like we were hanging out, and she said something along the lines of, she was making some kind of joke, and the punchline of the joke was Bangkok, and she hits you in the balls when she says it.
Oh, man.
And when I was like, don't you fucking do it. And she did it. And she had a boyfriend at the time who wasn't there. So my retaliation was when she hit me in the fucking nuts, I grabbed her immediately and gave her a hickey on her neck.
Ooh.
And I said, go explain that to your fucking boyfriend, bitch. You know what I mean? And then, she was mad as hell, and I was like, bitch, you hit me in the balls, and then we ended up dating after that.
Yeah.
And we had a really nice relationship. I I still got a lot of love for her. And after our relationship ended, I remember that we went to the same gym at one point, and I ran into her at the gym, and I tried to talk to her. And the problem was that she had the boyfriend before me was really abusive.
Yeah.
So when I tried to talk to her, have conversations with her, she reacted the same that she would react if you were stalking her, harassing her, or whatever. And she like tried to storm away to her car, and I followed her like an idiot,
Oh
talking to
God.
her. When she got to her car, she tried to slam the door, and I grabbed the door, and she reached through the window was down. She reached through the window and slapped the shit out of me. Now, when that happened, it's like, of course you feel like all of that masculine energy that wants
Yeah,
to
you
retaliate.
get that like adrenaline rush. You're like, oh shit,
Yeah,
what just happened? Like fight or flight kicks
word,
in. Yeah.
word. But I let go of the door. She slammed it.
Yeah.
And I could tell she was proud of herself too. And she drove off, and then she went and posted on social media a quote from a movie, "Act like a bitch, I'ma slap you like a bitch." And
Oh, and you're
I
like,
messaged her
damn.
later. I messaged her. I was
Yeah.
like, "Bitch, I know you're talking about me." She was like, "It was just a quote I liked from a movie." I was like, "Bitch,"
Yeah.
but like I can't, like, what I'm saying is that the point I'm trying to make is that any man that is worth a shit at all understands that, like, I know women don't want to hear this, like, and I don't mean it in a condescending way, but 9 times out of 10 we don't consider you a real threat, like, in terms of, like, I wasn't worried about her really hurting me. I wasn't worried about her really beating my ass, beating the shit out. I never felt like my life was I never felt any, like, it's not like I'm gonna fucking punch her and say, well, it was self-defense, like, because that's bullshit. She was, it was easy to remove. I let go of the door and I removed myself,
Yeah.
um and it's just, I don't understand men who use that as an excuse to retaliate and physically hurt. I can't imagine physically hurting a woman. Like, I just can't.
Yeah, you'd
You
feel
know?
like the biggest like punk in the world, man. And that's what trips me out. How some men don't have that. I don't know. Everybody has a mother, you know? Everybody has a fucking mother, like, you know. Well, I get
Yeah.
like some people don't, aren't like raised with their mother and shit, but everybody has a mother. It's like an instinctual fucking thing that like I feel like people should just have, like, to treat women right. And it's like it's fucked, man. You know.
Yeah, I mean, like, even in the worst situations where, like, I've had girls cheat on me. I had that girl that slapped the shit out of me. I've had girls that have, just said awful shit to me.
Yeah.
Like, and it's just like, at the end of the day, like, that instinctual feeling that we have as men to not let harm, like real physical harm, come to them,
Yeah.
should always override whatever's happening in the heat of the moment. Now, I understand, like, I hate to say it, but, if you're a girl and you wail off on a dude and you fucking just, you keep, like, nailing that dude and you don't want to let him, you're playing with fire. I'm not saying that he should hurt you, but, like, you just can't keep wailing on somebody and expect, you know what I mean? Like,
Yeah.
I've seen YouTube videos where guys were, like, in a room and, like, a girl started, like, slapping them or hitting them, and they just, like, had a hard time trying to figure out they couldn't get past her, or, like, they're trying to figure out, like, because I mean, like, in the eyes of the law, if you grab her and throw her out of the way so that you can get to the exit, that's still assault on a female. Like, it's still
Yeah.
the same. So, I mean, like, at the end of the day, I mean, you are playing with, I mean, we are fucking, you're playing with fire. You start striking a man who's much bigger, but it's like, at the same time, like, it's just, I don't know.
It
I
really
think at the
comes
end of
down to the person, man. Like if they have
yeah,
enough self-restraint, if they have enough, like me, it don't matter what situation I'm in, I'm running. But then again, I'm a trained martial artist. Like I fucking, I'm a black belt and shit. I fucking
that self-control,
they taught me, like, growing up, like, any fight, any real life fight, you run. Like, that's, you do this shit when you're in competition, when you're fighting against people. If you're cornered, then you use your training. But you fucking, any situation, you're supposed to run, even dude, chick, whatever the fuck, like, and it's, I don't know, like, I don't got that killer instinct in me, and unless for if I'm really fucking cornered or some shit, like, yeah, whatever, I'll let him go and fucking find an opening to get the fuck out, but
I
like,
think I think I think the worst is I've known some girls that have that kink where they like want the dude to put his hands on her. Like,
I saw a video on Instagram where like some chick was getting like dude grabbed her like by her neck and was like holding her, and I was like, what the fuck? And this other guy walks up and just knocks out the guy that was like, choking her. And then she starts swinging at the guy that knocked her boyfriend out. And she was like pissed off at like, why'd you do that, foe? And like starts beating the shit out of fucking. And the dude was like, what the fuck? And he takes off running across the street. And his boy was recording and he was just laughing at the whole situation. Like, I told him not to do it. Like, told him
to mind his fucking business.
Yeah, bruh.
Yeah, some of these girls out here have really fucked up kinks. I had a friend that was from New Jersey, and this is a fucked up story too. But he had a girl ask him to rape her.
Oh, that's terrible.
He was like, I want you to hold me down and force it on me no matter how much I cry and beg you to stop. And he was like, I need all of this in writing. Like right now, all of it in writing.
Oh, that's just weird.
I would have never done it.
I would have fucking. I
don't get off on that shit.
Yeah.
I don't get off on that shit. Like I couldn't enjoy it, but
that's a hard no. Sorry, this relationship is over. I'm not fucking with. Yeah, I don't even. Yeah, so that kind of shit. I don't know. Even rough. I don't know, man. I'm like a fucking. I like to put on like the Al Green, and like the fucking dim the lights a little bit, candles, the rose petals. That shit sounds fucking. That sounds like she needs to like go on Dr. Phil, bro.
He needs therapy, bro. Yeah, he did it.
Oh,
and then he said afterwards she just curled up in a ball and started crying, and he immediately just grabbed his phone, started screenshotting the text and sending it to his boys. And I was like, bro, why would you even fucking fuck with, like, why? It could have been a setup for all, like, why would you do some shit like that?
You know what though? I saw this meme earlier, and it showed James from Silent Hill 2, and it said, my dick has taken me to places where even I wouldn't even go with a gun. Like,
it's bad.
Yeah,
it's bad. Like,
people
have the fucking weirdest kinks, bro.
Yeah.
Some people like dudes that want women to stomp on their balls and shit.
Yeah. Oh, no, you never done that,
bro? Like,
no, I'm just playing.
Sensitive, bro. I couldn't hang with that. I'd be crying and shit. It'd be pathetic.
Yeah, fuck that.
She'd be like, "You're not a real man. I've stomped 4 times before a guy started crying.
Yeah.
You're crying on the first one."
Oh my god.
Fuck that. Like, I'll be honest with you, man. I'm the same way as you. Like, I just prefer something that's like really, almost like, dare I say it, romantic. I can't deal. Like, I don't. Like, it can be rough to an extent, but I can't be like slapping the shit out of it. Like, it's 2021. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, I don't know who's recording this. I can't slap me. Nah, I can't do that. Like,
yeah.
Sorry, it's 2021. I'm not slapping nobody, bitch. Like,
yeah, people are on some weird shit, man, nowadays. The internet fucked it all up. The internet fucking, you get.
Here's the thing, man. That might be her kink today, but shit, y'all break up a year from now. She might have a totally different story on Twitter for your ass, bro. Yeah. Fuck it. Like, I can't risk it. I can't. Nope.
Yeah, fuck
and
that.
I don't get off on that anyway, you know what I'm saying? But, like, goddamn, like, I just fucking couldn't. Even if I was with a girl that I really cared about and she's like, I want you to fuck me up. I'm like, nah, I need it. I would need a lawyer to look at some paperwork. And, like, fucking no, can't do that shit. Like, nah, man. I'd hit her and my dick would go soft immediately. Like, nah, this doesn't feel good.
You ever,
doesn't feel right.
This is a question I fucking have been, I've been wanting to ask somebody on the show.
Oh, God.
But I haven't because I don't want to offend anybody. But I really feel like, we're vibing right now. We're both like 7 beers in.
We're vibing, yeah.
All right, man.
Just keep it real, fucking Dave Chappelle.
When's the last time? Have you? All right, yeah. When's the last time? Because everybody has. When's the last time you shit yourself in public? And how did you manage?
The last time I what?
Shit yourself.
Shit myself in public.
Yeah, bro. I'll tell you my story
I was
first. Oh,
I
you
was
got a story.
yeah. So okay, so I have panic disorder,
Yeah, you're
and
talking
but
about.
right before I developed that, I always had anxiety, but I didn't know what anxiety was. Before every wrestling show, my stomach would be super upset. I would always have diarrhea the whole morning before I went to my wrestling show because I would have
Really?
all these nerves. You know
From
what I
the
mean? Like
anxiety.
I'm gonna, yeah, because I would have this anxiety. Like I'm gonna be in front of all these people. I'm gonna be performing. I hope it's good. I'm nervous it won't be. And like all those nerves, I would have the shits all day until I left the house to go to my show. I rode to a show with a friend of mine, and we were going to a show, and we stopped at a gas station to like take a piss or whatever. We left. We're in the car, and my stomach just started going crazy, and I just shit myself like right there in the car. And I was driving.
No,
I was driving,
you're
and
driving.
I was driving. I was like, "Hey, man, we got to go back to that gas station." And he was like, "Wow, we just took a piss." I was like, "Yeah, but I just shit myself. I
Oh
got to
my
go throw
god.
this underwear away." I went back, and luckily for me, it was just on the fucking boxer briefs and shit that I was wearing. So I went to the bathroom. I took that shit off, threw it in the trash, cleaned up a little bit, pulled my jeans back up, free balling, and got back in the car. Went to the show.
Bam.
Fuck it.
Gotta
Like
gotta handle it.
but he had a good fucking laugh off of that shit, bro. That was a story for a while, bro.
Oh yeah.
When it happens, there's no need to be shy about it. It's like, hey
Yeah.
man, I just shit myself. I gotta go.
Yeah. You got to. You got to. I heard a
I gotta
story.
go.
Stone Cold said he shit himself when he was wrestling Yokozuna one time. And he said he like did some shit to him and he was on the ground and he said I was laying and I thought I had to fart and he said I farted and I shit myself and then I looked up at Yokozuna and I said all right, let's take it home, buddy. You know, that means
Right now.
end the match.
Right
Yeah.
now.
It's fucking, and Yokozuna looked at it. He was like, okay, brother. They ended it and he, took off. But, yeah, that's
Happened to so many wrestlers I know. That
really,
happens.
it's like a common thing.
Happens. It's pretty common for
No
wrestlers to
shit.
shit themselves. Yeah, believe it or not. Yeah, it's happened enough. It's
That's
happened
crazy.
enough.
Shit, I'll tell
Yeah.
you. All right, so one time I drank fucking like a 6-pack of Kolsch because I don't know, I was on a Kolsch thing. You ever had a Kolsch beer? Pretty good beer.
Maybe. I don't know.
It's like a German beer, but it's like their lightest beer that they make. It's kind of the closest thing to like a fucking like a I don't know, like a
Is it close to like a Heineken or something?
close to like I want to say like a Bud Light kind of beer. Like it's just a really light colored, but still has a head on it, and it still
Maybe like
has
a
weed.
Stella?
I think. Yeah,
Like a
kind
Stella
of
Artois, maybe, kind of.
similar, but like
Fair enough.
it still has weed in it though, so it's kind of like not see through all the way. And
Okay.
I drank a whole bunch of this Cole shit, and I used to work at Whole Foods, and I fucking go to work.
Oh, not at work, bro.
Bro, I pull up. Well, here's the fucked up part. I worked in the prepared food section, and these motherfuckers wanted me in front of the chicken case, where like they have all the rotisserie chickens
Right.
going all day. So I'm standing in front of like a fucking oven. So here's what happens though. So I pull up, and my wife goes in, because we work together. So we pull up. She goes inside, and I light up a cigarette, right when I pull up to work, because it was like my ritual. I'd smoke a cigarette and go. So I smoke my cigarette. I'm halfway through my cigarette, looking at my phone. I got a fart, and I didn't have to fart. I shit myself. So
Got that surprise, bro.
yeah, like never trust a hangover fart. That's something I always like say now after that happened, and
So true.
yeah. So like I fucking call up my boss, and I had been late like 3 times like already that week just because of traffic, and I call up my boss and I'm like, hey, look, I can't come in today. I'm in the parking lot right now, but I'm having a medical emergency. And my boss was like, look, I can't cover for you. You've been late 3 times. Like you're going to be, fired pretty much. We're going to have to give you a write-up of some sort, or we're going to have to let you go. So I fucking tell them, I'm like, look, I shit myself, and I can't serve food to people that's not sanitary. It's fucking Whole Foods, bro. People are spending $15 a chicken, So like, she said, whatever it is you have going on, you got to figure it out. You have 10 minutes to get in there. there's a store across the street that sells clothes. So the mall was like right
Fuck.
there. So I was like, what the fuck? So I run across the street. I run into the fucking whatever it was. It was like some expensive store. I grab a pair of slacks, fucking throw mine in the trash, throw my underwear in the trash. It was a bad, bro. It was like everywhere. Like I destroyed my, yeah. And I had to run across the street because I didn't want to sit in my car and sit in it, you know? I don't like just sitting in it. So I go over there
Right.
and I
Be
fucking,
weird if you did.
yeah. Well, hey man, you never know. It's 2021. But
I like the way it feels.
yeah, it's just nice and warm. But yeah, so I go over there and I fucking throw my shit in the trash can. I grab some new clothes and I made it to work that day. But I hadn't showered. Like, you know that, like, you got to shower, man, or like bird bath it or something. And it was one of those big bathrooms where the sinks aren't like in, it's not like a single person bathroom, so you can't bird bath in the motherfucker. Like, I would literally just be like out there with my ass. I actually read on Twitter that someone saw that at LA airport, some guy bird bathing his ass. I was like, shit, man, that guy got balls. But yeah, so fucking I go back to work, bro, and I stood in front of those hot chickens all day at Whole Foods and I sold fucking chicken to people. My hands were clean, but my loins weren't 100% clean. And that is the most fucked up, like, demoralizing story, and part of the reason why I will never work fucking customer service again or for a major corporation again, because they don't give a fuck about us.
So true, man. That's why that's the big reason why if I can make it with streaming, you know,
You
that's
made
all I
it.
want, dude.
You already made it, bro. You're fucking guest on this show. Everybody who's
I
on this show is fucking, yo, I got good taste, man. I don't pick shitty guests, bro. I'm not interviewing any Joe, Dick, Tom, and Harry. Tom, Dick, and Harry. You know?
real. It's like it's one of those things I'm so scared to say. You know what I mean? Like to say like I feel like if I say it, I'm gonna jinx it. So I just just
Like me in
ride
the
it out.
casino. Like when I'm hitting that motherfucker. And then once I start
Yeah.
thinking shit, once you hit in the casino and you start telling other people how you hit, and then that's when you start losing. You know, It always works out that way.
100%, bro.
Fuck. You ever hit in the
100%.
casino? You like gambling? You a gambling man, Rex?
I think it's, I see the fun in it, but, there's just not really a lot of gambling in the town that I live in, and I've never been to a casino, so I haven't had the opportunity to really, like.
Yeah, bro. We got to make that Vegas trip, bro. You're about to fucking shit your pants out there.
Let's
In a
go.
good way, though, because they got plenty of bathrooms and fucking.
Hell yeah.
They got Marshalls, Ross. You got to re up on the shit. No, it's killer. Vegas is my town. Fucking. I think. Well, I don't want to put nobody on blast, but somebody I know is from Vegas and cool cat, great place. Fucking, it's fantastic. Yeah, you definitely got to visit there. Wait, you been out the country?
What do you mean?
You been out of the U.S.? Like fucking.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't realize. I thought you said like out in the country, like in a country area in the States. Like, no, I've never been out of the country, but I've recently, the thing about it is I've made over the past 2 months since I got partnered, I got super chats and shit like that. I've started making more money, but my main goal right now is to get debt off of me. But I'm very close to being able to plan a trip to Japan, and that is very high. Like Ireland and Japan are very high up there for me because I'm Irish, and then the other part is I just want to fucking go to Japan. So, those are two things that if my channel and my community sustains where it's at for like the next like year, I should be able to do both of those things, and I'm very, very, very excited about the possibility of doing that.
Dude, Japan is the shit. Fucking, that's like a place I haven't been there. I've only been to Cancun. I went like on one of those like vacation things where you spend like fucking $2,000 and live like a king for a week. And I fucking want to go to Japan, hella bad. That place is like, bro, all of that shit. Would you do like, so if you go out there, you're gonna make some content for your viewers and shit too, like Rex in Japan, or is it purely pleasure vacation? I'm not recording shit. I'll see y'all when I'm back.
I try to make a vlog in between all the neuro massages I'm getting.
What's that?
You don't know what the neuro massages are in Japan?
No, is that? What the fuck is that? Is that when they walk on your back or some shit?
Nah, the
No.
neuro massages are the neuro massages are when you have a towel over you, they give you a massage, and then they
Ooh,
typically put yeah.
I
If
googled it.
you okay, so yeah,
Oh wow,
yeah.
how much are those?
I don't know, but I'll take enough to be able to afford it.
Yeah, let's go, baby. Damn, you better be mad swole too, huh? When you go out there, you're gonna be like, hey, you're gonna be in the hotel room, like, let me get this pump right quick. All right, I'm ready to head out. You ever do that shit? Like when you gotta go somewhere, like you're going to the fucking grocery store, like, all right, I gotta get this pump right quick, and then I'm out. I
Hmm.
do that shit all the fucking time. I'm like, I gotta get this pump, bro. Out in
Yeah,
Vegas.
100%. A lot of times, like before, like if I don't know if I go into a position where I want to like impress people or there's gonna be some ladies there, I might have a really hard workout at the crib so that when I go in, I'm pumped up a little bit
I used to do that
for
before
sure.
like every concert and shit. Be like, oh, let's get it. We got to get this shit in. I'd get my boys that don't even work out. They'd be like, all right, fuck it, let's go. And I'm like, yeah, oh yeah, I'm loving it, bro. And fucking that shit's off the hook, man. So we talked about the possibility of a Silent Hill. Like, we talked about Abandoned. We talked about, like that. So we talked about the possibility of it. But what do you think the ideal Silent Hill game would be like? What would it feature? Like, what the fuck? Make this game the Silent Hill that you want, and what would it have in it? The Silent Hill that's
Like
yeah.
like studios making it aside, just the game itself.
I mean the actual game itself. Like yeah, like all right. Say Kojima makes it. Junji Ito's the director, and motherfucking Guillermo del Toro is assisting him with it, and it is all the rumors are true. But what is this game gonna take for it to be good? Like what I liked about that initial trailer we saw was that like talking bag. Like that shit looked. That was probably the most that and the roaches and shit. That was probably the most like thing Silent Hillish thing that I thought. I was like, is this bag gonna tell me what to do for this whole game? Like, what do
Bro,
you
they're
think it's gonna
still
be like?
they're still creating like fucking you probably can't see it, but I'm still getting like they're still creating copyright claims for my streams like from like 2 weeks ago, 3 weeks ago, a month ago. Like ever since my channel got a little more popular, this motherfuckers like okay, so whenever you stream something and it's got copyrighted content on it, the
Yeah,
people that own the content, they can claim your shit immediately or they can say, I'm not going to claim it, but keep sending me data on how many subs and views this person's getting. And so what'll happen is they'll do that and they'll see, oh shit, he getting like, maybe 1,500 views on that stream claimed. So I'm sitting here,
damn.
I just got an email from YouTube right now like you just got a copyright claim on some shit. Let me see. Oh, it's on the Tokyo Game Show Xbox Konami Capcom live reaction, which was on the 30th of September.
Yeah,
And I'm just now getting copyright claims for it. Anyway,
and those
it's funny the
events,
way that works.
it's bullshit because those events are like approved to be co-streamed. Like that's what pisses me off. Like every year, like fucking Jeff Keighley is like, co-stream the Game Awards, show everybody my show, and then you put it on, and then fucking half your audio's like fucking muted, and you're just like, what the fuck? Like that they had to fucking clear that song for everybody,
Hmm.
right? Like they have tons of people fucking
That's
streaming this
why.
shit.
That's why I don't even bother monetizing, bro. Like, cause that money's just gonna always end up going somewhere else. Like, fuck it. Like, my community has got my back. Fuck the monetization. Like,
Hell yeah.
I don't even put ads on my shit. Fuck it. They ain't gotta watch an ad. If there's an ad on any of my streams, it's because YouTube put it there, not because I did. I've turned all that shit off. But the ideal Silent Hill game for me, like, honestly, I don't, like, say Kojima's make or whatever. Like, as long as it's true to the atmosphere of the original, and as long as they incorporate lore from the, if they want to be original, that's fine, but if they can find a way to be original but also incorporate lore from past games, like don't just, like Silent Hill has such a rich history. Don't just dismiss, Dahlia Gillespie. Don't just dismiss Alessa and Harry and James and all, all these like stories that we hold in such high regard from previous games. Like do your original thing, but have it in that same world. Don't separate it and make it its own thing where there's like no relation. Like have it like lean heavily into what made us love the series, but then, take your, use your creativeness to, tell your own story and have the environment like more detailed, but also, you know, you know, throwing back to that original. I'm talking about the fog. I'm talking about the, you could even have the radio that still like goes off when there's a monster near and you can't see them and you're like, fuck, where are they? Like for me, like I think what made me love Silent Hill so much wasn't the that it was a horror game or that, there was all this like creepy stuff. What made me love Silent Hill really was the lore of it, like I played through it. Are you familiar with all the lore of the original Silent Hill game, Alessa
Yeah.
and Harry and his daughter Cheryl and all this stuff,
Yeah.
right? So what made me fall in love with it was the curiosity of what's going on with this church and this cult and the Gillespie family and who is Alessa and Cheryl and how are they related, and is it all in Harry's mind or is this real? Is this like a real thing? And it comes out to them trying to essentially birth a god. And as I played through it the first time, I didn't totally get it. I just knew I liked it.
Yeah.
And then when I finished it, I had to like research it to really understand who Alessa was and, splitting her soul in half to try and, prevent them from being able to birth that god, and how they lured Cheryl back so that they could reunite them to birth that god. And this lore, like that lore and like how fucked up and dark that story was, but still made sense.
Yeah.
Like that's what I'm gonna be looking for in a sequel. I don't need something that's just scary, that just has jump scares. I don't need something that's just got Silent Hill with a bunch of fog. I need you to tell a story in Silent Hill that is atmospherically, true to the earlier games, but tells a story that's as captivating and dark as the original Silent Hill games. That's what I'm looking for.
Yeah, like remember in Silent Hill 3 where like
Mm-hmm.
it was probably the most tasteful callback I've ever seen in a game.
Mm-hmm.
When fucking you go back to the town of Silent Hill and you find the notebooks that are on they're literally in the same locations where they are in the original Silent Hill. And when you read
Mm-hmm.
them, it's the save points and you're reading the notes that Harry
That Harry
fucking
was
wrote.
leaving.
Yeah. Like that's the kind of shit I would want to see in the new Silent Hill, but I don't
Mm-hmm.
want to see it over fucking done. You know what I mean? Like I feel like
Right.
there's like a lot of like untasteful callbacks. Like what was it? Like Resident Evil Village was a fantastic game, looked fantastic. Gameplay was great. I played it multiple fucking times. But one of my problems with it was that they literally wrap everything up in one fucking room at the end and it like ties the game in with every other Resident Evil versus me like finding shit out slowly and gradually. And
Mm-hmm.
like
Yeah.
I'm afraid they're just going to be like Pyramid Head and then fucking this shit over here and like oh this is like that, like you're experiencing it for
Yeah.
the first time like fucking
It's
night.
like, understand, like we want to see Pyramid Head. We want to see, the rich history and the lore, but like don't do it just to, it has to have some meaning and some impact to it. And thankfully, if Kojima was involved with something related to Silent Hill, I do feel like he would make it mean something. But he's an eccentric guy, so you can't really place any bets. You don't really know what you're gonna get, but um, I- you know that's important to me too. Like, don't just give me Pyramid Head just to give it to, like, make it mean something, you know, like make it important to your story and make that moment. It's like in any video game, like you know, you take Back for Blood right now. One of the biggest criticisms for Back for Blood is that those special zombies in the game get thrown at you, just get thrown at you.
Yeah.
And it just becomes this thing where like you see them and you're like, "Oh, this motherfucker again." And you never felt that way when you played Silent Hill 2. When Pyramid Head showed up, it
Oh
was like,
yeah.
"Oh,
Yeah.
you know."
This
And I
motherfucker.
you know, that pacing and that like make me want it, make me look for it, make me wonder where the fuck it's at, and then give it to me, you know, like that. Like, it's hard to nail, but you know, that's what I'm looking for. I'm looking for something that plays with my emotions a little bit, that knows what I want and teases me and then gives it to me when I'm not really sure what the fuck you're gonna do, and then you give it to me, and you make it impactful. Like, you know, I know that that's kind of vague in general, but at the end of the day, like that's the feeling that I'm looking for. When I see Pyramid Head again in a Silent Hill game, I want to just be like, oh my, you know, I want to just be like in awe and reverence of seeing the fucking god, like seeing Pyramid Head again in front of me in a Silent Hill game, and I want it to like, I want it to honor that character because I honor that character. I love that character so much, and I love that town so much, and I love the lore of that town so much. I respect it so much. So I need you as the person writing this story or directing this game. I need you to have that same reverence for it, that you're not just throwing it out there needlessly, but you make it really fucking mean something like it did in the original games.
David Jaffe talked about the subject of Kojima making this horror game, and he said, "Fuck making a Silent Hill." Kojima, he said, "Kojima, you have Sony behind you. You don't have to make a Silent Hill game. You can make a horror game of your own creation,
Mm-hmm.
and then that way you won't disappoint a fan base. You have the money to, you have the hype. Anything Kojima touches fucking has crazy hype on it." But
X.
I'm torn with that take on it because it's like, this has been so hyped up that people are expecting it, you know. So it's,
Jaffe's right, but it comes down to what Kojima wants to do. Because if Kojima has a passion for that franchise the way that I think he does, I mean, look at how he did PT. Like, nobody was disappointed when we realized that that was his way of revealing Silent Hill. It's like it immediately gave me faith and trust in him, because when I saw that he put that much care into just revealing he was working on it.
yeah.
You know what I'm saying? If he cares that much, that's all I care about. You know, love this franchise and care about it the way that I do, and I have faith that you will honor it when you make your game. So if Kojima feels that way about Silent Hill, and I feel like he does based on how he did PT, then, you know, I'm all for it. But if for any reason he doesn't feel that kind of passion for it the way the fan base does, then absolutely don't fucking touch it. Let somebody who does have that passion do it.
Do you think that this if this Silent Hill game, because so if you look at like units sold on the Silent Hill series in general, like the first 3 or some shit, it wasn't that many, and it kind of just like waned. It kept going down as well, like as they released multiple sequels.
Facts.
I believe the peak was about 1.8 million units sold on a Silent Hill game. Where you look at Death Stranding, and that's like fucking 100 million or some shit, some crazy number. Death Stranding, it sold like a crazy amount. Do you think that if they make a new Silent Hill, it's gonna extend beyond the fucking demand of the previous Silent Hill entries just because Kojima's on it, or because like the demand for it has extended with there's a new fan base for it?
I think it's a combination for sure. You know what I mean? Like you look at the, like, it is a cult classic, but I mean, you're also looking at a different time period. Like, those numbers were a lot more impressive then, you know?
Yeah.
And the fact that to go all the way. I mean, Silent Hill 1 released in 1999. We're in 2021 and Silent Hill is trending on Twitter like once a week almost. Like people like they like for it to it may not have been as appreciated when it first released as it is now, but for the love for that franchise and the demand for it and the want to see something new in that franchise that really is worth it. That's not just like a cash in. For that to grow all the way to 2021, like the demand is there. People are ready to fucking hand their wallets over for a justifiable Silent Hill entry. Um, and you take someone with the reputation like Kojima, like you look at Death Stranding and it was divisive. I think it was more divisive when it released than it is now. But you look at Death Stranding, you look at how he approaches a concept so with so much originality. Like he approaches a concept in a way where like it's still horrifying, it's still uncomfortable, it's this or that, but like it's still very much Kojima. And people who love Kojima, they fucking love Kojima. People that love Silent Hill, they fucking love Silent Hill. And Kojima's obsession with horror and his obsession with like, gore and like just really dark, fucked up stories, like even though he's like too scared to watch it in all his tweets, um, it just feels like such a good combination. And before PT, I feel like there's a debate to be had about like, yeah, but is Kojima right for this? Like, come on. But after PT, it's like, nah, like the way he handled just that, I'm on board, and I think that most people felt that way. So yeah, I mean, like I think it's a total combination. I think the demand is 100% there because people that are fans of that franchise have been starved of like good new content for that franchise for so fucking long. And the fact that they haven't moved on, I mean, look at horror. You got Tormented Souls, you got Resident Evil, you got Agony, you got Visage. There's so many games that have blown up just paying homage to Silent Hill,
Yeah.
because that's how much fans want Silent Hill.
So
So to give them that and then give it to them with Kojima, it's like, oh my God, like we're so ready to come, just be good. And
I
and
think,
after PT, I think it would be like
yeah.
it's just my opinion. I have faith in it if he were
Well,
to do it.
you look at the sales of Resident Evil 7 after the backlash from Resident Evil 6, and then you look
Uh-huh.
at Resident Evil Village, it shows that like people that bought Resident Evil 7 bought it because they wanted PT. I feel like personally Resident Evil 7 manifested as a result of PT and what Silent Hills was gonna be, because Capcom saw that and said, "Oh fuck, we can make a shit ton of money if we fucking make a first person horror game and do this, because this is what people want." After 6, which I didn't even mind 6. 6 was cool. It wasn't
Mm-hmm.
it wasn't what I expected, and I don't know what the fuck people wanted, because Resident Evil 0 was a fucking pain in the ass. Play that game without a guide.
It's not to cut you off.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, but
No, go ahead.
just to touch on Resident Evil 6. A lot of people don't like that. A lot of people shit on 6 as too action oriented, not enough horror. But 6 is what created that huge demand for 7.
Mm-hmm.
So it's like you can't just give people the same product over and over. They deviated, they saw what people liked and didn't like, and then they came back to like that real fucking uncomfortable horror, and people were just like, yes, yes, finally. You know what I'm saying? So they created that fucking demand for it. So, absolutely, I agree with what you're saying, and and like I said, with the way that Kojima handled PT, I think he earned the trust of that fan, because that fan base is intensely like protective over the franchise of Silent Hill. They don't want to see a bad Silent Hill game. Like if you're not gonna do it right, like we don't want Metal Gear Survive or whatever the fuck. Like don't just fucking leave it alone. We want it only if it's like really paying homage to the thing that we love. And I think that Kojima earned that fan base's trust with PT. So, I would love to see him get another shot at it. If Sony can make that work out, I mean, and you look at Konami. Konami is like they're known for being so fucking money hungry. All they want, like their pachinko machines and charging for an extra save file on your fucking like they are so hungry for more and more money. They have to be aware. Okay, people want to just throw money at us for a good Silent Hill game. Obviously, probably not going to make a good one in house. So why
Yeah.
not license that shit out? And that's been the only excuse that I could possibly think of for what's going on with Abandoned is if they were going to announce it. They were going to announce that it was Silent Hill related, but there's like contractual stuff in the background with Konami where they're still working out the licensing deal. Maybe Konami stalled on it. Maybe they wanted to change some stuff up when they saw the hype. They want more money. They want a bigger cut or whatever.
Yeah.
That's the only thing that I could think of that would stop because they have not announced the name of their game. And to be this far along, unless you're a total fucking scam, at which case I'm looking at Sony like, how the fuck do you not know what these people are doing for you? Um, but if that's the only thing that I can think of. Like, why would they be so scared, like so hesitant to reveal the actual name of their game? Maybe Konami's like, you can't reveal it until we say so.
Yeah.
And Konami would do some dirt shit like that if they feel like they could get more out of it. So I don't know, but that's the only plausible excuse that I could come up with that actually makes any kind of sense. If it's related to Silent Hill, is that Konami like wanted to renegotiate the licensing deal or something like that, or it wasn't finalized.
That makes sense. Like you look at what was it, Mortal Kombat 11 initially had Ash as a character in it, and he was like fucking completely done. They had him, completely fucking all the moves in the meta. They had him ready to go, and then fucking what was it, Bruce Campbell? Because I think he owns that character. I don't know if it's Bruce Campbell or if it's, I think it's fucking Bruce Campbell. Because you know how they're making that other Evil Dead game?
Mm-hmm.
So that game got delayed by a year, and he said he wanted the release of Ash and Mortal Kombat to coincide the Evil Dead fucking game. So they couldn't make it happen because that game got delayed due to the pandemic, and it was like, well, Mortal Kombat's done with all of their shit, at a certain point when they release Combat Pack 2 with the character pack or whatever the fuck. So it's like stupid shit like that can hold up some shit from being released. So I totally believe that would happen with Silent Hill.
And Konami does a lot of stupid shit, so
oh yeah, they don't give a fuck. Look at fucking Castlevania. Like, what the fuck is wrong with them? Like, make a fucking Castlevania. Just like everybody loves Castlevania. We love it. You fucking they make like one smart move and then they make like 10 dumb moves. Like, okay, let's put Simon Belmont and fucking Richter in Super Smash, but not make a new Castlevania game. All right, let's re-release fucking all the old Castlevania games like on Super Nintendo, from Nintendo, Super Nintendo, all the consoles, and then not make a new fucking game. Or let's make a cell phone game. Like, fuck that. Fuck Activision. I'm not buying fucking Call of Duty fucking Vanguard this year. I'll get on some Battlefield this year. And you know what? EA has redeemed themselves, I feel like, too. Because they were so goddamn greedy for years. And then now they're like, you know what? We're totally walking away from microtransactions. We fucked up. Yeah, we're still making shitty football games and shitty fucking soccer games. It's the same game every year. But we're bringing back Skate. We're putting quality content into our shooters. What didn't they fucking... There was a game that they designed. It was like a third-person action game that they designed on the fucking... the DICE engine. The fucking...
is it one of the
Frostbite
Star Wars titles?
I think so. I think they designed like a Star Wars title on a Frostbite engine and it wasn't
Are
working.
you talking about Fallen Order?
I don't know. I think it might have been. But like it was a first person engine and then they made like a fucking, they made it like wrong. Like it wasn't made for that. And then, oh no, Anthem. I think it was Anthem. They fucking made that on the Frostbite engine. Yeah. And it was like that game from the beginning was just fucked. But you know what? I'm going to say it right here and I'm going to say it now. Fuck Jason Schreier. I don't like Dre.
Oof.
I don't like Jason Schreier at all. He's whiny little bitch, and I'll never have you on my show, Jason Schreier. Like, I know you're a big name in the shit, and you probably fucking, you're probably gonna fucking pull some strings and blackball me, Jason Schreier. But fuck you, because crunch is part of the gaming industry. When you work in AAA gaming industry, look, if you want a 9 to 5 job, go fucking go to GameStop where Rex was at and apply, because they need someone now. You can go work there. You can clock in and clock out when you're fucking done, and you won't have to work 24-hour fucking shifts, and you're not going to make AAA money, because that's what you get paid when you're fucking working hard. That's what crunch is. You're in the big leagues, man. Fucking when you're looking at what's it called? When you're looking at the fucking baseball teams, do you think those motherfuckers are like, oh, I gotta play 100 and something games a season? No, motherfucker, you're in the big leagues. You're pumped. You're getting paid to do that. Like Jason Schreier, like, I don't even think he plays video games. I never see him talking about no video games. You're a fucking gaming journalist. You're fucking just whining. You're trying to be the advocate for these people that make way more fucking money than me. Fuck you, Jason Schreier.
I think, one thing that kind of turned me off to Jason, and this was a while ago. I don't, I've never met him. I don't know what he's like, but I saw his interview with Yang, yeah, and I was like, man, that's, it seemed like Yang went into that with, like, good faith and good intentions, and Jason went into it to be a little bit, with a little bit of malice,
Yeah.
He obviously doesn't seem to care for the YouTube community and their, coverage of gaming, which, I can understand to a degree, but, I just, I didn't like that. That was one thing for me.
I made a hella good comparison about him. I was like, he tries to be like the fucking guy that, like, reported on, like, Deep Throat or some shit, like, with every fucking article. And it's like, bro, like, come on, man. Like, what was it? Gamergate, when that shit happened?
I still don't know what the fuck Gamergate was, and I hear about it all the fucking time, and I don't know what the fuck it was.
So I'm in the same boat as you. I think I know what it is, but I don't really know. Like, I think Colin Moriarty said, because he was working at IGN when it happened, and supposedly it was like, magazines were shilling for certain companies. Like, EA was, like, putting money in pockets so they'd get good reviews and shit like that. And Colin Moriarty, when he was working at IGN, and he said this after, he was like, it wasn't true. Like, we weren't getting paid by these companies. These were genuine reviews, like, there was no shady deals. He's like, he was one of the top editors in the magazine. He's like, I would have known about it. And he said all the problem with Gamergate is that all of the media outlets fucking chose to address it. He said that they should have just ignored it. He said, we had a big ass meeting where they said, hey, we're going to make like a page fucking thing in our magazine or page on the website or whatever, where it's like, we're fucking not, taking money. Everything is our own opinion. Whoop-de-whoop, And Colin was like, that's stupid because we're paying into it. That makes it look like we're covering our asses. Like, if you ignore it, it will go away. Like, that's what he said about that. And I agree with a lot of the shit that he says about, that kind of shit. I mean, dude's fucking top editor of that shit for years. He's a fucking gaming news genius. He's got great content. But anyways, enough sucking off Colin Moriarty. He said that, yeah, that's what it pretty much was about. And, like, I bet you Jason Schreier, that's probably where he fucking came out of. He came out of his little fucking, fuck, I'm just being mean now. I was gonna say his little fucking hole with his ring and shit, and he was like, I'm gonna fucking make an article about this, and then he started his fucking career there.
I thought it had something to do with, like, some females sleeping with German journalists or something for something favorable, something or another, like. Because it got turned into, like, like, from what I've seen about it post Gamergate, I wasn't there when it happened. It had to do something with, like, females in like females in gaming or like female journalists or something, like it got turned into like a male versus female thing. But I still don't. I've watched videos that claim to like explain Gamergate, and I left those videos still not knowing what the fuck happened
Yeah.
because they explain everything in these very vague terms. Like nobody will just straight up say like, this is what happened, this is what the accusations were. I can't understand. I don't know what happened. I really don't give a fuck. Like
Fuck
it just seems like a
Gamergate.
really toxic subject to even talk about. But it's just
Yeah, I
you know,
don't know, man. It's like
it
fucking. It's like how the Dreamcast fucking failed. It's like there's like a million things going on at once. We don't know what the fuck it really was. You
hmm
know, it's like fucking. I don't know. What?
I know
Oh,
it's a sensitive subject in the industry, so I don't want to speak on it till I know what the fuck actually
yeah.
happened. Then I
Well,
get my ass in trouble.
yeah, man. Well, you know what? That's all we do, man. It's just a matter of time. Someone's gonna take some shit out of context and fucking bury us for it. That's what happens in this fucking industry. That's what happened. This is an industry, though. How dope is that? Like we're in an industry, Like that
Yeah,
shit's sick.
yeah, yeah.
You
It's bigger. It's bigger than movies and music. You know what I mean? Video games is like it's number fucking one.
People won't like me for this, but I think The Last of Us 2 was one of the most moving stories and fantastic games as far as gameplay goes. That's the closest thing we're ever going to get to a fucking modern day Manhunt, I think.
Oh yeah, Manhunt. Oh my God, I got Manhunt 1 and 2. Fucking,
You know, you know how they got to bring that game back, and I already know, like, bring back Manhunt as a fucking battle royale game, and
oh shit.
you make it like a fucking what's it called? Like it's like a TV show, kind of like how Apex is supposedly like a show. You make it like that, but instead of a fucking storm killing people, you have SWAT teams that are just closing in on everybody, and you get caught in their line of fire. Bah, that's it. They just blast your ass, and then they have like areas that have like really good loot with like guns and shit with limited ammo. Like fucking say they have like a what's it called like a everything makes sense though. It's Carcer City. It's that whole city from the Manhunt series. But then
Mm.
like you get like the fucking football field. Throw a football field in there. You land in there, your dude can get some pads which will give him like more armor, or like fucking, you'll find like weights and dumbbells and shit you can use, or like, the police station, you can go in there, but there's still a couple cops in there you got to get past, and then like plastic bags, trash cans are the loot fucking things cuz you're looking for shivs and shit like that.
Mm.
And then like Rockstar can monetize the fuck out of it because they're the masters at monetizing shit, like clearly, like I don't know. That's a game that they need to bring back as that. And I know they still like respect that franchise cuz they got the Manhunt executioners in fucking GTA as like as a crew that you can join.
Wow, I didn't even know that.
Yeah, it's been around since like the launch, but it's like they still acknowledge that franchise. So I think that they just think it's too late to make it. I don't know, or they're just sitting
I
there in their
I
piles
think
of
they're
money.
worried about how it'll be received. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
Bringing back Manhunt in the current culture, it would get fucking eviscerated on Twitter and shit like that. And for whatever reason, these companies feel like Twitter's opinion matters and equates to real money when it doesn't.
yeah. Fuck Twitter, man. That shit sucks. It's toxic, man. I stay out of conversations, and you know how difficult it is to try and promote my shit and not just look like, it's like I feel like I want to be genuine on Twitter, and I want to go on there and I want to be like, this is me as a person. I'm tweeting about this, tweeting about that, but like, and then here's my show. But I say the wrong thing on there and people are going to fucking come at me with the pitchforks and shit. And I'm like, I really am not a political dude. I don't give a fuck about shit. Like, I mean, I care. What I care is that everybody has the right intention with their heart, man. That's as good as it fucking, you know. And I see it. There are people doing stupid shit with the right intention. But if your heart's in the right place, you are doing the right thing. You know what I mean? That sounds like some Charles Manson ass shit. Fuck that. Scratch that. I take that away. Hey, fucking but anyways, Rex, man. So, what's I don't know, man. I don't want to get too like personal, but what's your love life like, man? You single? What's up with all the single ladies out there? They got hope?
uh, s- I am, you know, no comment.
All right, it's all good. We can pass on that. I know that's a hella unprofessional question. That's like in my list of like questions don't ask, but I'm fucked up.
It's not a bad question at all. It's just that I don't know how to answer it right now,
I'm about to be like
unfortunately.
Howard Stern on this shit eventually. You know, I was
Yeah.
watching Cuba Gooding Jr. on Howard Stern, and Cuba Gooding Jr. was like, I guess he was on a layover, so he was hella tired, like from a super long flight. He was all jet lagged, and he was drunk, and he went on there, and Howard Stern was like, fucking. He was like, "What's up, Cuba?" Da da da, and then Cuba Gooding Jr. was like crazy. He was like forcing himself to be awake, and he was like, you want to see my, you know?" And Howard Stern was like, I wasn't asking, but hey, if you want to show it to the show, go ahead. And then he lifts his leg up and he goes, "I'll show you the tip." And he lifts up like the bottom of his
Oh
pant.
my
He
God.
lifts the bottom of his pant leg though. He's like, "It's right there." And fucking, he was just going hella
Holy
crazy, bro.
shit.
Like fuck. I don't know if I could be on Howard Stern level though, but I love Beetlejuice, man. That dude's fucking hilarious from Howard Stern. I used to always like, just love that shit. But yeah, man. What type of media are you consuming other than games? Like when you do have time, you've been off for a whole week. What you been doing all week?
Oh man, I wish I could say that. Well, you know what? I actually just sent you a DM telling you what I've been going through all week. If you want to check your Twitter DMs,
Oh
and then
yeah,
you'll understand some stuff.
yeah for sure. No, my bad. Oh yeah, 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 yeah. So fucking, you seen Halloween Kills yet?
Moving on. Um, I haven't, but like I saw, like, so you know Jeremy Johns, he does movie reviews on YouTube.
Yeah,
Um, so I watched his review. He shit on it.
yeah.
And his audience was like, I fucking totally disagree. So I have heard so many conflicting views on Halloween Kills that I don't know what to really think of it. But to answer your question, because I know that a lot of my viewers, I don't know if anybody's left in the chat or not, but I will say, and a lot of my viewers have been asking what I've been doing with my break, and I've it hasn't been the kind of break that I thought it would be, man. Mostly been dealing with so like I went on break and my intention was I'm gonna sleep for like 2 days
Yeah.
because I've been grinding for 13 months straight. I'm gonna sleep for like 2 days, and then I'm gonna work on some stuff for my stream, new thumbnails, new channel art, a new intro to my stream, a new outro to my stream, things to just kind of raise the professionalism of my presentation. And unfortunately, like after I slept in that first day and a half, I had a family situation come up that kind of, took me away for a little while. I had to handle that. I mean, I guess it's a good thing that it came up during my break. I had to handle that for a little while, and then I haven't talked about this, but I got a phone call from my mom. She was just diagnosed with skin cancer.
Bro.
About 3 days ago, she called me and told me that. So I've been back and forth with that, and didn't if you saw the Nerd Night podcast, I didn't have a relationship with my mother from the time I was 8 years old to the time I was 32. We had no relationship, and we just reconnected in the past 3 years. And so, but the good news about that is that it's a small area on her chest,
Yeah.
and I think they're going to be able to cut it off.
Oh
And
yeah.
it runs in the family. Several of the women in my family on my mother's side, including like all of her sisters, of which there's three. There's four of them total, including my mom. They've all had it. So yeah, hopefully they just are able to cut that out, and she's good. But yeah, so it hasn't been the kind of like chill, productive, like chilling and then being super productive break that I wanted it to be. But, I'm trying to not stress it too much because I think at the end of the day, I've been gone for 8 days. And when I come back on my birthday on Tuesday, I think no matter what happens, even if the intro is the same and nothing's really that different, I think my community will be there for it. And I think, I come back, tell them I miss them, hit that intro, fucking dive right into some fucking. So, and I think it'll be all right, and then we'll just go from there. Like, all the things that I wanted to do on this break, if I don't get it done by the end of this break, we just keep working on it throughout the year. And then maybe, New Year's, I surprise them with some stuff. We'll see what happens. But I still feel good about things. And, my community has gone out of their way to let me know that they miss me. And I miss them like a lot. Like, not. I was so burnt out. I was so happy to not be streaming for a week, just to be able to breathe.
Yeah.
But it's kind of surprised me how much in this past like week I have missed my community and missed seeing them in the chat and talking to them. So I think that it's gonna be fucking awesome when I come back. So I'm still feeling good about it.
Hell yeah, man. And you know what? I like your intro, bro. I mean, I remember my wife hadn't seen it yet, and I was like staying up super late. I was like, you need to see this fucking intro. Like, she's like, wait, you need to go to bed right now. You need to go to bed. And it was like it was just the, what's it called? The fucking, the, what do you call it? The fucking synthwave, like fucking, like
Pre-show.
background. Yeah, the pre-show shit was playing, and I was like, no, you have to see this. You got to see this intro. Like, I know I got to be at work in like 5 hours, but I'm staying up until this fucking intro plays, and you have to watch it. And like, we watched the intro, and it was like, I was like, all right. I jumped in. I think I commented. I was like, yo, bro, just want to see the intro. I'm going to bed now, But if it ain't broke, man. But
I just want to say that means so fucking much to me because I knew nothing about audio and video editing. I got Adobe Premiere, and I created that intro when I only had like 200 subs, and I made it myself, and I worked so fucking hard on it. I just wanted like. I try to treat my streams kind of like a TV show, That's why I want an outro, I want an intro and an outro, and I made it myself. And I will tell you one thing that's kind of cool. It's gonna sound a little arrogant, but you know, um, while I have been on break, I have been on Twitter and on Fiverr, and I have been talking to people that make intros for streamers, trying to get a professional, intro done for me. Something that is kind of like, very similar to what I already have because what I have, I think, is dope. I just think that the production quality of it could be upped a little bit. Transitions could be a little bit better. Things like that. Um, I have talked to so many goddamn editors and graphic designers, and they have no fucking clue what to do or how I did what I did. And it's really made me realize, like, because I always get compliments on that intro. And, I was like, man, that makes me feel good, because I worked hard on it. And
yeah,
then, but when I've tried to find other people, like, I show them, like, this is my intro that I made myself. I'm an amateur, self-taught. I made it by myself. I know it's not that good. I want to upgrade it. I want something a little more epic that kind of, pays homage to that beginning. And they're just like, oh, I don't fucking know how to make that shit. They're like, I don't know what to tell you. Like, they send me clips that are just total fucking garbage. No offense to all of you
yeah,
artists out there, appreciate you. But it's just like it made me realize, like, wow, like I I think I kind of made something really good because
yeah,
I've been talking to so many people on Fiverr that do this professionally, and the stuff that they send me, like, I can make you this, and it's like fucking garbage.
yeah,
And I'm just like, fuck, man. Like, I honestly, if I update my intro, I'm at the point now, I think I might have to do it myself because the stuff that I'm being sent is always like, it'll be like 60 seconds long. Because I'll be like, send me a 60-second clip of an intro you made. If you're listening, if you do graphic design, if somebody asks for a 60-second intro, for the love of God, stop sending people um music playing in the background and an animated logo on repeat for 60 seconds. It's just like it's a 5 second repeat for 60 seconds. It's just a animated logo that just sits there and bounces or whatever
Yo,
while that song plays. I'm like, get that shit out of my face, dude. I want that shit to be a movie. And
yeah,
they're like, oh, I don't know, I've never heard of that before. I'm like, what the fuck? Like,
yeah.
so I have not been able to find anybody to make anything like. So I might have to just fucking try to, you know, do it myself, man.
Yeah, I fuck with this label called Barbaric Brutality. I just had the dude Mike on here the other
Uh huh.
night, and he's got his boy that's doing graphic design, and he does like videos and shit. So I'll
Uh huh.
shoot some shit over to him, let him know, hey, I'll send him your intro and be like, yo, can you do some shit like this for this guy? Because fucking
Yeah.
he does cryptic ass shit like 3D graphics and like shit. So like I don't know, maybe it might work, fucking
Shoot me your email or your Gmail or whatever, and I'll send you the actual file so you can show it to him like in the full quality, and he can take a look at it. If he can make something like that, yeah, I'm willing to pay for it. Like, I want my shit to be like, I'm trying to present myself as a professional, like
yeah.
streamer. Like, I'm not just doing this shit for fun, And I'm willing to pay for it. But man, I cannot find anybody that can make something like what I've already fucking made.
Yo, that I like. So when we were watching your shit, it summed up what I know why you want to update it, because it sums up your channel probably at that point in time, and you want to bring
Yeah.
it forward now, because like the
Mhm.
dress to kill part just had me, it every time it has me rolling, like when you're
Mhm.
standing in the doorway and it like goes up, and I'm like, bruh, it's so sick though, that's why I'm always in your fucking comments like, when are you bringing it back? And I feel you, it's not so much what you do
I have
anymore.
when
It's
we've
like,
when we've leveled up,
yeah, I've seen
I
you
have
throw it
put
in
it
there, and
I've thrown it out there and it just gets rejected every
fuck,
time. But
that
I
shit's
guarantee
so
you,
funny, bro. You
they're
started doing the cross, I was like, yo, this is like some fucking raw ass shit, and you're competitive, like you're hella serious, like
yeah, there will be.
it's a great gimmick.
I'm probably not gonna say anything about it, and then one day I'm just gonna spring it on
Just
people
been
again out of nowhere.
Halloween night, dude.
You never know.
You never
Oh,
know. What
Halloween!
are you
I
doing on
can't even,
Halloween? Do you have plans
bro.
already for this Halloween or what?
I do, and bro, when I tell you, like, I mean, I don't know what the intro is gonna be like. I don't know how much I'll be able to do but I've got all I can say is that I have a company that makes props for horror movies
What?
that reached out to me, and they are making me some custom stuff right now that cost $800, I think is what they would sell it to, and to on their website. And I think I'm going to be able to get it for a price I can afford, and I think it's going to be fucking dope. I just got to figure out. It's not the cost. I've got ideas. I've got plans.
Hell yeah, dude! I can't wait. I don't know what the fuck I was gonna do. I was gonna do like one of those stay-at-home concerts where like fucking I was gonna show like wrestling and then like bands in between, but all the bands I reached out to were like, yo, we don't have enough time to like put together performances to do it justice. So I'm like,
Yeah.
fuck, I'm just like open. I overbooked myself this week. Not overbooked, but like normally I do 2 shows a week. I'm doing like 5 this week, and then I'm just like, weekend comes
Grinding,
and
bro.
yeah,
Grinding, bro.
I'm probably just gonna
I
chill,
respect it. I respect it. Yeah.
watch some other streams and fucking drink some
hmm
brews and
I think the hardest thing for me, honestly, figuring out what to do for Halloween is like, okay, so we leveled up and we did Silent Hill, right? And then we leveled up again in Silent Hill 2 1. And then we've leveled up again since then in Silent Hill 3 1. So I'm thinking to myself, like, okay, when I come back, I mean, I need to get these fucking level ups out of the way. This is what people have been donating for. They want to see these games, and I want to give it to them, And Silent Hill, it's October. It just, but it's when I think about Halloween, I don't want to do my Halloween stream in the middle of something else. Like, I want to do that Halloween stream and like it be either the beginning of some kind of level up or it be something totally off the wall.
Yeah.
And so right now I'm just trying to figure out how I'm gonna schedule it to make it work. But it's I'm spending Halloween with my audience, and I'm gonna do my best to make it very interesting. And if things work out the way that I think they're gonna work out, I think they'll be very, very happy with what we do. And I think that I'm probably fucking myself in the ass by setting expectations, but fuck it. The stuff that I'm talking about with a team out in out in Georgia or something like that, and talking to a team out there. And I think that they're actually going to drive like from Georgia to North Carolina, come see me in my studio, and we're going to set up some shit. And yeah, man, I just I care so much about my community, and I want them to be happy. Like so much, it's like the way you want to make your girlfriend or your wife happy. You know what I mean? Like I just want to fucking satisfy them. You know what I'm saying? And what I'm planning, I think will really fucking blow their minds. I'm hoping.
Sounds like it. You're buying all sorts of toys.
Goddamn right. So we just have to see. I don't think the birthday stream like birthday stream, but when I come back on the 19th, I think to myself like, I could start a level up then, like Silent Hill 2. I could start it right then, but it's like I've already got this like birthday stream, and like I could start Silent Hill 2 then, but it's just like I want to celebrate with my community on my birthday.
Are you gonna have a
And I
cake?
want to Nah, probably not.
Come
I mean,
on, no man, don't disappoint us, bro. You gotta blow out the candles. We're gonna be
well,
there for you.
I'll probably do. I'll probably. You saw the message I sent you on Twitter.
Yeah,
I've got the person that I mentioned in that message
yeah.
makes cakes, and
Oh, okay.
so I would love to have a cake that's like personally made, but if we'll see what happens. But if
Yeah.
not, I might have a cake there that I can blow out, and then maybe I'll set some kind of challenge with my community where if I win the challenge, we'll do maybe we'll do a community. I ended with a community game night. I would love to come back with one to celebrate with my community, but maybe I have it to have some kind of challenge where if I win, I get to eat the cake, but if they win, I gotta fucking smash the cake on my face or something. We'll see.
Ray just said in the chat there's going to be a cake run.
A cake run?
Yeah, in the middle of the street, be like, be right back.
We gotta get the cake. Yeah, yeah. We'll see what happens. Actually, and I gotta take a piss run right
Hey,
now.
wait, we got
Right.
the screen, dude. I'm so wait. No, that's the
I'll
wrong
be
one.
right back. Shit, I'm dying, bro. I'll be right back.
So Ray, yeah, this is cool. I bet it's odd for him not to have to manage the chat and stuff. Great interviews, guys. Really, thank you, man. I appreciate that. I fucking love having Rex on here, man. This is a conversation I've been looking forward to having for some time. And I think we're about to break the fucking record. We are. I think we're like 20 minutes away from breaking the fucking record for longest episode we've ever done. It's fucking crazy. I didn't think I'd ever break the record. Normally I've done, look at this. Look how many Modelo's we got right here. We got 3 Modelo's. Another 2 Modelo's. And then the Modelo I'm on right now. Wait. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So I have 6 Modelo's, and then I drank 2 before we started. And this one's almost gone. So we're looking at like 8 Modelo's or 9 Modelo's total. I can't count. But yeah. Like I said, great interview time. Flies when you're having fun. I know. My fucking chick was telling me earlier, she was like I said something about, yeah, I'm going to set the green screen up for a minute and shit, cuz she's usually like behind the green screen. And she was like, well, I better get everything done that I have to do before we start. And I was like, why? She's like, that guy's going to have you on the interview for like 5 days. And I was dying because the stream, because I was like, Rex can go. I was rolling. She was like
a motherfucker.
Dude, we're about to break the record right now for longest interview I've done. And I knew we were going to hit it.
What's the longest?
The longest was 4 hours, I think, and like 5 minutes, and we're at like 4 hours right now. So we're about to break it. Yeah, I fucking what was I gonna say? Fucked up. 4 hours. So we're like 4 and 5. And I was, since we started early, like, because I thought we were going to start at like 8 o'clock. I was like, fuck, we're going to be up dumbass late. But now it's totally perfect. We could be up dumbass late and like go like 6 hours. I don't know. Let's go 12 hours. Fuck it. Let's go for 5. Let's go until the birthday stream, bro. Let's go through the birthday stream.
Another 74-hour stream, bro.
Yep. It'll turn into super fitting with the fucking Stream King Rex. That's what Ray said. Ray said, haha, it'll turn into a 3-day stream. Oh, he also...
I have to fucking go from straight from this to my intro and start my fucking stream on Tuesday.
Yep. Oh, God. No, I got work tomorrow, so I'm fucking... Well, I know, that's the thing that sucks, but it's all good, because, you know, it is what it is, man. I accept the situation. I actually, like I said, I withdrew from school fucking this week. I was, like, working for an IT degree, and, I decided, I was like, you know what, I'm going to withdraw fucking and just focus on working and doing the show, because this show, I've been having interviews getting in the way of my classes and shit, because like certain people are only available on certain days, and I'm like, yo, if they're stoked to come on, I'll fucking go out of my way for it, you know? Like,
yeah.
Well, you ever meet Gangrel? Hell, people met Gangrel that I met. Almost everybody I met Gangrel. You ever met Gangrel?
Man, no, I have not, dude.
Oh, really?
Sadly, I always wanted to. I heard he was a really fucking cool guy. I know people that have worked him and been in matches with him, and they've always had good things to say about him, but I have not.
Were you a fan of the Brood?
Yeah. Yeah, 100%, yeah. I loved what they were doing. Something different, you know? That theme music was fucking the shit.
Yeah. Fucking
bloodbaths and all that shit.
I know, the lights go out and come back on. Like fucking blood everywhere, bro. I love that shit. I love is Attitude Era your favorite era? Or did you like before?
I'd have to say yeah, you know, everything from like 95 to like 2004.
Yeah.
Like everything in there, you know, that's a little bit past. That's when the merger happened, when Shane bought WCW, and you know, they started doing like you know, they started having the WCW workers on their shows, and then, you know, I think they had the ECW One Night Stand and stuff. Like everything in between there. It was like when they started centering all of their content around John Cena is when I checked out, you know.
Same.
And nothing against him. It was just like, you know, I was so into like this fucking like like not. I was just so into the I don't want to say adult content, but it was just like when when they started aiming their content, like companies always do this. They see that the money is in the kids. You selling toys, you fucking when you got kids begging their parents to buy them shit for Christmas and buy them this toy and buy them this video game and stuff, the parents feel guilty, so they go out and buy it. You're making more money, and companies always start like they end up aiming their product at like the younger audience, because they know that there's more money there. Whereas you aim your product at an older audience, they might want to see it, but they got to manage their finances. They might, be willing to make the cut, but when it comes to their kids, they're like, well, fuck, I don't want my kid to, I'll fucking make the sacrifice. And so it's like when they started doing that, I checked out.
Yeah, same,
You know,
man. John Cena came in. I remember I, s- I think I stopped like actually right before. I remember it was like some of the last shit. WrestleMania 21 I think was when I like completely stopped. And that was Eddie and Mysterio. Didn't they have like the fucking match for like the custody of Damien or some shit? You remember that match?
yeah, yeah.
That's pretty funny. Like they
You
did
know,
a custody match.
the day of WrestleMania 20, that Sunday, the day of WrestleMania 20, was my first time ever being in a pro wrestling ring. My first
Really?
day of training. Yeah, my first day of training was
Did you watch it
WrestleMania
too?
20. Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. Came home, beat the fuck up, had been puking, and the shit kicked out of me. Watched WrestleMania 20.
That's
Hmm.
crazy. You ever break any ribs wrestling?
Nah, I broke my left arm in a
Ooh.
couple places at my elbow in my very first match, man. So my very first match, we were wrestling in a old school ring. Now, according to the people that owned the ring and the company that I was working for, it was apparently a ring that was used in one of the early WrestleManias that apparently WWE ended up selling because they didn't want any more before they realized they should keep that shit. I don't know if that's true, but it was like David Flair was on the show. I was opening with another rookie that I trained with. Shout out to Nick, and had our first match opening that show. And old school wrestling rings are really stiff, really, really fucking hard, painful. I went for a diving headbutt, and
You're
something happened
crazy.
with the yeah. So I did the diving headbutt during the match, and when I landed, something about the way that I landed on the dive and headbutt. I can't remember exactly what happened, but at my elbow, I broke my left arm at my elbow, but
Ah,
instead of like breaking it out like this, I
broke
broke
it.
it vertically towards the wrist.
Ah,
And it cracked in like two or three places vertically towards the wrist. And what's funny about that is that was also the same day as my prom in high school. So I had that match, finished the match. My elbow was, it was a little tight, uncomfortable, like during the adrenaline of the match. I had to drive a stick shift about an hour and 30 minutes home, and driving that stick shift on the way home, fucking killing me, bro.
yeah.
I get home, I shower off. I couldn't even put on my tux without my grandmother helping me put on the tux.
Oh
I took
God.
I took this girl I was crazy about to prom, and came home and passed out. I woke up and shit. I woke up early in the morning and my fucking left arm was just throbbing. I went to my grandmother. I was like, "You gotta take me to the emergency room right now. Like my arm's fucked up really bad." And she took me there. This is a true story. I went to the ER. The ER. They did the X-rays. I spoke to the doctor. They did the X-rays on my left arm, and then I'm waiting in the room for the doctor to come back. He comes back in, and he tells me that it's just a sprain, and I'm like, really? Fuck! I felt like a bitch immediately.
Yeah.
And then he tells me, I used to be a pro wrestler. And if you're coming into the ER over just a sprain in your elbow, you should probably quit because you don't have what it takes to survive in that industry, in that business, because this is not a serious injury.
No way. The
He said
fucking
that to
doctor
me,
said
bro.
that to
He
you.
said he was a fucking dick. He said that to me, and I was just like, damn. And I came home so defeated, feeling like so fucking worthless. And I
Yeah.
just, I was in so much pain. I took a pain pill and I went to bed and I just fell asleep. And when I woke up later, my dad like was coming to check on me, and I woke up when he came to check on me. And I was like, "Hey, what time is it?" And he was like, "Oh, it's like 4 in the afternoon." And I was like, "Oh, I'm sorry, I've been sleeping all day." He was like, "Oh, you ain't gotta apologize to me. You're the one with the broken arm." And I was like, "What the fuck you talking about?" So what happened was, whenever a doctor does X-rays on you and stuff like that, like I guess like in hospitals, I don't know if this is something that every hospital does or whatever. A nurse reviewed the X-rays,
Yeah.
and the nurse was like, "Dude, his arm is broken vertically in
Yeah.
like two different places, possibly three, because we don't have an angle to see this side. But there's two different cracks going towards his wrist up
Ah.
here." And so the nurse had to call my home and be like, "Hey, you know how we told your son he was a pussy? Well, turns out his arm is broken in like multiple places at his elbow, going vertically towards his wrist." And she tried to cover for the doctor. That's why the doctor missed it. He was looking for a horizontal break, and it was a vertical break. And also he's a fucking idiot. And
Yeah,
so,
fuck that guy.
yeah, so they ended up, they told me that, and I was like, "Oh, that's why it hurts so bad." Good. And then I fucking went back to sleep, and so that's what happened with that, man. Um, but but yeah, man, fucking crazy, like, and so that's how it worked out. That was my first match. That was my introduction to the business, fucking breaking my left arm, and then later I broke my left foot in a match.
My
And
left foot. Isn't that like a movie too?
huh?
My left foot.
Yeah, yeah, I broke my left foot.
No, it's like a movie too.
Oh, is it?
Yeah, it's like one of those like hella sad movies.
Oh shit.
Yeah, it's about
Yeah,
like some
this.
guy that paints with his left foot or some shit because he can't move anything else. But
Oh
yeah,
man,
no.
I
So you
don't.
broke your left. Fuck, my bad. I'm fucking.
Now you're good.
I'm on a sick one. So yeah, my left foot. No, I mean your left foot. So you broke your left foot too in a fucking
It was
match.
my fault. Like this guy that was, you know, I'm like right now my walking around weight is between 160 and 170 pounds. And when I'm healthier, right now I'm a little overweight, closer to 160. Like graduating high school, like probably 150. Walking around weight, like maybe around 160. Um, I think the biggest I ever got was 187 in wrestling, and that was with, working out a lot,
Was that when
and
you had the
then
nipple band-aid?
yeah,
Cause you look
yeah, yeah,
fucking yoked in those pictures.
yeah.
I was like, what the fuck? He looks all clean cut and shit. I never seen. I was like, fuck. I gotta pull it up right quick. Hold on. I'm gonna pull. Well, you
Go
can
ahead.
keep talking while I pull up the. Yeah, I got a picture of you fucking with the nipple band-aid. You don't even look like Rex Sterling. You look like a baby.
Yeah, yeah. Baby face like a motherfucker, but I worked heel.
Let me see. Bam. And we got Rex right here. Fucking.
Yeah, it's like I don't even look that big, but I was fucking jacked,
You look
bro.
swole, bro. Nah, you're
Yeah,
being humble. This motherfucker fucking tank right here. Look at him with the
yeah, I was
Nelly.
thick as fuck.
Them
Yeah, I was thick
chops
as
will
fuck.
get you.
Yeah, 100%, dude. They fucked me up, dude, and and that was like I don't think I was on any steroids then or anything. I think that was all natural, man, at the
You're off
time.
the hook. Did you do any steroids at any point?
Oh yeah, I
Yeah.
tried them. Everybody was like, you want to get bigger because WWE. Like, I had an interview with TNA, and TNA was like, you just, you're too young. You're just too new to the business. You need to get more experience. And WWE was like, we don't even want to talk to your short, stupid ass. Like, you're too fucking small. So, I tried steroids, but I just fucking, I had problems with like needles and stuff like that. Like, I could never like put a needle in me because I was like too scared. So I did like pills.
Yeah.
And I mean, I guess maybe I got a little something out of it, but like, one misconception about steroids is people think you just take them and you get bulky, but it's like,
No,
nah,
you
you
gotta
have to
put in
take
more
them.
work.
You got to work your fucking ass off to see the results, to see the growth. Because what happens is like you fucking got to work your ass off, tear the muscle up and all that shit, and then it heals back bigger than before. And with the steroids, like you do the same thing, and your recovery is faster and the muscle growth is faster. But if you're not in there busting your fucking ass, you get nothing. You
Yeah.
don't really get the fucking. So I did it and I got a little bit out of it, but I just never really. I was just always nervous about needles. Now I fucking have to ram this shit in my shoulder every 2 weeks for testosterone. I take testosterone right here. It's actually time for me to do another injection. I don't know if I can do that while we're live or not. I don't know if that's against terms of service, but it's time for me to fucking inject myself again. I don't know if we can do that or not. If we can, I'm down. But um,
Hold on. Let me
right.
Google that real quick.
You might want to look it up before we do it. I don't want to fuck nothing up.
Can you I don't know how to Google that one.
What is? Can you take medicine on stream? I mean, I don't fucking know. It's prescribed, but I don't fucking know.
On YouTube.
Um, no.
Uh
But
testosterone. I don't fucking know. Google won't tell me.
I see videos on because I learned how to inject myself with
From
testosterone
YouTube.
by looking up videos of people doing it on YouTube. So I'm assuming it's not against terms of service as long as it's a prescribed medication. But I'm not 100% sure. I don't fucking know.
Um
I don't.
yeah, I
But
mean if you fuck, I'm so tempted because this is hot, but we've been going for a minute. You said they're gonna cut me off after 5 hours, right? They're not even gonna save it.
Oh, it's 12.
12 hours. Oh, so we're good. But fucking, man, you got, dude. This is like the most compelling interview I've ever had. I'm about to.
Yeah, I've
Fuck
done it
it.
on my streams before, but I end up having to I have to inject it, and the reason why I take testosterone now is I went to my doctor, and this was maybe about a year and a half ago, 2 years ago. I went to my doctor and I was like, man, look, I was like, I'm just gonna keep it real with you, like. I feel like a lazy pussy, and could you test my testosterone?
Yeah,
And the doctor was like, "Yeah, man." I was like, I just don't feel like I just don't feel right. Like I feel like my testosterone is super low. Like I don't grow hair on my chest or
yeah.
anything.
Do
Like
I
I
got?
don't
I
have.
got some. I got a little hair. You're making
Yeah,
me trip now. I'm like, fuck. Do I need
yeah.
some motherfucking
He,
testosterone?
and so he did some blood work on me, and my testosterone levels came back, and they were like they measure testosterone between like say like just to give you numbers like 200 and 900, and my number was like 130. And they were like, yo, that's like really low. You need testosterone. So they started prescribing it for me. And man, I just gotta say, if you're a male in your 30s and you feel like you just don't feel like your energy is low, maybe you struggle to keep your dick hard. I don't fucking know, but like you fucking don't have the energy, you feel lazy, it's almost like feeling depressed, but I'm not sad. I'm just not motivated to do anything. I said, "Man, check my testosterone. It was off the charts low." And since I started taking, testosterone supplement to boost me up just to normal levels. Like I feel like fucking Superman. I feel so much better and have so much more energy, and I'm just so much more alive with it. Like it's crazy. Like I can't imagine how low the numbers must have been before because I just didn't even want to get out of bed, and I wasn't depressed. I just blah,
Yeah.
you know? I was just so blah. But I do one injection every 2 weeks now. But when I was wrestling, I was so scared to take any kind of injection. I didn't do it. I tried some pills, and it was all right. But I just honestly preferred, I preferred NO Explode, which was creatine, and just like really really good protein shakes.
Yeah.
And my diet was pretty much just the protein shakes, creatine before a workout, and then like tuna and chicken breast, and that was pretty much it. And I still like I've always had a problem. I've always been bulkier. I've always had such a hard time like shredding. I did get to a point where I had like a 7 pack because actually one of my abs is cut in half. on my right side. I had a surgery when I was a baby. I would eat food and then puke it up, and they found out that there was some kind of muscle mass in my stomach that was restricting my ability for my stomach to like actually intake the food that I would eat. So I'd end up puking it up. So they actually had to cut through one of my abs, go into my stomach, and remove some of that muscle so
Yeah.
that I could eat. So it's like I have like four abs on my left side, like you're supposed to have, and then I got five on my right side because one's
Damn.
cut in half. Yeah. But yeah, yeah. So my walking around weight was always like around 155 to 160, and then 187 when I was at my best, at my heaviest. I'm probably walking around right now at like 170,
Damn.
169 to 171, but
How
it's not
tall are
all
you?
good weight. 5'7".
I said, dude, I'm the same height. I'm walking around at like 2 right now, 200. That
Oh wow.
pandemic fucked me up,
Yeah,
bro. Yeah, I
100%.
went from 135. Like I was really skinny and I wasn't like pumped or nothing. And then I went to like 150 where I was like healthy for a minute and then fucking pandemic, I was just like every time I jump on the scale, I was like 10 pounds heavier and then it hit 200 and that was like the top out. Like yeah, I got to burn that shit. I'm working on it right now though. It's literally all beer gut, bro. Like that's all
Yeah,
fucking
it'll do it in a heartbeat. It'll do it.
yeah.
Raise your blood pressure like a motherfucker too.
Yeah, absolutely. I go to the doctor and they like check my blood pressure and they're like, "Oh no, you're probably just nervous." I'm like, "No, that's like check it in 10 minutes, it'll be the fucking same." Like I got to fucking
And that's alcohol, baby.
yeah. It's delicious though. Um but yeah, man, fucking you know what? Go ahead, do it, bro. Let's fucking do some
Word.
fucking testosterone on the fucking show. And
I mean,
I'm going to
I
make
don't
this.
think it's prescribed to me. I
No,
don't
I
think
know
it's
the way I said it makes it sound all
terms.
bad.
No,
Let's do
I
some
don't think it's
testosterone.
in terms of service or anything. I mean, what are we streaming on right now?
We're on YouTube, Twitch, and Twitter.
Word. Okay.
Twitter's
Well,
the fucking Wild West. We can literally just like fucking hang dong and they won't give a fuck.
yeah.
Well, you know what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna take this opportunity. This is bad. No, I don't want to do that. It's in poor taste. But anyways, Night Shift merch. If you want to go and buy the latest Night Shift merch, shit, go on nightshiftmerch.com. There's a whole bunch of dope ass shit on Night Shift merch. Let me fucking bust it out real quick here. Let's see what we got going on. So I am going to show some Night Shift merch that you want to purchase. So if you go on nightshiftmerch.com, viewers, there's a lot of dope shit that you can buy. And here, I need to make this. I guess that's as big as it'll go. But yeah, they have the new yeah, this is cool. So you go on the front page of Night Shift merch. There's a lot of Cradle of Filth merch that's going on right now on here. For $23.98, look at this fucking bundle. You build your own bundle for Existence is Futile, the album. You can add fucking... Look at this. They got the long sleeve shirts. They got the short sleeve shirts. They got fucking the vinyl poster, an apron. It's like a bloody apron. That's pretty dope. And then the cassette tape, Existence is Futile. This shit is fucking gonna be bad as fuck when it comes out. We got Suffocation. Fucking look at that jersey, bro. Live in North America. Crazy, crazy, crazy merch that we got for Suffocation. Jesus is off the hook on that one. If you're religious, you might want to buy that. Devil Driver got a t-shirt, a Legion, Cro-Mags, got a beach towel, Age of Quarrel. This kind of looks like Rex's intro right here.
Hmm.
That one's pretty badass. $50 beach towel. Can't beat that. In Fairy, the new album is absolutely fantastic. We got Glacial Tomb, Mutant Spider long sleeve. I think I might buy one of these because I like these fucking things. Hey, Kareem, can you send me one of these for my sponsorship, baby? I know you're watching. It's like a fucking Nosferatu fucking spider. That shit is fucking badass. And it's only like $20. But yeah. Oh yeah, man. My bad. I was just doing some shameless plugging of Night Shift merch, my official sponsor, showing off their website. Let me
Oh,
put them away.
you're absolutely good. Hold on. I have to check something real quick myself.
Oh, it's all good. Yeah, they sponsor me, so I have to give them a little love here and there. Fucking
Absolutely. I understand that 100%.
yeah, I've been obsessed with them since the pandemic. Like, damn near, I cleared out my whole closet and just bought death metal clothes for like a fucking. Because I was like, I'm never going back to the office. And then now I'm back in the office and I have like 3 shirts that I wear on rotation that I can wear to work. And then when I'm not working, I'm wearing all this shit. Damn. Damn, dude, I knocked out a whole sixer just since we started.
Oh yeah, dude. I got one more in a 12 pack.
Damn, dude, you fucking passed me up by like 3. I would
Yeah,
keep
just
going, but I'd probably be waking up like fuck tomorrow. You ever fuck with that liquid IV shit?
liquid IV,
Yeah, you ever heard of that?
like for hangovers and stuff.
They sell it just in general, like for hydration, like, but for hangovers it works fucking fantastic. I think I might knock one out fucking tonight. They're
I've heard so many good things about it.
yeah, but
I've heard a lot of good things.
yeah, me too. But I'm not sponsored by it, so I don't endorse it. Only Night Shift merch is what I'll endorse on the show. Yeah.
Let me see.
Dun 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 dun. That shit's crazy. North Carolina, they got some good barbecue out there.
Yeah, dude. People don't even fucking know.
Is that like where that sauce came from? That like mustardy sauce? That's North or is that South
I
Carolina?
think that's us.
Fuck yeah, man. I want some fucking barbecue. What time is it over there? It's like fucking like 1 a.m.
116.
So like
Mm-hmm.
at 1:16 a.m., how do you get some food out there? Like they got shit late night out there?
They do, like they got like cookout and a couple 24-hour restaurants like IHOPs and fucking Waffle Houses and stuff. I live in a pretty ghetto town, so most of the places that we could go late at night, like you run the risk of getting shot if you go out there right now. Um, every once in a while, like you can go to like a Sheetz gas station, but they've had so many people get shot and killed out there that not many of them are 24 hours anymore.
Oh, it sucks, man. So you just gotta have the
Yeah.
body armor on, man.
Mm-hmm.
Go out there suited up, just like fuck it. I'm on a mission for some fucking pancakes.
Well, you know what? It appears that we cannot do the injection because my fiance or her family has used all of my alcohol. I have no way to sterilize my skin for the injection.
Damn.
I have hydrogen peroxide, and I looked up to see if I could use hydrogen peroxide, but
Yeah, you
it
probably.
seems that that is kind of not frowned, not in good favor. It's frowned upon. Um,
Damn.
yeah, it's a shame. Give me one more second to check one more thing.
Yeah, it's all good. Dun 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 dun. Damn, we're trying to make this happen, baby. This is the fucking most compelling show you've ever seen in your life. You never seen anything like this before. You never seen anything like this before on television. But anyways, he said, "That's my wallpaper on my computer." Ha ha ha, JK. Okay, guys, great live, but crashing out. Have a great rest of your evening. Congrats on the longest episode. Very fitting that Rex's episode is the longest one since he is the 3-day stream king. Have a good one, guys. Good night, Ray. Thank you so much, brother, for coming in tonight. Absolute pleasure having you fucking as a viewer. I love you. 5 viewers on motherfucking YouTube. Holy shit. What's up, people? I love you guys. Just wanted to say, people are fantastic. You people are amazing. You make me who I am. And I'm going to grab something real quick. I'm going to jump to the piss screen. Check the, yeah, have you guys seen the piss screen yet? Piss screen is crazy. Look at the piss screen. Oh yeah. Man, we got the motherfucking man Rex Sterling on here. Hey, I just want to ask everybody in the chat one last time. Who the fuck is Team Real and Team Fake? Do we still got Team Real in this motherfucker? Who's still Team Real and who's Team Fake? Come on, chat. Let me know.
Has everybody gone to sleep yet? What we got going on in the chat?
Ray said he's going to sleep, but he said it was fitting that you are the longest episode because you are the 3-day stream king. And what did he say? He said, "Have a good one, guys." And then we got some viewers right now, but everyone's just kind of cooling. And I am not pouring anything into this water right now because I am sponsored solely by Night Shift merch. But yeah. So, questions. I got plenty of them.
So I got this. It's isopropyl
With wintergreen?
It's wintergreen. So I'm like, I don't know how much this is gonna fucking burn.
That looks
If because it's
crazy.
wintergreen, I'm like fucking shit.
That is intriguing.
Let me just see what happens when I apply it.
Yo, is that just peppermint schnapps in a fancy bottle?
I don't know, bro. We're gonna find out. We're gonna find out, bro. In it to motherfucking win it, bro.
And what's that tattoo? You got a tattoo on the wrist?
Yeah, I've got the number 22 in Roman numerals here. I've got a symbol that I made here. It's the omega symbol with an extra line under it, and there's a triangle cut in the top that makes it a 2 and a 2 facing each other. So this is 22, and then there's a hidden 22 in this, and then the 2 lines here represent 11, which would equal my soulmate or my other half. And then on the back, I've got
Oh shit.
this tattoo, and that is a symbol for the band A Perfect Circle. And then I chose that because it's 2 imperfect circles that make a perfect circle when they're combined. And then I just like the symbolism of it. And then the Asian symbol in the middle means spirit. So I like that because it represents fighting spirit for pro wrestling.
Hey.
You know, and I put it on my spine to remind myself every time I get knocked down to get back up.
I like that, man. It's good you got some meaningful shit and not just like some fucking barbed wire on your shit, you know?
Yeah, I mean, to people that like that, that's cool. But I just really I wanted meaning in it, you know? Like, that was what was important to me, you know?
I want to get like Alien on me. I love the Alien movies. Like,
oh, really?
Like, I fucking identify with Alien. Like, I love that shit so much, man.
Yeah, I was always a big fan of the Alien franchise and Predator.
What do you think was the best Alien movie? Alien, Like, I'm not gonna tell you my favorite because I don't like. All right, how about this? You see? Have you seen them all?
No, I've seen like Aliens like 1 and 2 and maybe 3, I
Okay.
guess. Like I haven't seen them all. I was always a really big fan of the original, but it's been so long since I've seen them, I don't feel like I could grade them. Like I'd have to rewatch them, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
I don't really like that's the thing, like I don't really ever since I found video games, I don't really watch movies like that. You know what I mean?
Really?
Like it's a video game on my TV or nothing. Like unless I've got a girl over and we're like watching something together, prior to smashing, there's like nothing on my TV but games.
Netflix and chilling.
Right, exactly.
Man,
I
I,
do
I
like
used to say Netflix and chill before it was even a thing, but I literally just meant like Netflix and chill, like just Netflix. Like I'm just trying to watch some.
huh.
I
And then they
remember
ruined it for you.
back before Netflix had categories when it was just a fuck ton of movies, like on Xbox
Mm-hmm.
360. Yeah,
Yeah.
and they used to have like all the shit that like I would never watch. I remember like building that long ass like list and then never watching anything on it. Fuck yeah. Yeah, man, I fucking you never played Shenmue. That bothers me a little bit. Like
I missed it, man. I missed it when that was the shit, dude. Like I wanted a Sega system so bad, but my family, bought me Nintendo systems, so I never owned a Saturn, I never owned a Dreamcast or a Genesis.
it's
I had
worth
friends that did.
you got to play it. It's worth going back to. Like it's like that game that is
Three
so
got
good.
Three got shit on so hard. What did you think of three? Did you feel like three lived up to it, or did you feel like three was? Did you play three?
Oh, 3. So here's the problem with 3 is that it was literally the sequel to Shenmue 2, and it was a sequel like there's it that game was designed in fucking the year 2001. Like it was made to be released back then. So when it came
Mhm.
out, people were expecting some like next gen experience, like PS4 level game, when literally
Mhm.
like they made it look a little bit better because of the new engine, but it was a fucking Dreamcast game. I feel like it delivered everything it was supposed to deliver because Yu Suzuki already has like Shenmue 1 through 6 written out, like the whole storyline. And the gameplay in that game was super dated because it was basically a Dreamcast game being released on a PS4 console, and people couldn't get over that. So I think that, yeah, compared to like today's games, like, so if you want to see like Shenmue done right in today's standards, play the Yakuza series because that's pretty much what it is. Shenmue was
Mhm.
supposed to be Virtua Fighter as a RPG. Like it was
Oh,
like
really?
yeah, like he made Virtua Fighter first and then he was like, "All right, we're going to make this."
I didn't know he made Virtua Fighter. That's fucking dope.
Yeah, like he worked really hard. It was originally a Saturn title too, and the scope of the game was way too big. So they fucking saved it for like their killer app, their console, and
Hmm.
it was a fantastic game. I actually played it. My dad, there was like this radio station that gave away a fucking like blind date bag, like when that show Blind Date was on, and my dad called in and he got like this bag and it had like MXPX CD and like a fucking couple T-shirts and a copy of Shenmue, and I was like, I'd had a Dreamcast, so I was like, yeah, I'll play this, and I played it, and like there's no time limit. It's an open world. You just do whatever the fuck you want to do. Time progresses like it does in real life. And there was no game like it at that time. And I remember just
Right.
getting lost in that world and never beating it. And then I finally like beat it after like 3 years of having it. I beat it for the first time, and I was hooked, man. I play through it every Christmas. It's like a fucking tradition. Like it's so good. But yeah, like you played the Yakuza
How
series at
long
all?
is Shenmue?
Uh,
You know what, dude? I'm not happy about what I'm about to say, but no.
oh really?
I've got Yakuza Like a Dragon, like the gold edition, sitting right next to me. Never
Yeah.
played it though. I wanted the first time I played it to be on stream,
Yakuza
and
Like a Dragon is like a M-rated Dragon Quest. It's like an adults only Dragon Quest. That's pretty much like that game.
really, that's how you would describe it.
Yeah, it's like a
Sounds
gritty
like cool.
adults only like You know, the cool thing about Yakuza is it's like like you've seen the movies like Casino and Goodfellas and like all those kinds of like films. Like
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
that's kind of like the story in in those games, which is like they deliver stories of that level. I feel like that keep you captivated, and their gang like central stories. They're pretty badass. But yeah, but all the Yakuzas before Like a Dragon, because Like a Dragon is like Dragon Quest. Um, and I think that's where the title came from, Like a Dragon, because the
Mm-hmm.
main character is obsessed with Dragon Quest, and he always like references it like when he's talking to people and shit. But
Oh, that's kind of cool.
yeah, the ones prior to it are like a modern day Streets of Rage, like with hella good graphics, because all the combat is an RPG turn based. It's you're literally just beating the shit out of people and leveling
Is
up.
it turn based in the Yakuza games, or was it
Only Like a
live action?
Dragon. Yeah.
Mm.
Prior to that, it was like you remember Fighting
Like
Force.
Sleeping Dogs?
Uh,
Oh yeah, Fighting
yeah,
Force. Yeah.
kind of like that kind of game. Like it's a beat 'em up. Like
Mhm.
it's like an RPG in the sense that you're running around, and once you encounter a group of people, then it turns into a beat 'em up game, and you gotta like take these guys out with your health bar and shit. But
Mhm.
yeah, Yakuza is fucking. I think it's made by the same team that worked on Shenmue, and they or some of the people from Shenmue, because that's kind of how Shenmue is. It's basically like what's it called? Shenmue was like Virtua Fighter in the sense other than like the RPG element. But yeah, man, it's fantastic. If you want to see a recreation of 1985 Japan like accurately, like that's the fucking game. So damn, we're getting the testosterone. We're getting juiced up, baby. We're about to take this stream for another 6 hours after this shit. That's what I'm talking about. I need to clip Fulci saying dun dun da da dun for certain shit. I need to make an intro for my show, man. I watch your intro and I'm like, fuck, like my show needs an intro for death matches and death metal and an outro, like with credits and shit. That'd be
Mhm.
sick. I fucking what do I do on here? I sit on the bone throne and shit for a second, but like I don't know. I get too crazy on the bone throne. I need to like just have a general. I can like do an intro that leads to the bone throne. I'm waiting on this dude to give me two logos. He's supposed to give me a Mayvizzle and a Death Matches and Death Metal logo. Once I get those, that's when the show's gonna be like ready to go.
That's when it's gonna be lit, bro. Let me grab a bandage real quick, brother.
Yeah, for sure. Let's see. Do we got? You're weird. I like it. What's up? I like it. I like you. Thanks for tuning in. We're just fucking chilling right here with Rex Sterling. And we're rocking. We're rocking hardcore tonight, man.
Yeah, that shit scares the shit out of me every time I do it, bro. I do not like piercing myself. You know what
I
I'm
know
saying?
you looked
Like,
hella serious.
yeah, dude. I take it super fucking serious, man. So
You don't
scared.
want to
Like
fuck it up.
you don't want to hit a fucking nerve, and you fucking hit a nerve and jerk, and then the fucking needle breaks off in your arm. You gotta have surgery to get that shit out.
No, fuck that. Well, you look like you did a good job. Do you feel testosterone immediately, or is it like just
They
something?
say that, typically it takes like 2 to 3 weeks to really feel it. But I'll be honest with you, like I feel the effects of it on like the second day.
Yeah,
Um, like the you know, it's not this isn't like the most PC way of explaining it, but it's like 2 days like after my injection, um like say it's my first time taking it, like I haven't had it in a while, like because I take one injection every 2 weeks. That's what my doctor prescribed to me. Like I do one one, I don't know what the measurement is, 1 cc, one whatever the fuck, 1 milliliter injection every 2 weeks. But let's just say this is my first injection. I've gone to my doctor. I haven't had it in a while, and I'm like, yo, I need to get my prescription. They do a test to see if you actually need it. They always do that. So like the last time I went, he did a test, and he was like, yeah, I can tell you've been without it. Let's go ahead and prescribe it to you. Do one injection every 2 weeks to get your levels up to normal or whatever. Cool deal. Um, so because my levels are naturally so low, when I take it, like 2 days after this shit, I'm just like the fucking Hulk, and like my fucking like bro, like the worst part about it is like you remember being in high school, your dick is hard all the time, and you're like praying to God the teacher doesn't call you up in front of the class because you got that no reason boner.
Where it still is.
Right, like,
No, I'm just
well,
playing.
it's not like
Yeah.
without this, my shit is just a slinky. And now though, like when I take this, like that shit is like my dick is just hard all the fucking time, man. Like so ready to go all the time. Like to the point where I'm like, yo, will you just fucking take a day off, man? I'm just chilling. Like I'm just at this restaurant. I don't want to get up and walk to the bathroom. These fucking families be looking at me weird. But
Yep.
I'm telling you, I just feel I feel more alive, man. It just I have more energy, and I just feel like like I did when I was 20 again, kind of, like I don't know when my testosterone dropped off because I never thought to, get it tested before. But now that I've got it, got my prescription and I get it back in me, like it's like, it's supposed to be 2 to 3 weeks before you feel it, but 2 days later, dude, I'll be like,
You're ready to
fucking,
go.
yeah, just fucking walking around like, let's do some shit. You know what I'm saying?
Hell yeah.
Give me a second. Oh.
Yeah, I feel that shit, man.
Blind in your fucking viewers with my pale ass skin.
Well, hey, do you know you're weird? I like it.
Yeah.
Yeah, he just said, "What's up, guys? Rex the Hulk Sterling, like
Yeah.
like Edward Norton.
Edward Norton. Yeah. I mean, that's a comparison I'm not upset about. I fucking love Edward Norton, man.
Remember when didn't he like go to like India at the end of that film to like control his hulkiness?
I can't remember. He did something like that. Yeah. I think he
Yeah,
did something like that.
he was like doing like breathing shit. He was learning from like a Dalsum type dude, like to
Mm-hmm.
fucking how to breathe and that
Mm-hmm.
shit's crazy, man.
I did like the shout out to the dude that was in Avengers. I thought he did a really good take on the Hulk as well, you know?
I cried um in that scene when fucking Hulk when Captain America looks over at him. He's like telling him all what to do and he looks at him and he goes, "And Hulk, smash."
Mm-hmm.
I was like
Couldn't be more
ah,
perfect. Couldn't be more
finally. Like I've
couldn't
been
be more
waiting,
perfect.
for that shit to be done justice for years and that whole movie was like, yes, yes, yes.
That's Silent Hill fans, man.
Yeah.
Waiting, just waiting for somebody to treat that franchise with the love that they have for that franchise, if that makes sense.
That's what I hope will happen, man. I'm happy with what with the direction Resident Evil went in. Like I mean, people can complain about 7 and 8, but they were fantastic in my opinion. Yeah, I can nitpick little shit about it, but it's a game I played through multiple times. And also the remakes, Resident Evil 2 and 3, fantastic fucking remakes, you know.
Yeah, I've got the deluxe edition of Resident Evil 2 remake, and I've never even touched it. Like I
Oh,
haven't, I haven't been able to find a chance to stream it, bro. Like it's like it sucks, dude. I've got probably 30 games that I've bought to stream, and I have not even booted any of them up. Like, some of them are still in the cellophane wrap. Like, it's so hard to find time to load them up. Like, because, as much as I wish I could just sit down and play a JRPG for like 8 hours and that be my whole stream, my stream is about me and the connection that I have to my community. That's what it is, and if I lean away from that, I'm fucking myself.
I feel
So
that.
the games come secondary. And like I said before, eventually, eventually I'll get to a size where there'll be like 1,000 people in there, and if I want to boot up Saga Frontier Remastered, I can just boot it up, and if it drops down to 500, who fucking gives a shit? But we're not there yet, so you know, gotta play you. That's what I tell people. Somebody in my chat said, "Oh, damn, Rex selling out," and they were joking with me. But I know some people really feel like that when I was talking about it. But it's like, the only way I know how to explain it, Metallica, you know, it wasn't until like 2017, 2018, Metallica finally bought their own master tapes to actually own their own music. Like, you have to play ball to get your foot in the industry, and then once you grow big enough, then you can do it the way you want to do. But I have to I think that, if I came from like a cul-de-sac middle class family where I wasn't really worried about money, I could probably do what I want now because my bills are paid either way. But that's not the position that I'm in. My bills are like it's month to month with me. If I were to, for some reason, do really poorly with my numbers for a month or two straight, I would be looking at homelessness or trying to figure out something else. So for me, I've got to play ball, but fine, so be it. I'll play ball until people see enough in me that I get big enough that I don't have to play ball anymore. I can do it by my own rules, and I think my community will still support me.
Oh fuck yeah, man. I mean, shit. People just want to see Rex. I feel like at least you're like really the people that are here. Fucking you're weird. I like it. Just said Resident 2 remake is dope. Hell
Yeah,
yeah.
yeah, I've heard so many good things about it. Like, it's definitely something that I want to play for my community. But I think that what it's going to be for me, because of the type of streamer that I am, where I spend so much time talking to my chat and then I cover live events and stuff like that. I think it's going to be like those level up streams where I do full playthroughs.
Yeah.
That's going to be my way of like rewarding them for like donating and supporting me. I give them a full playthrough. So Silent Hill 2 is next, and then Silent Hill 3 is after that, and then we'll see what's after that. But I think that's like, that's my way of giving, because so many of my community and people that, any of my community that's in your chat right now will tell you, they always ask me like, when are you gonna finish a game? And I'm like, bruh, like, I've built my community on new games and covering live events. So for instance, I talked to you earlier about covering playing Life is Strange, right? I played the first 3 episodes. Each stream I did, Life is Strange episode 1, True Colors. Life is Strange, True Colors. First episode, good. Second episode, numbers dropped half. Third episode, numbers dropped even more. Like, men lie, women lie, numbers don't lie. Like, when I stick to one game, my numbers drop and drop and drop and drop.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So like, I have to, I have given my audience an impression, kind of like a promise. Like, this is the kind of content you'll find on my channel. I deviate too much from that, and my numbers just drop and drop and drop. But with the level up system, it's my way of like, it guarantees me a certain amount of income, and it guarantees them a full playthrough of a game that they get to decide. And I just feel like that's the best way that I can, meet them in the middle, because right now my level up is at $1,000. So
Yeah.
when I hit $1,000 in donations, I'll play, through whatever game they want. $1,000 will definitely cover me for a month, my bills and stuff like that, and it won't take me a month to play that game. So I feel like, I feel like that's like the best that I can do, because ultimately, no matter what they want, I can't give it to them if my channel doesn't stay in business.
Yeah.
So I got to make sure that that happens first, and then as long as I know that I'm good to keep streaming, if 4 people show up, fuck it. It's already covered. It's already been paid for. I don't care if anyone donates. They're going to get that fucking Silent Hill 3.
The
You
people
know what
that
I
wanted
mean?
to watch it are gonna get it. Yeah.
Exactly. So that's how I try to meet them in the middle. And I just hope that, like, at the end of the day, I just hope they, respect how hard I'm trying to, balance, I want to blow up versus, I'm going to give you, I'm gonna look after you as my audience, because you look after me. So, and I think they do. I think they do respect what I do, and I think they understand when they don't necessarily get what they want. Um, and that understanding is what's going to carry us to 100,000 subs.
Yeah, I agree, man. You meet your audience in the middle, and they're willing to. I mean, you're delivering on what they want to deliver. But like me, as a like as a viewer, I just whenever I have the opportunity to catch you live, I'll fucking jump in, say some shit. You know, like that's how I am. Sometimes I get pissed because I missed you, but then when you do a long stream, I'm pumped because like I'm like, all right, fuck yeah, he's gonna be on for a minute. Because there's nothing worse than jumping on a streamer's shit and catching them when they're like not on, or like it'll say like I'll get the YouTube notification because I got all the notifications, and like it says like Rex Sterling is live. I'm like fuck yeah, and I click on it and it's like stream ended an hour ago. I'm like fuck. Why the fuck do you even
Yeah,
tell me, YouTube? I want to talk to him now. Like I want to, like
yeah.
like fucking if
YouTube
I'm,
is so inconsistent with their notifications.
that shit gets me. Like with Jaffe, but he's got weird ass streaming times. That motherfucker. He's probably starting right now. Like that's how he is. He starts at like fucking like 10
Where
o'clock
does
at
he live
night.
at? Do you know his time zone or where he lives?
Yeah, he's like
Give
L.A.
me his full address and his social.
Yeah. Oh fuck.
Like LA, yeah. So yeah, he might be starting a late stream right now, fucking like 10:30 or fucking whatever time it is.
Pisses me off because I'm always fucking like hella tired at work the next day because I was just up watching his stream. But his shit's the best. Like his content's fucking hilarious. This guy will play like gas station simulator. He monologues with himself and shit. Like he's an
Oh,
entertaining dude. Like and he's really passionate about the shit he talks about. And those are the
he,
kinds of
dir-
streamers
he
that I watch. Huh?
he directed the first three God Awards, didn't he?
I believe he just did the first one or two. I think he no. I think he just created the. I don't know. To be honest, I'm an asshole because I don't. I'm not a big God of War fan. I played through all of them except for two. I don't think I beat two, but yeah, I
Two
fucking
is long.
I know he designed the fuck out of the first one, and like people always bring up like the difficult like what's it called? It's like the puzzles and shit to him. Like, why did you make this so hard? And he was like, "Cause it's a fucking game. It's supposed to be hard." And he made Twisted Metal 1 and 2, and I think he made Twisted Metal Head On, and oh, he made Twisted Metal Black for sure. That he didn't make 3 and 4,
Mm.
but he's gonna do like a Twisted Metal Black special or some shit where he has like the original team on that designed it, and they're all gonna sit down and talk about it. And I can't wait for that because that game fucked
That would
me
be
up.
awesome.
I was a kid. Did you
Yeah.
play that one?
I played Twisted Metal when I was younger, but I didn't. I never had like a ton of experience. I think, honestly, I think that I never owned a Twisted Metal game. I only played them on demo discs, but I love them, you know. But it was also when I was, so young that, I would get like a new video game every couple of months,
Yeah,
versus now it's like I get a new video game every week,
same.
for my job, and so, but I would, Legend of Dragoon, I would wear those fucking demo discs the fuck out, my dude. Like, I have a different desk now. But I still have all my demo discs from the original PlayStation 1. That first demo disc I ever had for my PS1 had Gran Turismo, Tekken 3, Medieval, Spyro the Dragon. Like, I still have from that all the way up to like PlayStation 2, like, like those magazines that you could subscribe to, and they would give you PlayStation Underground, and they would give you the discs and stuff. Bro, I'd fucking wear them shits out, bro. I would, bro. There would be like little secrets where if you like pressed a certain button in a certain menu, it would take you to a secret trailer or a secret demo that like they didn't advertise. And I used to fucking wear that shit out all the time, man.
I was
And
a little bastard. I used to steal those discs when I was a kid. I'd fucking go to Safeway and take them out of the magazine. I'd rip open the magazine and grab the disc and fucking
damn,
run out.
how dare you? That's like you owe Sony 32 cents now.
No, official Xbox magazine. That's the one I would steal.
Ha!
Yeah, I was a
Yeah,
piece of
dude.
shit.
I've never owned an Xbox console, man. Like that's one thing I try to be really careful of is like I play on PS5 and I've been in the PlayStation ecosystem, if that's what you call it, since PlayStation 1. But I've tried really hard to prevent my channel from being like, this is a PlayStation channel because it's not by choice. I just can't afford a fucking Series X or a Switch yet, Like I'm just saving up for them shits one day. Maybe that OLED, we'll see. So, that's been a hard battle for me because a lot of people that have jumped on my channel are very hardcore PlayStation fans. Not fanboys, but very hardcore PlayStation fans. And sometimes, they like to dunk on Xbox or Nintendo or whatever, but I've just got so much love for all three platforms, even though they all do things that piss us off and annoy us, especially Nintendo, but I just love them so goddamn much. Like, I don't want to ever be associated with like, being, a channel based around just a singular platform. Right now, it's like that because I'm broke. But one day I'll have all systems and I'll be streaming games from Series X and from Nintendo Switch or Switch 2 or whatever the fuck they do. And I don't want to. I mean, I just have such a rich history with Nintendo. Like, dude, like I had my first game systems were literally NES, SNES, Nintendo 64, GameCube.
Yeah.
Like Nintendo fucking all the way. And then PS1, I got PS1 and I got Gran Turismo. And when I saw those graphics on my TV, I was like, is this a game or a movie? Like I couldn't, I'd never seen that shit. But I've never owned an Xbox. And one of my fans, fuck, I hate using the term, but one of my viewers was really cool and bought me Xbox Game Pass for my PC. And I got to play like the Master Chief Collection for the first time ever playing Halo.
Damn.
And stuff like that. And it was just so fucking cool. Like when the communities come together, you just end up with a bunch of people that just fucking love video games. And I just want that over any type of like, console war shit. Like, even though I said earlier, in your podcast, I said, I like the console wars and I like seeing people put on their jersey and rep their team. Like, don't get me wrong, but like, it's a beautiful moment for me. The first time somebody that's only ever owned an Xbox boots up God of War and they get to experience it for the first time. It's like it brings a tear to my eye. It's like, oh my God, like enjoy it, bro. Enjoy it. And that's how I felt the first time I booted up Halo. I was like, I'm finally gonna fucking play Halo. First time I booted up Gears, I was like, I'm actually playing Gears of War. Like, that's why I like when it comes to exclusivity, like I understand the direction that the industry is moving in with acquisitions and exclusivity. I don't like it, but I understand it's going to keep going in that direction. Fine. But I've never liked the idea that another gamer that loves games the way I do can't play Horizon Zero Dawn because they don't own a PlayStation, they own an Xbox. And I hate it when I see, people on Twitter shit on somebody else like, yeah, well, enjoy your Xbox and your lack of Kratos. It's like, dude, like that's not the shot to take. Like,
Yeah.
I don't like the idea that they can't enjoy that game. I would rather these companies have to fight and win us over with their customer service, the specs on their console, the way that they handle their online services, the way that they handle patching, things like that. But if they can force us into a corner with exclusivity, they're going to do that. And I just think that that's the direction it's moving in. And I don't really see that stopping because there's too many fanboys that love it. Like, ha ha ha, we getting Final Fantasy 16 and you not. Fuck you, Xbox.
Yeah.
And you know what I'm saying? But it's like, it is what it is. It's one of those things where it's like trolls in your chat. Like you can bitch about it, you're not gonna be able to change it.
Yeah.
So I try to move with the tide, but I can't wait to own an Xbox console, and that's just facts.
Straight
And
up.
any like Sony fans in my chat, they're just gonna have to accept that. When I get that Series X, the unboxing video is coming. The first stream is a big deal for me. Like the first game I play on that, big deal for me. Fable, I can't fucking wait. Fable 2, I can't fucking wait. Fable 3, pass. You know what I'm saying? Like I just can't fucking wait. You know what I mean? Nintendo, like you think I don't want to play Mario Kart 8? Like so, it's coming. One day it's gonna be a big deal to me. And but I think that my chat understands that that's not the channel. Like if you want, like I share the most viewership with MBG. So, my chat that are like hardcore like Sony ponies, they can go right to MBG for that. But Rex Sterling is a channel that's all for like all types of gaming.
We're
And
inclusive,
it's gonna
baby.
Yeah, man, like cuz it's like I'm not going to sit here and say, "Oh, fuck Xbox. I don't want to play Halo Infinite. That looks like shit." Meanwhile, I'm like tears running down my eyes and shit, and I'm like, "No, man, it's just the adrenaline, bro. I'm not upset about it. I don't want to play that shit."
Yeah.
Like, hell yeah, I want to play that shit. I want to see what's up, So, I think all gamers are like that at heart. We just can't afford all systems and all their fucking subscription fees. That's what it is. because if we could afford all systems and get their online subscriptions without like fucking losing out the ass, I think we all fucking would. So,
That's the boat I'm in right now. I got so many games I don't even know what the fuck to play. Like I don't know though. My cousin told me I'm like a fucking crackhead with video games. He's like, you just buy too many of them, and I'm like, I don't want to miss out
hmm
on shit. It was like when I got to a certain point, like I prioritized buying consoles like when they came out and shit. And then whenever I like can save up, I save up like to get everything, and I don't even have enough time to play it. Like I got a Series S, I played like fucking 3 times just because like I'm on PS5, and now doing this shit, I don't even got time to play shit. I played, what
That's
was
rough.
it, Deathloop the other day. Like I was playing some Deathloop, and I love it. I get it. It clicked for me immediately. This
Uh-huh.
game, the level design, everything.
That vibe, the soundtrack too, man. It sets this like vibe with that music, and you're just like, I'm fucking digging this shit. Yeah,
And then
feel you.
I unlocked Juliana, and all I want to do is just invade other players as Juliana.
hmm
I don't even want to play the main game anymore because it seems like too much work. I just want to fuck up other people's day, and like, and it's funny, like that's what I'm on now. But it's like there's a lot of
It's
other
cool
shit.
though, because it's cool though. Not to cut you off, I'm
Oh
sorry,
yeah,
but I just want to say it's cool though because people that aren't up for that can cut it off. Like that was a brilliant decision that Arcane Studios made, giving the player like, hey, if you just want to focus on your run, you can cut that shit off or make it so just your friends can come in and fuck with you. Beautiful.
it's funny too though because like when I take time to get into a match, I'm sitting there thinking like, oh, motherfuckers got it turned off. I'm like, bitches, like just let me in your game, man. Like, come on, it's the way it's supposed to be played. But nah,
Yeah.
it's I like that they did that. I don't know. I'll probably, now that I know what to do as Juliana, like I'll probably be fucking playing as a Colt with invasions on because I know what Juliana's gonna do, and it's so easy to kill Juliana as Colt. Like literally all it takes is one stab. If you fucking find Juliana, like get right behind her, bah, that's it. It's a wrap. If you're a teleporting Colt, that's the most fucked up thing you can be against anybody invading your shit. But yeah, like I bought Skyward Sword the other week, and
Mm.
I haven't even fucking booted it up. I haven't even put it in the console yet because like I don't have time
Feel
for
you.
shit, man. I'm like, fuck, I want to
Feel you.
play it. I got it for like, I always buy shit on discount. That's what kills me. Like when Sony does these like fucking 70% off sale, like the one they got right now, I'll be like, oh, $5 for this game I'm never gonna play. Fuck yeah, I'll buy it and get it in my library. Like I'm
Bro,
just like,
you want to see how far behind I am? Let me grab a game real quick and show you some wild shit. This is how far behind I am on games I want to play. I've got two copies. PlayStation 3, Assassin's Creed Brotherhood, still in the cellophane. They have not even been opened.
your
And
backlog.
I've never played them, and I've always heard that Brotherhood was so good.
Yeah.
But Brotherhood came out when I was at like the height of my pro wrestling career, and games was just like it had to take a back seat. So one thing I love about streaming is streaming. I'm able to make a living, which I couldn't do pro wrestling, and it brought me back to something I loved. Like when Skyrim came out, when Elder Scrolls Skyrim came out, my dad was obsessed with it, and my dad was playing it so fucking much, like pouring hundreds of hours into it. And I was wrestling like all over, like at least the East Coast. And I remember thinking like, how can you waste your life playing that game, bro? Like I'm out here like doing this and do. I mean, I was in my early 20s and I was a dick, but I remember thinking like I can't do that. Like I'm out living life. And you're living in a fucking virtual world, like, and I love video games, but I was like, you got to get out there and blah, 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 blah. That was just the mindset I had at the time, and now here I am streaming for a living. It brought me back to video games, and I think pretty much like every video game between 2005 and 2010 I missed, like pretty much like everything
Damn.
and that dropped there. I missed
Dead Rising.
the missed it. Yeah.
Ah, bro, that's awesome though. There's a lot you can catch up on, but that I
The
feel the
the o-
backlog.
the only thing that I got a hold of that I finished, and I'm glad it was Fallout New Vegas. I got a hold of that and I beat it, and I was like, hell yeah, I
That
enjoyed
game's
that.
awesome.
It is, man. I got flamed on Twitter because I listed like 6 RPGs I couldn't live without. And instead of Fallout New Vegas, I put Fallout 3 up there. And people were like, I fucking never want to speak to you again. Like, how could you choose 3 over New Vegas? And the thing was, like, what they don't understand about it is, like, the reason why 3 was up there instead of New Vegas. Fallout 3 was the first open world game I ever played, ever. And, it was the first Bethesda game I ever played. And when I saw like on a PS3, the first time I ever like escaped the vault, and you get that that dope ass opening scene where like the light blinds you, and then you see this just world in front of you, and it's like fucking torn apart from the bombs and everything. I'll never forget how that made me feel and how blown away I was. Like I can just go in any direction I want. Like I can just do whatever. Like that was such a foreign concept to me. Like open world games. This is back before they were a thing. Like I was like I can just pick a direction and go. Like what the fuck? Like where? Like I'm used to linear games. Where am I supposed to go? Anywhere you want. And so Fallout 3 being the first game that introduced me to that is the reason why I chose that over New Vegas. But, I didn't even bother explaining that on Twitter because, fuck Twitter. But I got flamed pretty hard for choosing that over New Vegas. Hey,
I agree
it
with
be
you.
what it be.
I
It be
mean,
what it be.
until years later, like I mean, I didn't play New Vegas when it came out because I remember like I totally bought into like all the fucking hate everybody was saying on the internet about how broken it was and shit and
Dude,
unplayable it
that's the
was.
thing. Like, people flaming me about New Vegas. I was like, were y'all there when it came out? Because Fallout 3 came out and everybody was like fucking 9 out of 10, 9 out of 10, 9.5 out of 10, 9 out of 10. And I remember when New Vegas came out, everybody was like, it's good, but it's just it doesn't have that same feel of Fallout 3. And it was like 8 out of 10, 8 out of 10, 8 out of 10, 8 out of 10. And then over time it became like more beloved
Yeah.
to many people than Fallout 3, but not to me. Like for me, like the map of New Vegas, it was okay. The map of Fallout 3, it looked like a nuclear wasteland. You got all these bridges that are destroyed, buildings that are destroyed, the subway tunnels are destroyed. Like everything is just, it fucking looks like a nuclear holocaust. And then when you played New Vegas, not to shit on it, great game. I beat that, never beat 3. Um, it was a desert, and it didn't feel, it felt like a desert. It didn't feel necessarily the way Fallout 3 felt, like where it really felt post-apocalyptic until you got to certain areas of the map. um and it's just like I remember when everybody agreed, yeah, Fallout 3 is better. Fallout New Vegas does a lot of RPG elements better, but the map and the world that you're in doesn't feel like a Fallout game as much as 3 did. And now you say that on Twitter and people are like, trash, what a fucking casual.
Yeah, people are
You weren't
tripping.
you
Like
weren't there. You weren't there when those fucking when we all saw it drop live, man. You weren't there.
yeah, I remember people were returning it and shit. People were like there were like memes of people mailing it to Bethesda like this shit is broken, fix it. And like
Yeah.
it's funny though, like something I do love about Fallout New Vegas though, like probably my favorite thing about it. So I was driving back from Vegas and I drive to California. So you drive out of Vegas and then you go through the desert for a minute and there's fucking nothing. And then I remember we needed some gas. So I made a right, and this was before I played New Vegas. I pulled off on a right on this long ass like dirt fucking road that looked like it went nowhere. And we ended up in this little like ghost town. And we were like, we need to get the fuck out of here. We just thought it was bad. There was nobody there. There was no gas. There was like nowhere to eat, nowhere to buy shit. It was literally a ghost town, just empty. And I fucking, when I played New Vegas, that's the place you start out at. Like, it's a real place in the real world. Like, fucking, like off this road, off in the cuts. It's where they save
Talking
you.
about like Good Springs or some shit
I
like
think
that,
that's
kind
what
of
it's
similar to
called.
that.
Yeah, yeah, it's fucking. It's literally just out there in the cuts, and like you fucking. And then you go to like, if you go to the right, you could go to Whiskey Pete's or whatever, which has a roller coaster or whatever. In
Oh
in
wow,
real life,
that's in
whisk
the game.
yeah, Whiskey Pete's is in the game, and that's like a place I've been like in, and it's just so sick because it's
Wow.
literally the same road to Vegas, and then like that's why I was just like, I have like a real, because I love Vegas and I have an appreciation for it. But other than that,
That Wow, that's
like,
impressive as fuck. See, not having that connection,
yeah,
like I that all went over my head. But hearing you say that, that's like, I could see how somebody, from that area or anything like that, or is familiar with it, would play that and have so much respect for how like they incorporated the, like the actual, like how true they were to the actual area, Mojave and stuff like that. That's fucking awesome.
it's weird. Like you gotta like go there to see it, and it's just fucking bizarre when you play the game again because you're like, wow, like this is legit, like real life. Like they fucking made it in this cool world where you can explore. And but Fallout 3, you're born in the fucking vault, you come out of the vault, like, you know, the dialogue choices. That's why I didn't like Fallout 4. A lot of people tell me they're still like on Fallout 4 and they love it. The
I
dialogue
mean, the
choices
gameplay is
ruined it.
so much better for sure, but like, yeah,
I don't even
absolutely.
like the
Like,
gameplay. I don't even like the gameplay. You know why?
really?
Because that fucking stupid. So in the old Fallout, you level up, you get nice and strong, you can wear your armor, and you're fucking good. Now I gotta find a fucking battery anytime I want to go into an enemy infested area because my guy's a fucking like meat puppet, weak motherfucker. And then I gotta fucking find these batteries where I don't know where the fuck they are, like to explore anything new. It was a pain in the ass. Not only that, the story
Mm.
was fucking bland to me. The random encounters, okay, it's a Bethesda game. They're gonna have random encounters that are good. Fucking Outer Worlds felt a lot better, you know. But my problem with Outer Worlds is there's stupid maps. I don't know where the fuck I'm supposed to go half the
You know
time.
what? I just recently, I mean, I've owned Outer Worlds for a while, but I only played through like maybe 5 hours, 5 to 7 hours of it, and I put it down, got distracted streaming, doing, building my channel and stuff, and then I realized, they're gonna release, they're gonna uncap the frame rate or change the cap to 60 for PS5. I want to wait for that, and then the DLC came out, so I have Outer Worlds, the DLC, and it runs at 60 frames, real smooth on the PS5. From what I understand, I only checked it out for 5 minutes, but it was really very smooth. And I was like, "This is what I want." But again, I was like, "I want to play it on stream," so I haven't touched it.
Yeah,
Same thing with Doom Eternal. I beat Doom Eternal, but now the DLCs are out. I bought the Ultimate Edition with the DLCs and all that shit, and I haven't played through the DLCs, even though I've heard they're fucking fantastic. Haven't played them because I wanted to play them on stream. It's rough because there's so many games that I want to play, but I want to play them live. Like I want to play them with my community and give those genuine reactions. I don't care if the game is 4 years old at this point. I don't give a shit. And but it is tough, man. And then like when I'm not streaming, you know, people are like, just play it off stream and then like record it on your PlayStation, make a video out of it. And I'm like, oh.
yeah,
First of all, like the thing is, when I'm not streaming and like, I have a day off, right? So I might spend it with my girl, spend it with my family. And then at the end of the night, maybe I have like 30, 45 minutes, maybe an hour to play video games, right? So, assuming first of all that I don't have one of my close friends that I barely game with anymore that wants to game with, because they come first. Obviously, I want to play with my boys.
yeah,
So if that's not happening, then I've got like, 30, 45 minutes before I go to bed at night to play a game. And I'll end up playing something like really, really fucking chill. I'll end up playing like, I might put in like Everybody's Golf, No Man's Sky, Diablo, something that I don't even need the volume of the game. I can mute the game and just play it the way it is and like listen to some ASMR or some soft music and play it. And 15 minutes later, I'm like,
yeah. I fall
and then I
asleep
would cut
every
it
time
off.
I play Diablo. That's funny you say that. I like am
Yeah,
notorious for that. My friends like won't play with me because I always nod off like
yeah.
while playing
There's
that game.
just certain games that are so perfect. It's not a diss. There's certain games that are so perfect to just play to wind down before bed. Diablo is one of them, man. And I love playing it late at night, like Diablo 2 Resurrected. I bought that even though, it launched in just fucking
Damn, I
terrible.
thought you
Yeah,
were boycotting that one, Rex. You sold out,
nah.
man.
Nah, the Vicarious Visions had nothing to do with those accusations at Activision, and I felt like, I don't think that my take on it was this. I don't feel like the developers wanted us to not play their games. I think that they just wanted us to speak up on their behalf and say, "Yo, treat your people better." And so I just tried to do both. I bought their game and played it, and then I also went on Twitter and said, "Yo, Activision, treat your fucking employees better. Like, what the fuck is all this shit, man? Fix your shit,
But
bro." Like,
Crunch is
these,
okay.
yeah, well, like Crunch, I think it comes with the business for sure.
Yeah.
What company was it that just went to four-day work weeks? One just did it. Can't
Uh,
remember which one it was.
Probably fucking Nintendo. They treat their employees so good.
Nintendo does? I know. Well, you know what? I've never heard anything about Nintendo treating their employees bad, so that probably sounds about right.
Ford
But
Eidos Montreal did
yeah,
it.
Eidos Montreal. Don't they make the Hitman games?
Yeah, those games are fucking great. I love Hitman. That's
Yeah,
that's a guilty pleasure of mine.
yeah. So, it's like I don't want you, like I don't want you harassing and treating the people that make the games I love. Like, don't treat them like shit. But also, like, I felt like, especially with Vicarious Visions being the studio that was in charge of the remake and them not being related to the accusations, I was like, man, I feel kind of bad for them because they, were a separate studio that wasn't related and so many people were boycotting the game and they were understanding about it. But Diablo 2 is the first PC game I ever played in my life. It's also the first game I ever modded in my life, and I had so much nostalgia for it. It's just a shame that I can't play it because your servers are fucking garbage.
Yeah,
Fix that shit.
I agree, man.
You
I
know,
hate that
so
shit when there's like didn't the same thing happen with Diablo 3 too? Botched fucking
yeah,
server launch. Like you think they'd get it right by now.
I mean, Blizzard just Blizzard upsets me because it's a company that you want to root for so bad, but they just do everything fucking wrong. Like, it's like, dude, I want to fucking be a fan of you, but you just fucking disrespect everybody, man. And it's just like you got to a point where it went from creating these really awesome IPs to just like, how can we make more fucking money and fuck more of our female employees? It's just like, bro, like, what are you
Yes,
doing?
that's
What are
the
you
master
doing?
plan.
What are you doing? Like, fuck. They had the Cosby Suite. I'm like, bro.
No, I don't even know what that is. Oh, what? I
You don't know that story?
no, I didn't hear
So
that
the,
anything
the hi-
about.
the higher ups at Activision Blizzard, when they would throw parties like for like their staff and stuff, they would try to get the female employees a little tipsy, bring them up to the Cosby Suite where they had a big fucking picture of Bill Cosby. I don't know if this was before or after the accusations for Cosby, but they would bring them up there, have them fucked up, and then all the fucking executives would just run through the pussy. And it's just like, bro, like, you can't fucking like just do not be sorry, be better. You know what I mean? Like, fucking Jesus, man. It's just it just sucks because, like, as somebody who's a fan of the product, I just want to enjoy the game and not feel guilty. But when I know that you're doing all of this fucked up shit to your employees, it makes it hard for me to play your game without thinking about how you fucking treat your employees, man. Like, the crunch is one thing because, like, like you said, it's a part of gaming
Yeah.
and they get paid really well, and there is a line. You know what I'm saying? There's companies that have crunch, and then there's companies that crunch to the point of just like abusing the shit out of their employees. And you cross the line. You're a habitual, like Dave Chappelle said, you're a habitual fucking line stepper. Isn't that
Yeah.
what fucking what was it, Charlie Murphy said when he
Yeah.
was doing the skit for Rick James? He
Yeah.
was a habitual line stepper. You
Yeah.
know what I'm saying? And that's what you are. It's like, I don't want to support that. I just want to play the game because I like the game and I want to play it guilt free. So
Fucking
I
Cosby, sweet. I can't. I.
it's sad that that's a real thing, but yeah, it's a real thing.
They,
Goddamn, they brought them up to the guys and their text messages between each other when they were bringing these girls up to fucking run through them. Their text messages leaked, and it's as bad as
oh,
it's as bad as you think it
it
is, bro.
sounds like the guys that made WoW.
It's like, bro, I thought you were married, and then the other guy's replying back like, yeah, I'm still gonna be married tomorrow after I fuck this slut. And it's like,
Uh,
so, but
uh,
it was not Vicarious Visions, and they made Diablo 2 Resurrected. So, like, I got a lot of love for them. I think they did their best on that port. I think Blizzard really fucked up when it came to their servers. But yeah, dude, it's just fucking. That's why it's so important. Like, quit acting like nobody will find out you're dirt. Just treat people right. That's all you got to do. Just treat people right. Like, yeah, you know what I'm saying? I'm horny too, bro. But I don't go out here and just fucking get bitches drunk and try to get them to a hotel room and fuck them against their will. Like, come on, dog. Like, just be a decent person so I can play Diablo 2, you piece of shit.
fucking Cosby, sweet. That's so
It's,
weird. That's just like, what the fuck?
it's bad, dude. It's bad, dude. Like, it's rough. And like another thing is like gaming is becoming so goddamn political now, you know? There's so many political activists that are in gaming now, and that's not inherently bad because you want people that will speak out and things that'll be better. But so many of them you look at their Twitter feed and it's like, "Oh my God, this is not the person I want making that Star Wars KOTOR remake." Fuck. And it's just it's rough all around, dude. It's rough all around. I was raised old school. My family was like, look, when you're at a job or when you're meeting new people, you leave your religion and your politics at the door, and you
Yeah.
just meet these people on common ground, and you go from there. And now it's like the opposite. It's like, no, I need to know your religion and your politics immediately so I can decide whether or not to even fuck with you. And it's like it's not as black and white as people think it is, man. I've got people in my life that absolutely love Donald Trump, and they're so sweet. They're
Yeah.
really good people. They're not bigoted at all. But I'm just like, whatever you love, man, like, love what you love. And then I've got people that absolutely hate Donald Trump, and I'm like, yeah, I feel you on some points, but then they're like, yeah, and anybody that loves him, they fucking deserve to die. And it's like, whoa, 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 bro. Like, will you chill? It's just like, I think the biggest problem in our culture right now, especially, being on the internet, is that people tend to gravitate towards extremes. And that middle ground, like, that's where we meet. That's where we can find some common ground. And people are like, they have this opinion that it's like if you try to reside in the middle, you're just a bitch. You're a bitch who doesn't have you're fucking a pussy. You don't have a defined opinion, or you won't commit to a box that you can be boxed in. And it's rough, man, because people are not that black and white. I'll tell you a story about Trump. I don't know what your political opinions are, but this story doesn't affect it either way. So when Donald Trump was getting elected, right? I remember thinking like, dude, this is the guy from the fucking, why are we electing a goddamn dude from a fucking, he was the dude you're fired on a fucking TV show. Like, what qualifications does he have? But whatever, vote how you want to vote, but I don't get it. That was my thought process. And I genuinely, for a while, this is in 2015 or 16, I genuinely thought like people that voted for him were just fucking idiots. I rode to a wrestling show, and it was a wrestling show where I worked Shannon Moore, I told you about earlier.
Yeah.
And I was going to this show, and at the time my car was broke down, and some fans reached out to me. Wrestling fans are the fucking best in the world. They reached out to me and they were like, "Hey man, if you want to ride, the show's in South Carolina. We're coming down from Virginia. You're in North Carolina. Me and my roommate, we'll fucking pick you up, bro." And I was like, "Really?" And he was like, "Yeah, dude, we'll pick you up and take you to the show, man. Don't even worry about gas or none of that." I still gave him gas money, but they were like, "We'll take you to the show." They just wanted to meet me and be around me and talk to me. So I was like, "Okay, cool." They picked me up, and it was these two guys. It was like Gary and like Andrew or some shit like that, and they were cool as shit. They were both cool as shit. They picked me up, and we talked all the way down to the show. And they took me to the show. I went backstage, met Shannon Moore. We talked about what we were going to do in our match. We had our match afterwards. These two guys were such huge wrestling fans, and they loved Shannon Moore so much. And afterwards, we went to a Waffle House to eat, and I sat next to Shannon, and the two guys were like, they were kind of starstruck, and I was like, sit next to us, man. And they sat next to us, and the whole time they were just like, I can't believe I'm sitting next to Rick Sterling and Shannon Moore. And we were fucking talking, and I made sure I pulled him into the conversation, and you could just tell it meant so fucking much to him, man.
Yeah.
They were both such good guys. And on the way back to drop me off, the passenger in the car, I didn't know their politics at all at the time, but they were roommates. The guy that was the passenger was very hardcore, like Democrat, left leaning, and the guy that was driving was very like conservative, Republican leaning. And I never even noticed it the whole time, but he was wearing a Trump shirt.
Oh shit.
And as we were going back up for them to drop me off, the passenger, he brought up Trump, and the guy that was driving, like, immediately, as soon as Trump came up, he just hung his head because he knew he was about to get fucking dragged. And he did. The other dude was dragging him, like, this dude fucking voted for Trump. Like, what a fucking loser. Like, and just started fucking dragging his ass. And the guy was like, well, I just think his policy on blah, blah, blah. Like, shut the fuck up, dude. That guy's a fucking rich bitch. He doesn't fucking care about you. He's a fucking blah, 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 blah. And he was just being so fucking cold to this dude. But what stood out to me, like, when that was happening, is that the guy that was driving, that was wearing the Trump shirt, he had been so fucking nice to me. He was a ring announcer too for the show. He was so cool in the back. He was so cool with everybody, no matter what their, race. Like, I think there's like this misconception that everybody that likes Trump is racist, but he was just cool with everybody. And he was so nice, and he was so cool to me the whole time. And he was like a really hardcore Trump supporter. And that was like the first time that it made me kind of second guess like that very like black and white way that I saw things, because I was like, he's genuinely a good dude,
Yeah.
but he really likes Trump. And that was the first time that it like made me realize, like, yo, you gotta stop seeing things in some black and white. Like, you can't judge a whole group of people by who they vote for or what sports team they like. I mean, it's really not that different. And that was the first time that opened up my eyes, and I started, like, instead of seeing like who you voted for and automatically making up my mind, I would see somebody's politics, but then I would want to talk to them and get to know them and stuff like that. And that really changed my whole life, man, because I think I think that I was on the verge in 2015, 2016. I was on the verge of going very, very far left, to the point where embracing cancel culture, embracing, like, we found this tweet from 10 years ago, you're fucked. Like, I was this far away, man. I was that far away. And I had that experience with that guy that really loved Trump. And I was just like, I wouldn't ever want to see anything bad happen to this dude. He's such a good guy. And so that made me pull back and realize, like, that the way that I judged people, I had to stop being so superficial with it, and I had to start looking deeper. And I'll always be grateful to him for that, because whether he was right or wrong or whatever his moral compass was, he opened up my eyes to the way that I judged people, and I realized, like, I had been judging people very harshly off of one part of their life, one little thing about their life. I judged their whole personality. And I could have very easily ended up one of those pieces of shit on Twitter that's always trying to ruin somebody's life by something they said 10 years ago. And now, like, I'm not like that. Because of that one guy that I met, I started wanting to interact with people that were different than me and had different opinions than me. And through that interaction and through talking to people that voted different, people that, had different political opinions on abortion, on, everything, it was through that I grew as a person, and I started to kind of see like, I might not agree, but I could see where you're coming from in a certain context. And then when we find that common ground, they start to see where I'm coming from. Next thing you know, like we're just having conversations, man, and just like figuring shit out, getting to the bottom of why do you feel this way? This is why I feel this way, and what about this? What about SJW this, cancel culture that, far right and Proud Boy. We start getting into all of it, and just feeling our way through this thing. And that was the only way that I, as a person, made progress politically towards how I viewed other people. And I was just like, fuck, like now I look at it and I'm like, that's the only way. And so when I see like the current state of like social media where people are like condemning each other so quickly, I'm just like, that's just not the way. Like,
Yeah.
even if you really disagree with them, like, fucking, I promise you, like, take the time to, like, have any kind of, like, real conversation with them. You will find underneath that, that support for this party or that party, underneath of that, you will find a person that's not that different from you. And from there, you can you can start to kind of build these you can start to build these bridges between yourselves where you kind of start to like see each other's point of view. And man, I wish we had that on social media, but Twitter's like
Yeah.
you get 250 characters, so good luck having a full conversation with that shit. And it just turns into people dunking on each other, and it seems harmless until like you look at the news now, and it seems like once a week I see civil war trending, on Twitter and stuff like that, and I'm like, it's time for us, and I don't want to be preachy, but it's just time for us as a people to like back off of that, because it's like we're getting to the point where I feel like it's doing real world harm in our culture, condemning each other so harshly. We need to just start having conversations, and it doesn't seem like that should be so unreasonable, but I try to talk to people and they're like, "Man, shut the fuck up, bro. Either get with it or get out." You know what I mean? And
Damn. You know,
you know,
listening to everything you just said, Death Stranding makes sense now to me.
I almost brought up Death Stranding, but I
Cause,
decided not to. But yeah.
Cause you're literally just like doing nothing but positive shit with other people and helping people out, and like the only thing you can do is you can only like that's the only interaction. We need social media like that to transform
Yeah.
this world. Like fuck all this negativity shit that like people preach it. And I noticed it years ago, bro, when what was it, Obama and McCain, the first time, I think, like fucking during
Hmm.
that election, like I remember being on like Yahoo Answers and just seeing fucking people at each other's throats, and any comments on any, it's been brewing and it's just getting worse and worse. Like motherfuckers have so many preconceived, like, and especially from the internet, and it's not genuine too. A lot of it ain't genuine. A lot of it's just trolls, and but people, it really means something. Like, like when someone says something fucked up to you on the internet, like I don't give a fuck who it is. If it's the most famous person, from fucking Tom Cruise down to fucking you and me, like, you feel that. You feel something when someone says something to you. You get your
Hmm.
little serotonin when you see your notification, you open it up, and then you're like, oh, what the fuck? They said a nasty thing to me, and it fucking hurts. And that's low
Does.
vibration shit. And that's
It's it's sad because like you know I think, I genuinely think what people want more than anything is to connect with each other, and to like each other. And I feel like social media and just really media in general is pushing us away from that. And it's hard for me. It, maybe this is an observation. This is totally out of left field what I'm about to say, but I couldn't help but notice myself on social media that it seemed like everything just really went to shit as soon as Save the Kids was trending and everybody was looking into Wayfair and looking into pedophilia and looking into like child sex trafficking. That happened in like 2016. And it seems like right after all of us were like, "Hey, what's going on with child sex trafficking?" That's when like governments and shit were like, "Oh, bro, like war, 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 like get them fighting." Like it would just seem like everything really went to shit
Well,
as soon as like
you
the
don't know.
general public was kind of curious about child sex
You
trafficking.
know how long this has been going on though? You ever heard of the Satanic Panic?
Mm-mm.
So in the fucking 70s, there was this like super popular pastor, and he he was like doing these concerts. He called them concerts. He was like last podcast on the left just did a big special about this guy. He was a total piece of shit. He was this huge, massive mega church pastor, and he would go out and do like stand up, and he would come out like George Carlin, but like Christian,
Mm-hmm.
and he would just go one liner, one liner, one liner, and everyone's dying laughing at the shit he's saying. And then he would say, a year ago, a 14-year-old girl was kidnapped by Satanists, and they did this and sacrificed her and, did all this shit to her. Like, very gruesome, like in detail. He would say crazy ass shit, kind of like the same exact shit that they're spreading right now, just
Mm-hmm.
like fucking that you see on social media. And like it has people losing their absolute shit, and they think like, the Democrats are doing it or whatever. Like, pretty much like all that, like that QAnon shit. And
Mm-hmm.
so this guy was spreading this first. So then everybody was freaking the fuck out. This guy was sending videos to police departments. He was just a bullshit artist, scam artist, making tons of money. He was sending shit to police departments like how to identify like a satanic cultist in your area. Like people were terrified. Geraldo and Maury and all the big fucking like news people were doing shit. Oprah was talking about it, saying like protect your children from these Satanists. They're all over. They listen to death metal music and they do this
The
and
fuck?
they want to kill your kids. Like they fucking yeah, dude.
That's
Like
the wrong demographic.
it was a huge, but that's the thing. People were terrified back then. And then fucking, I think it was like mid 90s. They kind of like walked back on what they said, but it already had gotten out of control. Like so many people believed this shit was real. And Midwest, and there's a thing called SRA, called satanic ritual abuse, where it's
Mm-hmm.
literally these doctors, like they're therapists. They're not real therapists, but they get people and they put them under hypnosis, and they get like victims, like people that would easily be drawn into cults and shit, and they convince them that they were kidnapped by Satanists and had rituals performed on them and shit. And like they implant false memories in these people so they can continue to bring them around city to city, and they have these conventions all over the place. You can look it up on the internet to this day. They fucking go there and they do that. And as I was like looking into this like QAnon like chaos that was popping out from last year, like how they're talking about that's what the real mission is, to save the kids. They're underground, whoopty whoop, all this shit, that COVID's fake, all that or whatever. Fuck, this video is gonna get taken down. And I don't buy into anything like that. But here's the thing. So fucking where was I? Oh yeah. So they go city to city and they fucking have these people speak, and it's pretty much the same exact shit that's happening again. Like how do they put the fear in normal people? Well, they're coming for your kids, you
Mm-hmm.
know? And the real thing is, it's like, yeah, the elite are probably doing it. Hollywood's been doing it. I had Bradford Tatum on here. He told me, yeah, it's how it goes down in Hollywood. Like the rich motherfuckers. You think about it like this. What does every rich person say? They got so much money, nothing brings them joy anymore. You know what I mean? So what
Mm-hmm.
do? They do fucked up shit to fuck. You seen Squid Games? Like, I don't know if you've seen it yet, but
Mm-hmm.
that's like probably there's some shit like that going on. Maybe, I don't fucking know. Rich motherfuckers can do whatever they want, get away with it. But I don't think that it's I think that people are scapegoating the wrong people for this kind of shit, and I don't think it's going on the scale like that they think it is. I think that like
Mm-hmm.
there is real evil in the world. Yeah, they're fucking, teenagers getting kidnapped and forced into fucking this life or whatever, willingly or unwillingly. But I think that the elite are doing what they're doing and shit. But I don't think that the government is behind the division, other than they just want to keep making money, because
Mm-hmm.
they don't want chaos, because that's their machine, bro. Their machine works perfectly.
Mm-hmm.
I probably shouldn't say this shit on the stream, but I've been, my name used to be White Django when I was a musician, because my whole thing is this whole system is slavery that we're living in right now.
Mm-hmm.
It's literally, we're debt slaves. That's what we are. We get set up to get debt. I read an article the other day about these this married couple that took out $75,000 in loans total when they went to college, and they just paid off $150K and still owe $140K. They're slaves to the system. That's what slavery is, and it's not with chains. It's not, you're not getting whipped. It's like you're trapped in this never-ending debt that keeps. It's a cycle. Whether there's APR, non-APR, they're keeping you working. You have Zach De La Rocha from fucking, what's it called? From Rage Against the Machine. He said, in America, you do have freedom. The freedom to work or starve. It's like, I don't know, man. I don't know where I was going with all that. But yeah, no, this whole QAnon shit and the cabal and all that shit that people are like talking about. Like, I think that it's, I don't know. I'm fucking really speaking out of pocket right now, because I'm probably gonna get some weird messages after this. But I think that it's like the new satanic ritual abuse, like it's all satanic panic all over again. It's just now there's the internet, and fucking more people are hearing about it. Like, it's a total trip. My dad was like totally wrapped up in it. Like, when it first started last year, he was like,
Mm-hmm.
I'm not getting no fucking vaccine. They're going to fucking, there's chips in that shit, and they're going to fuck me up. And I'm like, Dad, like, dude, for real? Like, the world isn't that scary, bro. Like, you go out there every day. You see shit every day. I've seen crazy shit. You've seen crazy shit. Like, you know what the world is like. I've been in dark situations in my life, like crazy situations where motherfuckers, like, you've experienced it, bro. Like you were telling me earlier
Mm-hmm.
about that thing. It's like we are all subject to fucked up shit, some more than others, but I think that the realities of the world are there. And like, he was like talking about flat earth and all this shit. I'm like, look, man, if there's so many conspiracies and we have this much communication now,
Mm-hmm.
you don't think that you really think the government is smart enough to keep that shit under wraps? These motherfuckers didn't even know what Bitcoin was until it blew up.
Yeah.
Like, I think people give the government way too much credit for shit like that. I don't think they can orchestrate some crazy ass conspiracy when these motherfuckers probably don't even know how to use their smartphone. It's a bunch of old people, man. That's what the problem with the government is. There are too many old, out of touch fucking people that just give a fuck about making more money. And yeah, they're probably doing fucked up shit, Epstein, all that type of shit. That shit's happening. But
Yeah.
I think in the division, you're probably right. They probably are just trying to keep us distracted, pissed off at each other or whatever. Because it does further their agenda, but they don't want no civil war. They don't want no shit like that to happen.
Yeah, absolutely not. That would fuck everything up.
Yeah, their whole system would collapse. They'd be fucked. They wouldn't be making no money. But I think maybe some foreign powers are fucking interested in that happening. You know what I mean? Like, oh, let's let them fucking eat themselves.
Makes sense.
But the thing is, we fund other countries a lot too. So I think that, it maybe would be in their interest for us to still be, okay, but maybe just broken down a little bit. I don't fucking know, man. I don't know if other countries still even care about conquest, or what the fuck, anybody gives a fuck about. But have you heard about that Havana syndrome shit?
Mm-mm.
Bruh. These
I
fucking
think I've heard of it, but I can't remember what it is.
scary shit. these motherfuckers that are like stationed in embassies in different countries have been experiencing weird symptoms. They've
Oh, that they think it's from some sort of attack from like a ray gun type shit or
like a
something.
sound device, they don't know, but
Yeah,
they've had brain damage, like, and fucking all sorts of
yeah,
fucked up shit. So it's like, that's why I'm like, yo, whatever the fuck is going on, man, do whatever y'all do and keep me out of it, because I'm just gonna fucking pay my taxes and, live like a fucking normal citizen. I ain't trying to incite nobody to do shit. I don't want anybody to think about shit other than be entertained. You know what I mean? Because fuck all that politics shit. And all I want to do is everybody to get along and just be good to each other. And I guess fuck, you can't even say that anymore, because pretty much like what, everybody that was like super big that said some shit like that got killed.
yeah.
Yeah.
Like whenever you try to get people like to come together, that's when it's like they bring the hammer down because a united group of people is it's really hard to manipulate and control them, when they stand up for each other. But when they're divided and they're dehumanizing each other, and it's like, yeah, I don't give a fuck if you put them in camps because fuck them. It's a lot easier to do what you want.
Yeah, fuck Jason Schreier, because he's a piece of shit. If anybody watching this, fucking fuck Jason Schreier. They could do whatever the fuck they want to him. I don't give a fuck about Jason Schreier. All right, and if like, I guess that's my cop out. Like, I'll never get, because I got like, who else did I say fuck? Fuck Jason Schreier and fuck that dude that did that shit. And then who else was it? Oh yeah, fuck GameStop too. Fuck them, man, big time.
Yeah. GameStop is a company I want to root for so bad, but I haven't worked for them and seen how they treat their staff, seen how they treat their store managers.
You know what they did? The local GameStop. So I noticed a trend. There's always that one cat that works there that's hella cool, that's passionate about games, and I can always just like go in there and chop it up with that person. And I usually don't see them very long. Like,
Yeah, I was gonna say that person never lasts.
yeah, and I remember like I went in there one day and I was like, "Where's so and so?" And they're like, "This guy's gone." And it was like these three like middle-aged ladies, and I was like, "Who the fuck? How the fuck they get a job at GameStop?" And then I like said something like, "Oh yeah, Smash is coming out," and I was like, "When's that date?" And she was like, "You're gonna want to pre-order that. It's gonna sell out." And I was like, "Motherfucker, you're trying to get me on a sale. You know damn well Super Smash Brothers, you're gonna buy so many fucking units, you're gonna have like way too many. That game is not gonna sell out. And even if it does sell out, I could buy a fucking digital. Why would I be worried about some shit selling out in the year 2021? Like,
Right.
fuck."
Right. Unless I'm
But
trying to get a system, but a game is like not a problem.
that's what I'm saying, man. Like, out of touch. Out of touch corporation. It's fucked up. But yeah, dude, fucking, I totally agree with you, man. Like, we just got to treat each other well, and fucking, I,
Community, man.
yeah,
Like you just like community. Like I see it all the time. Like one of the scariest things for me is over the past 6 months, I've started to notice people out in public acting a little bit more like people on Twitter, like in person.
damn,
And that shit is fucking scary, dude.
yeah,
It's one thing when it's just on an app, but when you see people out in public acting that way towards each other, like on Twitter, it's like, oh, it's gone too far, dude. Like we can't, but it's all about attention, man. You reward people with attention and
yeah,
they will go with the behavior that gets that attention. And it's fucking bad, dude. It's just
yeah,
fucking bad because like if anything should be rewarded, it should just be people fucking caring about each other. And like I don't like this attitude that if somebody has a bad take or disagrees with you, then fuck them. It's like, like that's part of being free, man, is that they can have a stupid ass fucking opinion, like, and you can just be like, yeah, I love Greg, but man's got a dumbass opinion
yeah,
on blah blah blah, but it's like still be boys. Like I got people in my family that I strongly disagree with when it comes to their beliefs on like, but it's like we still sit down, we have dinner, we just like don't talk about it, or when they start talking about it, I'm like,
yeah,
but it's like,
I feel that, bro.
I'm not gonna fight my fucking mom over it, you know what I'm
Yeah,
saying? Like, what are you doing, man? Like you fucking
I know.
Uh,
Like the vaccine conversation, I ignore that. I like avoid that with everybody now because it's like
yeah,
vaccine,
dude.
COVID. I try not to bring that shit up anymore because it's just like, all right, like either
So
like
toxic, bro.
either we're gonna sit here and talk shit about people, or I'm gonna disagree, and then we're gonna get in an argument. So it's like, why the fuck am I even gonna bring up shit like that? And it sucks
Yeah,
because it is a serious issue, but it's like, I don't know. It's also kind of like a dead subject too, because it's
yeah.
fucking been in our faces for a whole year. Like, there's been a lot of like conversations I'm just burnt out on. And you know what? I wanted to bring this up with you, man. I don't you fucking were talking about the Horizon Zero Dawn, the $10 fucking price difference from PS4 to PS5, and I noticed everybody was like so interested in that, and I was like, why is this news? Like, I just it's the seriously the entire, and I saw it everywhere. You were talking about it, Jaffe was talking about it. I feel like everybody was talking about it, and the chat was like super like, but they're gonna charge it, and I'm just like, it's fucking $10. Like, I fucking like, I mean, yeah, $10 is $10, but like, it's fucking $10, bro. Like, I go to a comic shop and I spend $10 on like 3 books, and it's like whatever, you know. Like, I don't know why it it felt like a really mundane ass thing for me that people were super interested in. Like, why?
I think Horizon was like one of the first titles that like Sony confirmed. Like when you know, because when the new generation came out, everybody was like, "Are they gonna raise? Are they gonna go from 60 to 70?"
Yeah.
And I think Horizon was one of the first titles that Sony, confirmed, that they were going up to 70. Um, you know, at the end of the day, like my take on it is that you know, uh if it's too much, you can just wait for that shit to go on sale. Like, I don't know what else to say about it.
That's what
Like,
I'm saying.
with the majority of game companies, I'll say like they want to say about like, oh, the price of games. Yeah, but all your fucking microtransactions are covering that. Now, when Sony, with God of War or Horizon, they tend to not have microtransactions in that. I felt like the majority of gamers on the internet, I don't know about the majority of gamers in person. And the majority of gamers on the internet were like, if there's not microtransactions and a bunch of extra shit you're trying to sell me, I'm cool with the 70. But if you're trying to bump it up to 70 and still sell me skins and shit, fuck you. Um, but at the end of the day, like, these companies are going to do the same thing that they've always done. They're going to push it as far as they can push it until there's a substantial pushback, and then they'll pull back. You saw that with Sony saying that Horizon wasn't going to get a free upgrade.
Yeah.
Sony's opinion was, well, we said the upgrade was going to be free for, our games that were within the console release window, and Horizon got delayed outside of that. So we felt like, and gamers were like,
Oh.
no, 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 you promised.
Yeah.
And so there's like this back and forth. I think that gamers are, I think gamers are going to pay the $70. And I don't feel like
Yeah.
it's worth fighting over.
I don't think it's as unforgivable as, say, like Battlefront 2, like when that came out. And what
For
pisses me off,
sure.
I feel like gamers cry wolf a lot of the fucking time now with that kind of shit. Like when Mortal Kombat 11 came out, people were
Mhm.
like, there were articles saying like, this is bullshit. Like, it would cost fucking over $1,000 to get all the skins in Mortal Kombat. Like, and the thing is, like, everything can be unlocked with gameplay through a lot of time, but when you play Mortal Kombat, you're not playing it for the skins. And we're not talking skins like Overwatch skins where you're getting a different look on your guy. It's literally like a color swap. So it's like,
Mhm.
and then there were articles where people were like, I don't want to do that. They're doing predatory shit because of all these articles that are coming out about the fucking game. And I was worried at the beginning for the future of Mortal Kombat. So I was like, wow, like, is this going to affect the sales of this game now, of a franchise I love that's doing it right, that has great gameplay, that literally delivered a 5-star experience for me? But, fucking just because they made this decision where you can purchase shit separately if you really want a certain color, like, it's going to fucking, they're going to get canceled. Like, I think that's like Twitter shit. That whole Horizon thing is like Twitter shit too, huh? Like,
I think at the end of the day, like the market's gonna speak for itself. Like they're gonna try, they're gonna say we'll sell you this for this much money. And if people say fuck you and don't buy it, 9 out of 10 times, almost 10 out of 10, the company backs off because they're not getting the money. So they'll fucking rearrange things. Like corporations are always gonna try and push the envelope to see how much they can get away with.
Yeah.
But I mean, at the same time, like if people keep fucking buying it, like with Madden and FIFA Ultimate Team and stuff, you see all the videos that you like Young, yeah, Jim Sterling, like all the big dudes on YouTube put out like trashing it and stuff like that, but people are still fucking buying it. And it's like, it's like I might not agree with the way that these companies handle their microtransactions or macro transactions and all this other bullshit, but like if they have a dedicated fan base that's with it and that enjoys buying it. I had so from 2016 to 2018, I had a job with a company where I took care of disabled kids. My job was a rehabilitation technician. And what I did was I would work with kids that were disabled in some way or had some sort of autism or something like that, where they had the potential to function in society, but they needed somebody to habilitate them. So it's not rehabilitation, like if you were a drug addict or something like that. It's habilitation, teaching somebody from scratch. So what my job was is I would work with usually young boys between the age of like 15 and 25, and they had some form of autism or like mental illness or disability or something like that. And I would take them out and teach them how to count money, make a purchase for themselves. A lot of them were mostly functional. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like in terms of their ability to interact with people and stuff. So they could be taught how to shop for themselves. They could be taught how to, maybe even drive a car or something like that. And I would work with them on stuff like that. I worked with this one kid who was disabled and also terminal. He had a rare disease. It's extremely rare. They're still doing studies on him, in fact, to try and figure it out. Where he could not leave his bed. He could not form muscle mass. He could only gain weight, and he
Oh.
was also slowly losing control of all of his motor functions and stuff like that, including the use of his fingers and stuff like that. And this kid loved Madden so much. And he would sit in his bed all day when I would work with him. I would go and I would spend 8 hours with him, and he would show me all his cards on Madden Ultimate Team and show me how he like would pick players and sell them on the open market of Madden Ultimate Team and then get the in-game currency to buy this other card to build his team up. And he played a lot of Call of Duty, even though like he could barely move his fingers. He had like controllers that were made for people with disabilities,
Yeah.
so that he didn't have to use his fingers that much and he would slay in Call of Duty. And opening up a loot box and stuff like that, like he just loved it. And he would make a deal with his mom where like he would do certain things, or he would promise to eat his dinner every night for a week straight, and
Yeah.
she'd give him $20 to spend on Call of Duty loot boxes and stuff. um when I sat with that kid, and when I saw how much he loved opening up loot boxes and how much he loved Ultimate Team and FIFA and Madden and how much joy it brought him, like, interacting with those systems, I would never in my life even dream of taking that away from him. He enjoyed it so much, and there's other people that do as well. And I think that the argument tends to be that for people that are prone to gambling addiction, it preys on them. But there's personal responsibility there as well. And also, I just feel like, if I were to give EA, Activision any advice or anything like that with the way they handle these boxes and stuff, I would just say like just make it reasonable with in-game currency, and that's it. Like if people want to buy it, then fucking let them buy it. Like I know that players that can't afford it don't like it, but I, it's an open market, man. Like, there's a demand for it. There's people that really love that shit, that just love trading and buying that stuff and getting loot boxes and opening them to see what they get. I don't want loot boxes taken out of games or the Ultimate Team mechanic removed from EA's games. I would just say, like, make it a little bit more accessible to people that play the game and want to earn the currency through grinding instead of making it like such a large investment that they have to make to get one pack of cards or one whatever. But I don't know, man. After seeing stuff like that with that kid, I was just like, fuck, man. Like, I would never want to take this joy away from him. So it becomes a lot more complicated when you see it in person like that?
Damn. That was heavy shit, man. Wow.
Yeah. Yeah. I don't know if he's still alive or not, man. He didn't have long to live when I worked with him, man. And he was such a good kid, man. And his brother had the same disease that he did. So both of their boys,
Fuck.
the family had two sons, and they both had that same rare disease. And they just loved earning those loot boxes and stuff. They just fucking loved it, man. And I don't know, man. At the end of the day, like if it's something that's reasonably earnable with in-game currency, then fucking, I don't know.
Fuck.
It's just one of those things. I wouldn't want to take it out of games and take that joy away from anybody. I would just want it to maybe be more accessible to people that, have already paid their $60 and want to earn it in game. Like, don't make it too grindy. But I understand that that's a delicate balance for a company that's, you know, trying to make a profit and all this and that. I don't work there and I don't see the final analytics or the final numbers, so I don't feel like I'm qualified to say one way or the other. But I have seen the joy that it's brought people, and I would never do anything to take it away from them. I'll tell you that.
That is a fucking hell of a take. I think more people need to hear that shit. Like that right there. I've never heard anything like that regarding loot boxes or, you know, like in general. Like, that's fucking wild, man. Like, I mean, I
Yeah, and
fuck
I
with
mean,
them. I've spent money on them and shit, but I've never like,
yeah,
it's like something that's like there. It feels like a necessary evil, but like hearing it like that, it like really is the thing that like someone just fucking, like cherishes, like that moment that they get. That's fucking, that puts it in a whole different perspective. Like, I never thought about it like that. And
yeah,
wow.
yeah. I mean, I just like I said, as long as I feel like as long as it's like reasonably earnable within game currency that you can
Yeah.
grind for, then fucking like JRPG fans have been grinding for their next fucking level up or their next fucking pants or shirt that they could equip with better. Like, gamers are afraid to grind. It's when you push it beyond reason. But you know, loot boxes, like they bring a lot of joy to people. It's just they can be incorporated without being necessarily what you might call predatory. But at the same time, you know, I'm man enough and mature enough to admit that, if there was an EA executive sitting in front of me telling me, I tell you what, you tell me how I should implement it. I'm not qualified to tell you.
Yeah.
Like, I haven't seen the data, so, I guess at the end of the day, the only thing you can do is listen to your fan base. And if you put it out and IGN says this is dog shit, and Skill Up and Yang Ye and Jim Sterling come out and make videos like dogpiling it for being garbage, but then it sells like gangbusters, then who are you gonna listen to? The haters or the people that are buying your product and loving it? It's rough, man.
Yeah.
Because I want better for those players too. You know what I mean? I want them to be able to get those loot boxes and get those and get better experiences without having to, invest, too much money. You know what I'm saying? But like, fuck, like if they're willing to do it, fuck, you know what I'm saying? I'm not out here trying to save the fucking world. If they're willing to spend the money, the fuck, man, I can't sit here and tell EA and Activision not to fucking take advantage of it either. It's weird when it gets to, corporate ethics. It's difficult because you got shareholders and you got these fucking quarterly, meetings that you have to have where you talk about your budgets and you talk about your profits and stuff like that, and you want to boost your numbers, and these people are willing to pay for it, and these people fucking hate it, but shit, you're making like, 2 billion a year.
That's how
It's
the
just more
industry is.
complicated.
Yeah, like
Yeah.
I fucking I used to test video games for like local companies and shit. And I went to Capcom and I like got to play some bullshit. I forgot what game it was before it came out. But there's this game called Dark Void that came out, and like the industry's cutthroat. If you don't make money, if your shit don't turn, that's it. And they fucking they fired the entire team, that everybody that was involved in Dark Void, from the project manager down to the testers, fucking, because that game did not sell. And it's a trip. Like, you look at Rockstar right now, they don't need to make another game, man. They're making so much money, and they're still getting money. And I can sit here and talk all the shit, but I just bought a Megalodon card fucking the other day, and I don't even play the shit. I don't even play the shit. I got on it, and I was like, fuck, I want that right now. I fucking, you know what? Oh, they're gonna give me a bonus, 6 million for getting that. Fuck it, I'll get it. That's like, I just saved money. Yeah, no, I feel like, you know, it makes sense, man. It's what sells, and they're gonna do it just like how they put big titties in all the anime games. You know?
It's a free market, man. If they do it and the general audience accepts it, there's nothing you can sit here and make as many YouTube videos as you want to, but if at the end of the day they're pulling a fucking profit, they're not gonna listen to you, and they don't feel inclined to, because men lie, women lie, numbers don't. And if the numbers are good, the analytics are good, and the profit is there, they're going to push it. And then when the profit dips, then they'll look at changing up their formula, but not until then. Why wouldn't they milk it as long as they can milk it? And I think what people want, and it's a little idealistic, and it would be nice, but I think what people want is for these companies to be more ethical in their approach to monetization and stuff like that. And I understand that, but it's just like, fucking, I think realistically looking at it, it's just not gonna fucking happen. Like, not with most of them. If you could make $1 million and be totally ethical, or you could make $1 billion and be 50% ethical, most people are gonna choose a billion, especially if you're a publicly traded company. It just is what it fucking is. Like, when I can sit here and talk about fighting games and sports games, and how they, how I feel like they should treat their players better, or do this or do that or whatever, and I see those videos on YouTube all the time. But if I'm not a part of that community, I'm on the outside looking in, saying they deserve better. But if the people I'm talking about are happy with what they're getting and enjoying that, then what the fuck? Like, I need to shut the fuck up and stay in my lane, maybe. I don't know.
I have an
It's
argument about fighting games. Sorry to cut you off,
mm-hmm.
but
No, go ahead, brother.
so remember when fucking Street Fighter 2 came out on Super Nintendo?
Yeah.
Street
You
Fighter
talking about the
2,
original or Turbo?
the original. That's what I'm saying. The original Street Fighter 2 came out. You had 8 characters and it was slow. And then
Mm-hmm.
Street Fighter 2 Turbo came out, and it was fucking more expensive than the first one was, but it had a couple more characters in Turbo. And then Street Fighter 2 Championship Edition came out with fucking even more
Yeah.
characters, and you're still spending more money. And when people try to talk shit about how, oh well, I got to spend $20 to get the DLC characters, I'm like, wait. You guys aren't remembering when Mortal Kombat 3 came out and everyone was mad because there was no Scorpion in it, and then they fucking, or Sub-Zero, and then they made Ultimate Mortal Kombat 3 and everyone had to buy the whole game again just to get these extra characters, even though it's the same game. Like, I feel like fighting games get a pass because they've been doing that kind of shit for so long. Like, there were games that didn't do it, like Tekken. They just made sequels, but like Street Fighter and Mortal Kombat were like, well, actually just Street Fighter at first, and then Mortal Kombat with Mortal Kombat 3 did it. But like, it's a normal thing, I think, in fighting games, and I'm down to pay $5. And like, real fighting game fans, like people that are in the community that are really into it, you're not going to buy every fighter that comes out, because if you're really a competitive player, you're going to play as your main. And then like, say a character comes out you really want, they always have the option to get that one character for like $5. Like, okay, I'll just buy, this fucking guy and, play as him or whatever, because I really want to be him. Like, Nightwolf is coming out, I'll get Nightwolf and be him. But I don't know, I think that it's fighting games get the pass for me when it comes to microtransactions, because you're usually paying for some sort of content. It's not changing the game unless it's like super unbalanced. Like, they have Capcom has released characters that are like broken, and then they have to like patch it. It'll change the whole meta of the game and shit. But yeah, fighting games, not so much. Call of Duty used to be cool with the map packs. I'm down for map packs. I'll pay for map packs. You know, you got to also remember back when PS1 games were coming out, we didn't have patches. If the game was
Mm-hmm.
broken, that shit was broken. If there were hard locks, you would get locked in. You were fucked. There were a lot of games that had all sorts of glitches and bugs and shit back then. But like, you know, and people were like, "Oh, well, back then, like they didn't have patches." Yeah, they didn't have the luxury of having that kind of shit back then. So it's like that's something I always try to keep in mind too. Like we do have it better than we used to have it, but I do miss having unlockable characters and that kind of shit. But
Mm-hmm.
also on the same token, in the fighting community, now if you're getting the game and you're a real player, you're jumping straight online. You don't have time to unlock characters. You want to have your whole roster unlocked right when you get that game, so you can play and be fair. Because if say that unlockable character is better than everybody else, you know, I don't know. I like,
Yeah, I mean, it's like I said, like it's weird how people that are not in a community are coming in and trying to speak on behalf of a community and regulate on behalf of a community that doesn't want them there. So like, Capcom puts out a fighting game and people are buying it and people are playing it, and then all these people that are not buying it, not playing it, not fans of it, come in and start harassing Capcom to do this differently, do that differently, stop this, delete that, like take this out of the game, whatever. And then, sometimes I think about the community that does like the game, that does play the game, the ones that are their actual customers. I wonder if, sometimes they're like, "Hey, will you back the fuck up? Like we're fine.
yeah,
We don't need you." You know what I mean?
dude, that's how I felt when those Mortal Kombat articles came out. I was like, this game isn't predatory. It's fucking fun. Like, I'm not gonna spend any money playing it because all I want to do is be Sub Zero and fuck people up online. That's why I spent $60 on this game. I don't need to buy 50 different colors for Sub Zero. I already have
Mhm.
one that I think's cool, and like
100%, man.
like
And at the
fuck.
end of the day, like I said, if you might not like it. Like, say you don't like it. Say you're like, there's some things in this Mortal Kombat game that I just feel like, like they're pushing their fucking luck with some of this shit, right? But if the majority of the community is still down with it, then you just have to be like, I don't like it. It has to be. I guess it's always going to be a little bit of a democracy because, like, at the end of the day, like, if the majority of people are still liking it, still buying it, still paying for it, then fucking, I don't know what you can do about that. Like other than just say, it wasn't for me, or I felt I didn't like this feature or the way they implemented monetization, so I don't play it anymore, or I didn't purchase this game for that reason. But that's it. I don't think it's your job to go in and tell them they can't sell to other people that do want to buy it,
Yeah,
if that makes sense. You know what I mean?
and that's I was like that for a while with Mortal Kombat. Like I didn't after Mortal Kombat 4, I was like, I don't like this game anymore. It feels weird. And then
Mhm.
Deadly Alliance came out and like
I remember
Deception.
that.
They just weren't my cup of
Yeah,
tea. I was like, man, this
yeah.
game's all weird and 3D now. Like, what the fuck are they doing? And some people
Mm-hmm.
loved it, And then like, what was it? Armageddon
Exactly.
came out with like everybody
Mm-hmm.
in it, but nobody
Yeah.
really bought it. And then I think that they went. Mortal Kombat was like on hiatus until 2011, or no, 2000 might have been 2009, 2008
I
or
will say, I think
2009.
it was 2009. I think.
Yeah, and they made Mortal Kombat 9 and they rebooted it and
Yeah.
they knocked it out of the park, man. Like they realized like, "Oh fuck, we lost our way." And it's like Resident Evil, Like sometimes it's
Well.
beautiful when the whole community like says some shit or like a lot of people get upset with some shit. Like sometimes cool shit does happen, you know. So we'll see. We'll see what the future holds, man. Silent Hill, Hassan Kamraman, you fucking bastard. I hate this guy. Hassan. Oh, wait, no, that's me. Wait, no. Where the fuck? Yeah, Hassan. Look at this fucker. He's just laughing at you.
Yeah, that looked like a fucking video. It looked like a hostage video. Like, where was that filmed at? Like, why is my man sitting on the floor with his cell phone on a tripod or something, and then that lighting against that wall? It was so weird,
I'm a
bro. It
real
was like,
person. I'm a real
yeah,
person. I work for Blue Box.
you
We are
saw the
not
statement that he
affiliated.
put out today.
Oh, he said some shit.
Blue Box put out a statement today, like they made it where nobody could reply to it, and they basically said, "Hey, we're getting a bunch of death threats, and y'all need to stop harassing us." Pretty much.
It's fucked up. The death threats. Man, I'm about to. Fuck, I hope I never get one of those. I'll be fucking pissed. I get fired up. I fucking.
Yes.
I'm like, come on, motherfucker. Come get me. I'll fucking strip myself butt naked, cover myself in Vaseline. Come get me. Motherfuckers.
Holy shit. I don't know if that's gonna make it more appetizing or turn them off, but good luck. I like
Yeah.
it. I like it. I'm with it.
And no, after hearing David Jaffe's response to that shit, I was like, yeah, I know. Well, I miss the days when it was just like Xbox and people just be like, fucked your mom. Like that, like that shit was
Yeah.
cool back in the day. 360, like
Yeah.
that was like the best thing you could say to anybody online. Like that was like
It
the
used
meanest thing.
Yeah, it used to just be meaningless shit talk, and now everybody's so goddamn sensitive. Like, fuck, man. It's like, I think you get away with killing people a little bit better than you get away with hurting people's feelings. It's
Yeah.
fucking rough out here, man. Like, I miss the old school gaming, man. We used to all talk shit to each other, but there was like this understanding, like this unwritten rule, like this understanding that we all had that it was just we're gonna talk this shit and then we're gonna shoot it out in this game and then we're gonna
Yeah.
fucking talk about the scores afterwards and then we're gonna move on to the next lobby. Like it was never, it didn't, it was never personal.
Mm-hmm.
It never got personal. It wasn't about where you lived. It wasn't about your race. It wasn't about, it was just, we're gonna talk this shit. We're gonna shoot it out. You'd find some boys that you click with, and fucking got your squad and you got your clan tag and you're fucking going in on that shit. Shit, they probably won't even have clan tags anymore. They'll have to rename that shit clan. Oh
Yeah.
shit, don't let Twitter find out about that.
You remember
Like,
that?
fucking,
You hear about that guy that was playing? It's fucked up. I shouldn't be laughing. There's a guy that's playing Call of Duty, or no, Counter Strike, and like
uh-huh.
someone killed him in the game, and he found
Mhm.
that motherfucker and like stabbed him in real life. Like he like
In
flew.
real life?
Yeah, bro. The dude like heard about this guy. Like this dude stabbed him in the game, and he thought they were friends. They're like on the same team, and the dude like fucking doxed this fool and like fucking flew to him and fucking stabbed him. Like he took that shit hella seriously, like it was real life. Like, you killed me in the game, motherfucker.
Did the guy
Yeah.
survive?
I think so. I don't know. Here, I'll pull up the news story, bro. This shit's fucking great. Well, it's not great. It's terrible that this shit happened.
Great.
It's like, this is some
Holy
shit that I don't
shit.
believe.
That's
Video gamer hunts down, stabs man who killed his online Counter-Strike character.
holy God.
Pulling it up right now on the.
That's a real story.
Yeah, look at this thing. Fucking.
He really did that shit?
Yeah, he fucking. Let me see what it says. Watch out who you kill in the virtual world. It may inspire someone to attack you in the real one. That's what happened to one Frenchman who was stabbed and killed by a fellow Counter-Strike player, according to London's Telegraph. Oh my God. He spent 6 months looking for the
Oh my
person
God.
who killed his online character in a virtual knife fight and eventually found him living a few miles away. Okay, so he was a couple miles away. He got him with a real kitchen knife and brutally stabbed him. And the blade missed his heart by less than an inch. So the guy did survive, I assume. And he only got 2 years.
2 fucking years for attempted murder?
Yeah, I guess they're pretty lax out there and fucking.
What kind of, it said 2 years and they sent him to anger management therapy. What fucking kind of anger management therapy? Like, can you imagine being the therapist and hearing that story and then they'd be like, all right, fix him.
Yeah. They're gonna
Well,
make
by
him.
what?
They're gonna
He's
put.
insane.
They're gonna put him
You
in
want me-
1v1s and fucking Counter Strike and just get him over and over again and tell him not to react.
Holy shit.
What the
Like they gotta
fuck?
gank this dude 100 times and he not respond, and then they're like, I think he's fixed.
Like,
Wow.
what the fuck, right? Like, that scares the shit out of me, bro. Like, I don't even play Call of Duty after that. After hearing
That's
that.
fucking wild, bro. That's one of the things that worries me is like, because I live in a tough city, man, and a tough hood. And, if someone were to ever try to swat me, there's a decent chance I'd be fucking murdered, bro. I went to my police department and I was like, I talked to him. I was like, hey, do y'all know what swatting is? And they were like, no, what the fuck is that? And I was like, I'm a streamer on YouTube, and I just want to make sure you guys, have it notated on my address for my home that I'm a streamer for YouTube, and that you should be aware of swatting and any calls that may be related to swatting. Like if you suddenly get a phone call that says, I'm about to murder my wife right now. I got a gun to her head right now. You come out here and fucking fight me or some shit like that. Like, that's a SWAT attempt. I need you to know that. And dude, they were just like, we don't know what any of this shit means, but like, yeah, I guess we'll like put a note or something. Like, we don't even really notate houses, which I know for a fact that they do because I
Yeah.
know several other police officers. But they were like, we don't even notate houses, but I guess we'll put something in the system about it or whatever. And I'm just like, bro, the police officers, like, not all of them, but several of them in my city, um, very aggressive. So I'm just like, bro, like, you really need to notate my address. Like, fuck. Yeah, dude. I hope that shit never happens to me. I know it will one day. I hope by the time it does, I don't live here anymore. About to hit up that NordVPN, I guess, right? I
Yep.
live in Taiwan.
Yeah. No, he is in Taiwan. Ni hao.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, bro. But yeah, I had to go to my police department. I was like, yo, you need to be on the lookout for this. And I was shocked. I was like, how do y'all not know? I mean, most of the police officers there are fucking my age or younger by now.
Yeah.
I'm like, how do y'all not know what swatting is? But it's because of the town that I live in. I live in a dirt poor city where people here don't even have computers. Nobody here streams games. Like,
You're
so
like
they just don't know what the fuck I'm talking about.
you're like the one streamer in the fucking area.
Right. I fucking am, bro. And I guarantee you, dude, I hate to say it, but if people in my neighborhood ever find out that I'm a streamer, that I have a PS5 in this house, and that I get donations, they're gonna break in my fucking house and rob me. 100%, bro. They've already done that once before, and I had no money then, so
Fuck.
broke right through my kitchen window and robbed me during a hurricane. During a hurricane for two TVs and my guitar and a bunch of other stuff, bro. If they find out I got a PS5 in here and that I'm a streamer and I make this amount of money, break in here, rob me, take me to an ATM, take all my money off my card, and then murder me. 100% what's going to happen if I don't get out of here before people realize what I'm doing. 100% that's what's going to happen.
You know what you gotta do is you gotta just shit in bags, bro, and then put them all over the place. And then
Sorry, I fucking accidentally ripped out my
oh,
earbud. What'd you say?
I said you gotta shit in bags, and you just put them all over the place.
Yeah,
And
yeah,
then
for
like
real.
people come in, like either they'll step on one or they'll smell and they'll be like, "Ah, get the fuck out of this place." This guy's
It's not
just
worth
got
it.
shit bags everywhere. He's crazy.
This
He's the
guy
crazy
doesn't have
guy.
a PS5.
Yeah, this guy's got
Yeah,
shit on
shit
the
everywhere.
floor. Like it's just
Yeah, dude. Fucking telling you, dude, I gotta get the fuck out of here before I ever blow. All right, it's gonna be a fucking problem, dude. Because I mean, like the part of my town where like all the heroin and the fucking violent crimes and murders and stuff like that, it's less than 7 blocks from my house right
oh
now,
fuck,
and it's moving closer. Like every 6 months, it's moving one
like a
block
block
closer.
up.
Like
Oh
yeah,
fuck,
dude. Like property value, yeah.
yeah,
So I'm just like, bro, I gotta do what I can do, and then sell this house and go somewhere where there's decent internet, and I'm not necessarily in the middle of like the hood. Yeah,
yeah.
100%, bro.
Don't get out of
I
Taiwan.
yeah, I gotta get out of Taiwan, bro.
It's fucking rough out there. All that stinky tofu.
Grand Theft Auto 6 Taiwan, bro.
Yeah.
That's what it is.
Well, shit, Rex. We've been rocking for like 6, going on almost 7 hours now.
Did
I
we crush that fucking record, bro?
by like 3.5 hours, man. We
So
fucking.
you ready to go for another five?
I want to, but I got work in another 5, so I gotta knock it out. We gotta do this again though. Like seriously, bro. I could just go for hours with you, man. Fucking fuck. This is the first time I think I've tapped out on my end. It's always my guest, and we gotta do 5-day stream one time. We gotta do something, man. I'm fucking but so Rex's birthday stream is gonna be tomorrow. You guys have to see this shit. Don't miss it. Let me check the comments last time, make sure I didn't miss anybody. Silent X just said Rex.
Gangster shit. That's the best comment ever, bro. Shout out to Silent X. What's up, John?
And then
About to dox your whole address. John Gaines over in Tarboro, North Carolina, 27865. Lives at 107 Main Street. Go give him a visit.
damn. And then whoa.
By the way, I don't know who the fuck. I
You
just
just
made
made
that
it
shit
up.
up. So I hope to God nobody lives there.
Oh god. And then wow. You're weird, I like it said that's awesome, Rex. And Silent X said this is a long interview. Didn't know it was going to be this long. Yeah, baby. What you
That's what she
expect?
said.
Uh
Surprise, bitch.
fuck. Well, all right, brother. Anything you want to plug before we sign off officially?
Yeah, I mean, I just want to say thank you to everybody. My next stream is my return stream on my YouTube channel. It's going to be on October 19th at 5 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. And I'm looking forward to seeing everybody. Probably doing some gaming with my community. We're going to be starting up Silent Hill 2 soon. Just did an interview with Nerd Night Podcast. I've done this now, and hopefully I'll be able to grab some clips from both of these podcasts, put them up on my channel soon, and kind of do a little bit of cross promotion. Yeah, man, if you liked any part of this interview, then come by my stream and see me and tell me about it. Tell me you saw me here, and we'll talk about Mavizzle, and we'll talk about this interview, and we'll talk about gaming and shit. And I think that's pretty much it. I think the next like new game I'm doing is we got the Dark Pictures Anthology House of
Ooh.
Ashes dropping on the 21st of October. And then November, Final Fantasy 14 is supposed to drop an expansion, and I think Grand Theft Auto 5 was going to drop their PS5 and Xbox Series X versions, but that may have got pushed back. I don't know.
Well, you got to get a Fatal Frame on the 28th.
Mm-hmm. Facts, 100%. So I would just, yeah, if you liked any part of this, I would love to see it in my stream, and I'd love to know that you came from here so we can plug it some.
You heard it here first, baby. Rex motherfucking Sterling broke the record. We made it happen. All thanks to Night Shift merch and the power of the power of love. All right. So yeah, fucking thank you signing off. Thank you for tuning in, Mayvizzle, Peeping Toms, and Rex fam. Thank you for joining me tonight on this lovely stream.